dreams of the fanatics, not the government, royals, or adventurers. You are the only thing that matters. Always believe in yourself. You have the power. Excuse me. But hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! A government grant, in a way. Once, like, they feel like there's not enough people doing something, they'll be like, okay, well, we need more people doing it, so we'll either raise the price, we'll change some things to make, just generally make it so more people want to do this. I mean, that's one way to accumulate power. I'm thinking, like, Fight Club here. Like, have everyone hiding in the shadows, and then once everyone starts to realize that everyone is actually, like, the same, with the nod kind of thing, and it's like, oh shit, where are we going from here? In and among all the bad ideas, you can still have some good ideas. Just like in and among all the good ideas, you can still have some... yeah, but that's, like, not actually, like, globally and, like, politically and just, like, could be world-changing kind of shit. I mean, it's the way the world is, man. Even in among all of the ideas that we have, people still support, or like the whole Carmelo Anthony and Shiloh, whatever the fuck her name is. Scammers, cheaters, liars, and backstabbers. Why are all these kids trying to do backflips? They're fucking idiots. They didn't read all the instructions. Why does that one have a clown face on? They didn't read all the fucking instructions. They're fucking retards. Seeing it after us standing on their desk and clucking like a chicken or barking like a dog. Yeah, exactly, right? At least maybe if we defeat... You're like a lemming who sees his buddy leap off the cliff and into the ocean and is like, oh, me too! I'm going to! Yeah, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had a good time. I will be back again tomorrow. As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! But, yeah. It was a fun day today, let's just say. So, W for us, because I've never seen, like, we were so confused how the fuck he got around the store. Like, how long did it take him to put this shit in here, man? We only have, like, 8 or 9 lures on, like, a thing at a time. He had to gone around, like, the entire fucking store and taken every goddamn lure off of the... And those things are, like, $15 to $20 each. It's not the political process, but it's, like, the thinking process, right? Because he's the guy who's just, like, they're chilling there, they're trying to make a plan for something, and then he goes, like, what about this? And then everyone looks at him like, wait, what the fuck? You're actually useful, dude? And then he'll spit out some sort of fucked up plan, right? Everyone will be like, whoa, dude, that's like 5-head shit. I never would have thought of that. Because I've had this happen when I'm, like, watching a movie or something and I forget what the first scene was because I'm always fucking high. And then I'm confused. And I'm like, wait, what? And then it goes back and references the original scene and I'm like, oh! I'm retarded. I totally forgot about that. And it's like, I love Tarantino's dialogue because he never, like, most of the time it's like those words are replaced with like motherfucker, fuck, god damn it, something like that. Like some sort of like the way that I use poetry, he uses curses. Characters that are at odds with each other on a small scale, that when there are no other problems, that's their only problem, but as soon as another problem comes into effect, their little squabble instantly disappears. Thanks for sticking around. You are the best. Never forget that. Never change who you are. Just change what you do and how you present yourself. But to your core, stay true, my friends. And remember, If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Because he just drank too much alcohol and nobody, like, really noticed, like, him acting different. But, you know, he was, like, a big part of the community at the school, and, yeah, he fucking died. But it had nothing to do, it literally had to do with being inclusive, because he wouldn't have been able to drink that much, or get, you know, in those situations, if he wasn't, like, a popular part of, you know, the school. Which is kind of sad, but, you see a bit out of it? No, he's just like that, exactly, and we had, like a lot of people in our school were, like, you know, special needs kids, but they were all, like, completely integrated into the school, and, like, you know, except for one kid named Billy.
Point in time.
Best Borg
but
ever.
The fact that Snow always plays a simple game.
I want a Star Trek series where the captain isn't human.
Well, people in than anybody else.
He's fucking... Yo, how's it going, peeps? We back at her again. As always, every day, we here. What you guys up to? True, Callie. Sleep is a good thing, my friend. It is so weird going live at this time. I'm not adjusted to this. It's gonna take some time. Smokey's not online, but apparently he got a divine. That bastard. I haven't really touched PoE though. True, Callie, even though I have no idea what you mean by that. I mean, sleep is good. If you slept all day, then you're just catching up on some sleep that you didn't manage to get, right? That's usually how I look at it. But it is true. Sleeping all day is a good time. It means you got nothing better to do, right? You're free to sleep all day. That's usually a good thing. Yo, you're melting my brain. I'm sorry, Callie. I'm just brain melting material. You know? Like, it's kind of my job to melt your brain. So you want me to read another one of your stories, Callie? Another one of your long lost masterpieces? And if not, well, we always have backup stories. And how close are we being done to, like, with this one? Oh, shit. I don't know if, like, it's completed, but there's only 2 chapters left. 31 and 32. And they were posted 14 days ago. So I don't even know if that's the end of the book. That's unfortunate. Which means we'll have to find a new one. Maybe we should read one of those. Guys, maybe we should go and we should read one of the evolution stories that Sean was talking about and get a feel for it so that you know, we do Stoner Evolution Girl properly. But, you know, by the time I finish Stoner Evolution Girl won't even be a thing anymore. So what I wanted to do... What the fuck? Oh no, did I just crash? What's going on? What the fuck? I have no idea. My browser crashed, but at least OBS didn't. What have you thought about this story so far, Callie? From what you've been here of, if you know what I mean. Yeah, for some reason the browser's being like super laggy. It's not letting me like click on it and move it. But everything else... Huh. That is so weird. Taxman, look in here. Will I do some tasks on Discord? Have a great stream. Hell yeah, Taxman. That's what it's all about. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Been a little bit out of the loop for TLC here. Getting everything ready for changing over my schedule. So my whole day is like flipped upside down and everything. But we'll get back on the train for sure, right? So super glad to have you here, buddy. If anyone doesn't know, Callie, Taxman is the founder and creator of the TLC, the loyal community Discord that we all use and love. He's amazing. Keeping up with everything. It talks, I decided that instead of fighting back against Jurassic, instead of being like, sup, you just suggested something, bud, it's kind of ruining my flow. I'm gonna be like, let's do a stream with literally just suggestions. I thought you were trying to stay away from suggestions. Or are you trying to build yourself up to the point of, like, being immune to it? Like what Blessed's doing, where he's like, I can't fix my problems, so I'm just going to make myself strong enough to be able to deal with them? Or, like, endure them? Because, like, I asked him, like, is the problem so impossible to solve that fortifying yourself 10 times is better than just solving the problem? And I guess sometimes, even though, like, I'm pretty sure that conversation we had completely changed his perspective, because he came back, like, the next day with a whole new idea of everything, and he had, like, a 4-hour conversation with his mom about all the shit that he was dealing with, and trying to change her perspective on it. But she's a little bit loopy, so I was like, well, if, you know, it's something like dementia and you're not going to be able to solve it, then, you know, maybe fortifying yourself against it probably is the right move. Because my grandma died of dementia and runs in my family a lot, so my parents will most likely have it. Both sides of my family. I'll probably have it. So it's a scary fucking thought, but it's something you have to deal with because it's a reality for a lot of people when you're like 80, 85 plus. We are literally having only suggestion streams. It sounds like fun. So, like, Callie, if I suggested that you end the stream, does that count? These are my stories. I'm gonna put in Obsidian and organize everything. No! Don't let Smokey in your stream then, Callie. Oh, I'm so sad that we're getting to the end of the story. I'm gonna have to ask if, like, the story's over after the next chapter, or if, like, she's still writing it. I'm banning Smokey right away! Oh my god. I'm just fun. I get to play PoE with him and kind of pay him back, right? I mean, I hope I'm not actually, like, pissing him off, because, I mean, I didn't fuck with him as much yesterday. No germs from Kick allowed. Like I said, racist against platforms. You're a platformist. Platformist! You don't like the Kick! You're a platformist, Callie! How dare you! You be against the social media platform? It is not fair to the platform. Yeah. I mean, Kelly, you're allowed to have your opinions, man. It's just like, most of the time people say, I don't like Kick because it is gambling. I'm like, well, so does Twitch. So, like, you're not making I got on this website, right? It was exactly like Omegle. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here we go. Yeah, this is just a bunch of flying dicks in your face. Not like good looking dicks. You know how many people saw me and were like, yo, you're not a dick. What the fuck? It's like 1,000 dicks and we get 1 Cali. Damn. Hey, did you hear about the strawberry flavored hair loss treatment? No, Callie. I'm allergic to strawberries, but... Jeez, excuse me. No, it's what they said. They also called me a bad word that I'm not gonna repeat. Good day to you, fine sir! How do you do? Bless you times 2. Thank you, queen. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I am getting sick. Fuck if I know. My nose has been fucked, like, all day. But how's your day going, queen? How are you? Welcome, welcome. We are kind of discussing why Callie be like, no, it COVID. Get him. Ah, shit. Guys, I had my COVID shot, I swear. Who at first called me the bad word? Met these 2 streamers. And what does this have to do with Kick, Callie? I'm sure Kick will come in here at some point in time, in some play, right? And you'll be like, yeah, and it turned out it was Kick. I'm alright. Been trying to write this same scene. Yay. They were on Kick. So they were on Kick, on a site that was like Omegle, and they called you bad words, so you don't like... Kick. Which is understandable, because Kick tends to be like an area where 12 to 16-year-olds go. And there's just a bunch of edgy fucking teenagers saying the N-word and the F-word and, you know, all kinds of shit. And that's usually how you could kind of tell. Is like, especially on like makeup days when everyone comes in, it's like, you trans fucking trans fucking whore fucking you fucking gay, and I'm like, yeah, I wonder actually how gay I am. Let's find out. 1,022%. Damn, guys, I'm pretty fucking gay. Oof. Ooh, that's a high percentage. Hey, you wrote that book. No, they support Trump, because I was like, Trump bad, fuck Trump, and then, well, this is the wrong order, but one of them viewers recognized me. They were like, hey, you wrote that book. I have a Kick account, I only made it to claim my name. Nice, Queen. I started on Kick because I didn't want to, like, I didn't know if my stories would get me kicked on Twitch. Because they're super edgy. So... But then I was like, well, you know, it is what it is, and I just expanded to YouTube and Twitch, and now we're not on YouTube anymore because we got a copyright strike, and I don't want my account deleted over some fucking bullshit song or bullshit video that I'm watching, because it's so retarded that it's on YouTube, and I'm on YouTube, and I'm watching a video on YouTube, but I get banned. Like, what? If it's on YouTube, I should be able to watch it. Fucking period. The fuck is with this terrifying ads everywhere, man? What kind of ads, Callie? What ad did you get? Callie, did you take your meds today? I'm not quite sure about that, Queen. I've never known Callie this early in the day. I don't know. He slept all day. But, you know, it's not that late into the night, so I don't know if this is a time when Callie normally takes his pills or not. Because he says he doesn't want to be at this time because he's not loopy, where he's normally loopy around this time. And loopy Callie is the Callie we like, apparently. Even though I like all Callie forms. All forms of Callie. But anyways, Callie, so someone recognized you from your book. You were talking to streamers on Kick. They were calling you bad words. And that made it so now you don't like Kick anymore? You're just categorically like, no Kick. Yo, Loopy Callie is like a more Callie, but times 3 sillier. True. Did you stream today, Callie, by the way? I was literally like, my day today was uploading YouTube videos, editing down all of the last streams, and uploading everything. Seems to be Panic yelling Callie, I guess. I don't know, there's like Caps Lock Callie, there's Quiet Callie, there's Long Letter Callie, and there is like Passing Out Callie. I stream at 8 p.m. Wasn't that like an hour ago, Callie? Because aren't you 3 hours ahead of me? Or 2 hours ahead of me, sorry. Hey, yo, do I have multiple personalities now? No, it's just like states that you're in, Callie. You know? It's like mindsets. When you're in that certain mindset, it kind of puts you in this, like, I guess personality state. But I mean, that's kind of like me with the difference between, the difference between me reading and me, like, talking. Like, the video game me versus, like, the interactive me, right? The commentary me versus the chattery me. I'm over here like world's longest hot dog. Like, man, how's your writing going? Queen, I'm making changes to my stream. Are you talking to me or Callie? Because my writing's going great. We're going to do a little bit of research today on the Evolution Girls, both, so that we can start writing Stoner Evolution. I'm going to try and write like 500 words of that, like off stream, and make like a, like outline for it. And kind of do like an episodic thing. And have like, you know, like the first 5 episodes kind of stringing the plot along. Brainstorming is fun. I love brainstorming. Write down the ideas into Obsidian. It's a very good idea, Callie. Fire crackling in the background. Oh, it's so good. It just reminds me of Christmas with like having the fire on and like the poker dude, and it's comfy and cozy. That's why I like to have like different sections to the stream, so I can kind of do different things. Like we've got like the reading section, we got the react section, we got the commentary section, we got the writing section, we've got the gaming section, we've got like the like just chatting kind of section. Earlier today I was freaking dying. Why, Callie? Like right now I'm dying. Like my nose is like on fucking fire. I wish I could just rip it off and just be like Wait, I thought you said you slept all day, but you're saying you have 4 hours of sleep? Would you go to bed at like 10 o'clock in the morning? That's like my usual schedule. It's so weird going to bed at like 6 in the morning and not 10 in the morning. It's like, what is this? Soon 6 in the morning, it won't even be light outside. Like, hell, it's gonna be dark when I start streaming in like a month. By 6:30, right? But hey. Oh, we can do. Oh, my family came over. Ah, see, that was like me on Sunday. Which would have been yesterday, right? Wait. Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah. Right? Yeah, that was yesterday. They got me burgers. Ah, nice, Callie. I fucking love burgers. Burgers are the shit, bro. The shit. I love me a good chicken burger. I spent like half an hour or something making them laugh, and they were like, "We're getting you a haircut, bruv." Oh shit! So you got a haircut, or did you decline? I need to get a haircut because my hair is fucked. I need to get like 6 inches chopped off, but I don't want to when I'm lazy. So we'll see. So if I just like fucking took better care of it, but I just, you know, I fucking don't care. I just like having long hair. But you can tell it's definitely like not the healthiest. But I'm like, I'm 34, man. Do I really care anymore? I'm not 18 anymore. I'm an old man. Thinking I could like read on stream. Yep, that's a good one, Callie. I love reading. I have not read so much as I have in the last like 3 or 4 months since like we've had people actually like, you know, giving their stories. Because normally I just like read 1 chapter. Now I'm reading like 6 or 7 chapters a day. And my mom told me that my father never lost his hair. But did your mom's dad? Did her dad lose his hair? It's your mom's dad. So not your dad, but your mom's dad. That's where the gene comes from. As far as I know. Because it's a recessive gene. But, you know, I don't know the true specifics on it, like how far that would go for, like, if your dad doesn't. Because, like, my dad balded at, like 25. And, like, I have, like, pretty damn, like, it's not as thick as it used to be. But, like, I have, like, a tiny, tiny bald spot there. And, like, you know, it's kind of thinning out here. But it's not like I'm actually balding, right? Like, my hairline's actually pretty decent. By this time in my life, my dad had, like, a no fucking hair. He was actually getting a hair transplant around, like, 37, 38. And now he has, like, full thick hair. So it's like, I don't know. But my mom's dad was not bald. So that's probably the reason why me and my brother won't bald. My mom's mom, is 104, so I may be immortal. I'm dodging the question because I don't want my hair, Atox. You ruined my day. It's okay, Callie. There's literally, if you're worried about your hair, there's a pill that you can take that makes it so you don't lose your hair anymore. It won't stop, like, it won't grow your hair back, but it will stop you from losing your hair. And it's the pill my dad has to take after his hair transplant. I don't know what it's called. You could look it up. But you can just get it at, like, a normal pharmacy. And it's just like an over-the-counter. Toke. Okay, Queen. 3, 2, 1, toke. Fuck. Hey, I tried, okay? Second place not bad, right? Second place not bad. Yeah, out of 2 people, that's called last place. Fuck you. So brew. Okay, well, we're gonna have an ad in a sec here. So, like always, you know, I kind of wasted Smokey is last because he DNF. Oh. Poor Smokey. He'll show up later in the stream, though. I guess I'll stream again on Friday. You guys, it's Anthony! Yes, Kelly. What's up, Kelly? You're gonna stream on Friday? Why aren't you gonna stream every day, bro? You gotta stream every day. Keep the consistency. Stream at least half an hour. Queen, it talks. Oh no! I cannot be elevated to such levels. Oh, you were talking to both of us. Oops! You shattered my fucking ego, Callie. I am now fragile and broken, exposed. Oh, why? I'll never find my 2 pieces of information. My 2 pieces that will tell me who I am. You only need 2 pieces. On Friday, you're queen. Wait. Friday. Wait. Hold on, let me double check. Let me double check. Okay, I was wrong. It's the 7th. It's actually Sunday. It's actually Sunday. I was like, wait, was it the 9th of August or was it the 7th? Because it's usually 2 days before, right? So it's like 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, 1, whatever it is. Yo, you lied to me. I was preparing. Hey, that's why I checked, Callie. That's why I double checked. Okay? Okay? I double checked because I was like, wait. Was it the 7th or the 9th? Fuck. It's the 7th. That's the full moon. And that's when I turn into a werewoman, and then it'll be Queen's first experience of the makeup stream. So I'm hoping she will enjoy it. Maybe you could give me some tips and tricks. Because unlike Book, who says she doesn't wear makeup in like 20 years, despite how much I do it, I only do a basic amount, and I'm still, like, learning stuff, right? So I'd like to move into more advanced things. The main problem I have is, the foundation that I have doesn't match my skin. Yo, the thing that ruined my life at 17 is starting to disappear, but I don't think it matters very much, like, on camera. Like, you can tell in real life, but you can't really tell on camera. Yeah, that will always be a problem. Yeah. Literal 13 years of therapy. Yo, the thing that ruined my life at 17 is starting to disappear. There are some women that still don't have their correct shade. Yeah. And there's some women that purposefully use, like, the incorrect shade in order to, like, you know, if you can, like, dilute it out enough, you know, at first glance or so, it's like, you really gotta tell and push to look. But, you know, they try to make it like they're more tan, right? Or, you know, they're more pale, depending on the type of person, right? We aren't celebrating my win. Callie, that's a huge win. What happened? Actually, I'm not even going to ask what happened. You don't need to say. Just know that you're powerful and you're strong and you can get over it. It's canon to using makeup. You have the phase of the makeup line. Yeah. And it's like, chicks notice that shit, but like, I never noticed that shit. Like, my friends will always point out shit to me, or like to other chicks, and I'll be like, man, like, as a dude, like, there's no way I would notice something like that. Like, that is like, you have to know like 5 different shades of like skin color all within like the same framing, right? Blend it down your neck so you don't have that line under your jaw. Yeah, that's usually what I do. So I blend like from like about here down to about like my collarbone, and then try to use like the inlays on my collarbone as like the fine swish out basically for it. And then sometimes I'll either have like a low cut shirt that just has like the V-neck, so it's like, you know, I don't have to worry about anything else. Good, yeah. My biggest problem though is I have like this kind of circle around my face, because the third contour that I use is like so much darker than the other ones that even with the blending and stuff, I still kind of get this circle around my face, but you can't see it on camera. You can only see it up close. So it's, like, not that important. That's why I don't spend, like, 3 hours on it. I only spend, like, 25 to 40 minutes, depending on how much I'm talking, right? You both shave and apply makeup. I want to know what that's like. Let me live vicariously through you, werewoman. Maybe it's where you contour. That's, yeah, because I do, like, the dark completely around the outside, and then I do, like, light on the inside, and then I do a medium to fade. But the medium is closer to the light than it is the dark. So, it, like, never really overflows that. But then I need, like, the sides in order to blend in, like, the side of my nose and the top of my chin and, like, my jawline. It's not how you should contour. Well, that's good to know. What's the proper way? Yeah, that makes sense. That's why I always figured it was a technique thing, and it wasn't, like, too much of that. That's why I was, like, blame the colors, then I don't have to worry about it, right? What's the simplest out? Guys, I've been fighting the whole sometimes suggestions make me feel a certain way, and I can't write with people watching thing. Like, it stops me from streaming, but yo, I found the solution. What is it, Callie? Is it a mental, like, a mental, state you have to put yourself in? Brainstorming. So you're not writing, you're just creating the brainstorm of the ideas that you would write down the line. And then you spend off stream writing the ideas that you've brainstormed on stream. But easy. Got to grind some more wine, and then probably jump into this story. Why to voice suddenly get all bloated? My nose is fucked. It's just getting worse as the day goes on. So, by the end of the stream, I'll probably sound like I'm fucking sick as balls. And maybe I am, but who knows? Doesn't stop me. That won't stop me. Nothing'll stop me, guys. I'm just here. I ain't going nowhere. You stuck with me. The cray-cray coming for you guys. Don't think you're going to get away. Only person that I keep in there is Smokey. He is who I learned from. People love giving suggestions, so I guess this will be popular. Yeah, because people love having their voice heard, Callie. It's very important. That's why I have a suggestion box. So you want to do the top of your forehead, then do like an 3 on your sides, start at your temple and draw a 3 on the side of your face. The middle line is where your cheekbone is, and then the last line goes, so like, don't drag it to your chin, just stop a quarter way or halfway there. So like, this would be like, that, instead of just like that. Too high up. So like, this is my actual like hairline. So like there. So like that. Okay. Sweet. Awesome. I'll have to try that. Small tweaks make huge leaps, guys. That's what it's all about. It's the small, tiny nuances that make the whole picture. You can work on the foundations, but you need those tiny nuances inside of that foundation to make that foundation vibrant. So I'm glad I learned something today, guys. There you go, Callie. I'm I'm cool with suggestions. Just like I'm either like, that might work, but I have another idea too. And like, what if I forget their idea and they get mad at me? I guess that's true, Callie. See, I have like a plot armor in and of the fact that everyone should know that I forget everything that I say as soon as I say it. I don't remember any ideas, and whatever you say to me goes in one ear and out the other, and I'm fucking retarded. So, it's like, if I do remember your idea, it's like a fucking miracle. Like, I couldn't even remember Stoner Girl shit from yesterday. I was like, wait, what was it? And it was like, Stoner Girl Evolution. Right. Makes 100% sense. Cheek line also shouldn't be long. Like, if you suck your mouth in, you could fill where your cheek dips in. That's what you're contouring. So, like, right there? Okay. Okay, cool. I was like in that college during my freaking... Wait, my brain is suppressing my stupid memories. I wish my brain suppressed some fucking memories, man. They can go away. But you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta live what you gotta live, right? Life fucking sucks and then you die. You just gotta live it. It doesn't want me to go through the suffering again. Yup, true. That's why I, You know what my problem is, Callie? I friend zone people, apparently. Because I want to get to know them. And apparently that's friend zoning. Because if they already know me, then I don't know. Maybe I just like the fucked up chicks, which I mean, fair enough, because I'm fucked up. I got friend zoned twice last month. Damn, Callie. I'm like, hey, if I friend zone myself, then they can't friend zone me. So it's like a spite win. I learned from YouTube videos, so I definitely recommend looking up some makeup as like a type of art. Something may work for me, but doesn't work for you, or a product could be used for something else than what it's sold for. That's true, Queen. I used to watch a lot of makeup tutorials and stuff like that. But then it like kind of fell into the, because that's kind of how I started the channel, and then it kind of fell into the background because like I'm lazy as fuck and I wanted to do more writing, and it was just, yeah, it was just so much work. But maybe that's what we should do, is before we do the makeup on makeup streams, we'll do like a react on that day for like a makeup. I'll be the best guide I could be. Hell yeah. My problem is like I don't know what to look up. Like I don't know what the basics are, and like every time they get the basics I'm like, well, this doesn't really help me. So it's like I need something that's like the basics but not the basics, you know what I mean? But then again, I've never heard of that thing for contouring. Everything is just circular, kind of like a C on your face, but a 3 makes more sense. Blending. Skin, like, making sure that, like, the color is, like, proper for your skin, and, like, blending different colors to make different, like, basically shift shadows to change the shape, or the look of the shape of your face. Like, thinning out your nose, hiding bags underneath your eyes, thinning around your lips and your jawline. Raising your cheekbones higher. Really? Oh, okay. Well, then what's the basics? I mean, you can go down to, like, the real basics of just putting it on your face and, like dabbing it in, and, like, the technique of making it so it's, like the idea of, like, cleaning a window, where it's, like, you do circles so you don't get streaks, right? Not that you do that, but that's, like, the idea, right? There's a technique to make it so that, like, the blending, like, sits. Simple foundation, concealer, eyeshadow. Simple. Fuck me. So I didn't want to drink milk today because I'm like, I'm already mucused the fuck up. I don't need this shit. Okay. The highlighting and contour is the advanced side of makeup. Okay. Then maybe I do need to go back to the basics. I just been like throwing on my face. Just saying, fuck it! But, you know, maybe we should spend a little bit more time being more thorough.
I haven't gotten any attention from you yet.
Oh shit, Callie. Well, that's how you learn the basics, though. Just keep doing it, right? Repetition. I mean, I used to do it like every 3 or 4 days. Now I do it like once a month. But that's because I'm getting older. And, you know, there is a limit. Right? So it's like, I got like 3 more years, 4 more years. And then it's like, yeah, no. This ain't viable anymore, you know? You could clearly tell I'm an old fucking man. I'm a jerk, guys. No, you're not, Callie. You are not, Callie. I don't understand. Guys, it's been like, when I'm really comfortable, I'm just like the best guy to be around or something. I mean, I could definitely feel that, Callie. Because you're being yourself when you're comfortable, right? Because usually if you're uncomfortable, there's like 3 reasons for it. Either you're pretending to not be yourself, you're avoiding part of yourself in order to appease someone, or you're just going along with what someone else says, and you're just kind of, you know. So which are you, Callie? Or do you hold your own and stand your ground and say, I am me and you never be, because such is that I see. So leave me be. Where's the fucking pudding? Threw my finger in the fountain and now I'm doing this weird accent. That's fucking okay, Callie. We all got our fucking shit we gotta deal with, right? Don't even fucking sweat, brewskis. No worries. No worries. We got nothing but respect for you, Callie. Don't worry. Pudding pop? Yo, if I could understand you right now, we can fucking Sammy. Alright, you're fucking saying, twist on what you're fucking getting in the right, and you're going around and look at the fucking girl, and it's a ball up in the fucking sound like a British accent, you know, you're just gonna get in there, the girls were. Right? But, you know, that's just me. I can't speak for anyone else. My biggest problem is communication. Because it's boring just to say. So I gotta make it interesting in some way. You know, imagine I slept better, my fitness band would be able to detect how superhuman I am. True, Callie. You are pretty superhuman. You got abs like no fucking tomorrow. Yep. You have the voice of an angel. I literally have 2 abs. That's all you need, Callie. Just reminds me of this TikTok. So it's like, you know, dude interviewing a girl, and he's like, oh, you know, how big do dicks have to be? And the girl's like, well, you know, my G-spot's only 2 inches in, so only 2 inches. And then it's like, halfway there! Good times. Good times. Damn, 11 centimeters. Alright. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. We're saved with that one, you know. It is what it is. Three centimeters. Yo, is he like celebrating? What the fuck? Nice. That's like, it's a pretty perfect clip there. Oh. Yeah, we have some pretty crazy commands up in here. Halfway there. 14 centimeters. Damn, Callie, that's fat. Some fat dick, bro. Hand it over. Hand it over. Okay. I'm gonna take another tote, and then we're gonna get into the story, okay? Because, yeah, we just been having fun. Fucking around. But it's because I don't want to finish the story, guys. There's 2 chapters left, and I don't know if the story's over or if they just haven't posted the rest of it. So I gotta ask if the story's over. Because I would be sad if the story's over. But, I mean, it does kind of feel that way. Like, it's getting fucking intense, right? Like, shit is happening. So either my story is over, Well, it's technically not over. It's just I've read up until what you've written so far. So, in the future, there is potential for there to be more. So that's what I'm hoping with this, is just that it's incomplete, because they updated the last 2 chapters 14 days ago. That's why I've been kind of doing this one day at a time, because I knew it wasn't fully completed. Because I'd asked the author if it was done, and they said no, it's a work in progress, and I was like, okay. I'll slow read it, but I'm interested. Wait, guys, have you ever woken up from being without your meds for 2 weeks? Because the fucking doctor at the hospital was obviously trying to drive you insane. It was because my friend told the doctor to stop my meds. Yo, brah. No, Callie, I just kind of stopped taking my meds. Just said, fuck it. I don't see it happening, lol. Been on the beginning scene for like 2 months now. Well, Queen, I will say this. Both Callie and Book were completely stumped on their books. And then we had like a 2-hour conversation, like with each of them, like one-on-one, about the state of the book, where they were, and the problems they were having. And, Callie, what, you've written like 3 or 4 chapters now? On Be the Music or Student Body Sonata. And as far as I know, Book has written like half of her fucking book. Oh, there's also Beezus too. Talked about Beezus' book, and now he hasn't been back since because he's been writing. So, you know, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but if you're stuck and you want to talk about it, apparently I'm good at giving people ideas. So, I write really slow. Well, you've seen me. I mean, I write like, if I write like 500 words a day. But I mean, sometimes I'll write 500, sometimes I'll write 100, sometimes I'll write 1,000. I don't have writer's block or anything, I just haven't been liking the words. Ah. Also, I don't remember us, like, brainstorming together. Sorry. I appreciate the help, though. First of all, well, we were brainstorming about the beginning of the book. Remember, Callie? About starting in a different spot than, like, Stella standing there meeting Gawain, holding her arm. Like, the possibility of including the fish story inside of Student Body Sonata. And I think there was a third thing that we also talked about. Oh, the ending, and like Nell and Belfry's relationship, and how they're like portrayed as the villains the entire time, right? But in the end, they're the ones who win, or something along those lines. Yeah. So it's just like general directions and general ideas for what I think, as the reader, with a basic idea, they win, yo. Exactly. I carry a notebook with me, so when I get an idea, I can write it down. So I have like 20 of these from work, because I'll just like write random shit down, or like draw a picture of something or something like that. So I have like tons of those just lying around everywhere. So I can fit it in the front pocket of my work vest. So I just carry it around with me, and then I have a pen in there, and then I can just like pull it out, jot shit down. Belfry is literally a giant fae who is torturing tiny people in an enchanted snow globe. Yep. And I fucking love it, Callie. I love the concept, I love the idea, I love the dark reality of it, and the fact that, like, there's only one way the story can end, and that's not with Belfry's defeat.
Well, there's two ways. He can wind up with Nell, or, you know, he could take the sadistic road and kind of, like, maybe do something that makes her want to turn herself into a piano. And just have the irony of that. And then you have, like, the last scene of, like, Belfry just, like, you know, him holding the snow globe in his hand, laughing at his creations. And I think about it like, you know what I think about it as, Callie? I'll give you a perfect example of what I think it would be exactly like. Whoops. This is what I imagine it.
You shall soon amass an illithid army to bring slaughter across Faerun. But now, it is time to unleash Baal's adoration upon his beloved city. You are half an illithid, half a god. Below, the gawking onlookers line up to die. But there is one who deserves the honor of your first death, the beginning of your end.
My magnificent love. Do you see now what you are capable of? Such terrible beauty. Such beautiful devastation. We were meant to do this together.
Time for the final act. Your tragedy has become mankind's. allows you to feel each kill as if it were your own. The pleasure is almost too much to bear. As you think upon the resplendent deaths to come, Father sends a premonition of your red radiant destiny.
Yeah, I know. Not a streamer from Not Muted, right?
And the last creature living, with all else felled by your hand, alone amidst their gall at the close of eternity. Then, and only then, Father will be proud.
That's storytelling for you. The only way the story could have ended. The only direction it would have ever gone. And that's kind of how I feel about Student Body Sonata. There cannot be a good ending, right? That is the good ending. All right. Okay. Let's get on with the story, though. But what do you think, Callie? Is that like the same kind of vibe and idea that you're going for the end? And well, you read, I'm gonna try to write this chapter. Alright, sounds good, Queen. Hell yeah, I believe. But Queen, hey, maybe sometimes, you know what? Put it on the back burner, move on to the next one. That's what I do. If I can't write a scene, I just say, this happens in this scene, do next scene. But that's just me. I feel desensitized to Student Body Sonata, and then, like, I read the first few pages of the book, and it's like, this is so much, I have to put this book away for a sec. I mean, it pulls you in, like, a lot. I wish my brain won't let it go and let me move on. Yeah. That's the unfortunate part, right? Is you're a slave to that tiny voice in your head that says, it's not perfect, make it perfect. The words are there, find them. It's like a challenge for yourself. Alright, we're back. The sure of being a perfectionist. Curse. Yeah, words are hard, Queen. Perfect example. Oh. My curse is being an abstractist, where I'm just like, no, I must use as many fancy, intricate, advanced words as possible to paint such a vivid and non-speculative image. And then flip that image upside down, and you're like, okay, I didn't know it was that, but now I could see why it could be that. Yeah, I like pretty words. Complex words muddies the vividness. I know, Callie, that's what I'm working on. I like muddy water, though. Clarity is for people that don't like poetry. I want my writing to be like fucking Shakespeare to the point you can't understand what the fuck I'm trying to say. But you know that what I'm trying to say is powerful. Which is kind of, I guess, a cop-out. But whatever. You can't win them all, and at the end of the day, everything is just a mental perspective. You know. You have a suspension of disbelief for things. I'm tired now, but you slept all day apparently, Callie. Even though you only slept... I don't understand. You said you slept all day, but you only slept for 4 hours. How do you sleep all day if you've only slept for 4 hours? Unless it's like really early in the day for you, but it's you're like 2 hours ahead of me, isn't it? Like almost 10 o'clock for you, Callie? Great. That was last night. You slept all day last night, Callie. Or 4 hours last night. I'm confused, sorry. I lost the plot. Sorry. Great Empire of Ming, Year of the Ash, Spring's Dusk, Subterranean Chamber of 1,000 Moons. No, I slept for 4 hours last night. Oh, you slept for 4 hours last night, so that's why you slept all day today. Okay. That makes more sense, Callie. I did ask, why did you sleep all day? And then you said, oh, because I slept for 4 hours. I totally understand where I went wrong there. The air reeked of burnt wax and dead prayers. In the center of the underground chamber, encircled by 1,000 lit candles placed in perfect concentric rings, knelt a figure shackled in chains of black iron. The manacles gleamed faintly, inscribed with arcane sigils, now on the verge of fading. Each line etched into the stone floor formed part of a containment sutra, written in cursed blood and powdered bone, sealed by the breath of 12 imperial exorcists. Dal Hurrian, the so-called Daughter of the Moon, the 9th calamity, remained on her knees. Her hair, long to the waist, fell over her back like a spectral mantle. Time had rendered her body fragile, yet unbroken. She wore only a tattered ceremonial robe, torn at the shoulders and stained by years of dust. The chains at her throat and wrists had long embedded themselves into her skin, which glowed with a pale light, no longer wholly of the physical world. But it was her face that unsettled the most. Her skin, pale as lunar ash, her lips cracked and quivering, uttered no sound. Of all her features, only one eye still resembled something living. The right, dark as midnight's pond. The left was utterly white, opaque, sealed, dead. An eye that no longer looked upon the world, but gazed into something else. From her lashes fell frost, and over time it had formed a crust of ice across the cold stone floor beneath her. She was alone. She had been alone since the day she was born. The Emperor had made certain of that. Stone walls were draped with sacred seals sewn from gold thread and dragon's blood. Each one quivered softly as if repelling her very breath. From the ceilings hung broken prayer ribbons. Some still bore the dried stains of those who had once tried to purify her presence. All had failed. Even the great Taoist masters who had crossed oceans to see her. Hurrian did not sleep. She could not. Her body was spent, her power reduced to a slumbering whisper. But her mind wandered. It remembered. The Empire shall fall to flame and frost. They had once prophesied. A tear of ice slid down her cheek. Not out of sorrow, but memory. Her white eye pulsed. Despite the spiritual seals, despite the passing years, despite forgetfulness. Then a low hum shifted the air. One candle extinguished. The sound was quiet, but in that sealed chamber it thundered. A silver bell suspended from the ancient doorway above trembled thrice. The remaining flames tilted backward as though bowed by an unseen force. Centuries of dust lifted from the floor. The seals on the walls began to flutter, like butterfly wings poised to tear. The door opened, and there, cloaked in a black robe embroidered with ancient constellations, his hair tied in a single braid, a circular medallion upon his chest, entered the supreme exorcist of the Empire of Ming. Sheng Fu, bearer of the sacred title Taiyinbu Desa, he who walks between worlds. His face was without expression, his gaze unwavering as the jade throne. His steps never faltered, not even beneath the chamber's oppressive spiritual pressure. In his hands he carried a sentient sword, forged from phoenix bone. I want to see Book. Need to know what she's thinking of, what she thinks of my voice. I don't know. She was supposed. She keeps her schedule says that she was supposed to be online today, but she never was. What's the point in having a schedule if you don't follow the schedule? Valhurian raised her head. She did not speak, did not smile. She merely waited. The exorcist descended the steps leading to the containment circle. The air thickened. It grew colder. Each step he took awakened vibrations in the seals, as if his spiritual energy was rekindling a forgotten rite. He stopped before her and spoke. Dalhurian, ninth calamity, your time has come. She lifted her head slowly, hair covering half her face. The white eyes shimmered faintly beneath the dim glow of dying candles. She said nothing. The exorcist continued. The celestial court has issued its sentence, not as punishment. A pause. You are the key, the sacrifice left by the great spirits upon this earth. The moon must be sealed. Only then may the imprisoned force within the dark heaven be contained. For what? She whispered at last, her voice brittle, older than the exorcist's own tongue. To lull chaos back into slumber, Sheng Fu lowered the sword, to freeze its power, the void, and preserve balance. Your existence is the breach we must close. A profound silence followed. The girl weighed the words of the man come to escort her to the temple of sacrifice, to the well of the abyss. But she knew he lied. She knew he served an emperor who yearned for Chaos's power. That was why they had captured her at birth, why they had caged her, why they whispered of using her to reach the heart of the moon. Yes, I am the key, she thought, and I am also the one who has cultivated the will of the great spirits. Then, without another word, the exorcist extended his hand. Dalhurian did not resist. Her chains fell away with a hiss of burning wind. The manacles struck the stone like cold ash, resonating through the chamber. She rose slowly. Every movement trailed a lingering echo within her fragmented soul. Though weakened, she seemed to float rather than walk. Her feet barely touched the ground. The exorcist hesitated for the first time. Even within this prison, they failed to prevent me from cultivating. She saw the doubt in him, and smiled. Not in mockery, not in triumph. Do not look into the white eye, warned the sword to its bearer. You fulfilled your role, Supreme Exorcist, she said. What role? He asked, his brow faintly furrowing. She turned her head toward the chamber that had held her for years. She looked upon the ruined seals, the remnants of her imprisonment, the dried glyphs in the quarters, the withered prayers, the roll of the hand that opens the door. And in that instant, the white eye on her face opened fully. A silent wave of frost and bluish light burst outward. The candles froze in mid-flame. The seals burned in reverse. The stone shuddered. Sheng Fu stepped back, but too late. She did not strike. She did not need to. I am not the key, she said, walking toward the threshold. I am the door. And with every step she took toward the outer world, her power, once contained, weakened, buried beneath centuries of chains, awoke. Cold, pure, vast. The star on the exorcist medallion blinked out. His sentient sword slipped from his grasp, already frozen solid. In the darkness that followed, the stone walls whispered but one phrase: eternal winter. Sacred bells did not ring. There was no warning, no time. The sky, once steeped in ochre by the sunset, began to turn white. Not the white of snow, but the white of a ravaged canvas, a veil that erased everything, devouring moon and sun alike. The clouds froze above, suspended like unmoving petals of ice. The corridors of the Jade Palace groaned at her arrival. The imperial pawns froze in a single heartbeat. Lotus flowers, caught mid-bloom, shattered into spirals of frost that rose skyward in reverse. And in the middle of the main hall, she walked. Dalhurion, the ninth calamity, the bound daughter of the moon. Her robe, worn by time and torture, now flowed with silent power, and her body hovered a few inches above the frost-slicked ground. The air around her crystallized, the columns cracked from the cold. Ancestral statues wept from their eyes. The exorcists appeared. The sound of seals activating thundered through the palace. The very structure trembled as if some ancient beast stirred beneath its foundations. Over 50 exorcists descended from rooftops of green and gold. They wore enchanted armor, runes of sun and sky etched across their chests, and each bore a sentient sword blessed by the celestial court. Hundreds of orbs of fire rained down upon her. "Containment formation," shouted one. Golden paper talismans flew into the air. They sparked and flared, forming a sacred dome, a spiritual cage meant to trap malevolent entities. Around her, pillars of light fell from the overcast sky, forcing the frost to retreat. Dalhurion emerged from the cloud of ash and dust, unscathed. Not a mark upon her skin. Her hair danced in the winter breeze, and her white eye opened to the world, revealing its truest form. "Shen Yuan Zi Shen," she whispered without forming a seal. "Zoram." A vibration tore through the air. The world curved, the talismans burned from within, the light of the barriers turned pale blue, then crystal. "Barriers are freezing," cried another exorcist, forging a new seal with both hands. "Reform the core, now!" You guys notice I'm obsessed with myself? That's a good thing, Callie. That means you believe in yourself, and that means you believe you have potential, and you're latching onto that potential and spreading it to other people. Which is a good thing. Too late. The containment pillars shattered like glass, and then came more fire. "Attack!" 5 exorcists charged first, conjuring orbs of celestial flame, spheres blazing with Ilgi-infused spirit, coiled in searing energy like serpents. Each carved a burning arc through the sky, aimed directly at her heart. Dalhurion raised a hand, not to defend, to observe. The orbs halted mere inches from her face, then froze mid-air. Frost spiraled from her left eye like the roots of a deadly flower. She touched them, transformed them into sculptures of polished ice, then returned them without touching them. Crack, crack, boom! 5 exorcists exploded, shattering into ice and blood. Their bodies broke like hollow statues. Their warm blood hissed and evaporated as it struck the frost. "To her, all of you!" roared the general. Swords flew, seals whirled in the air like burning wheels. 2 exorcists came from the flanks, blades imbued with pure sunlight, shouting their prayers. "For the high heavens and the celestial emperor, return to your prison, lunar shadow." Celestial emperor. The words echo in her mind and stoked her fury. They never reached her. Dalhurion spun. Frost erupted in a cyclone of jagged crystals. Their swords shattered on impact. Their skin cracked, then disintegrated like clay under the sun. Her white eye opened. A second ring of light appeared within, like a moon nested within another. and the hall filled with eyes. Yo, Student Body Sonata might end up an actual novella if I can't come up with more ideas. What about more characters? Adding in more explanation for the backstory. Older pianos, the backstory behind the piano that they're playing. Like, make us feel for the person that... I have 10 characters. But, like, it's a school, right? So you should have, like... I'd say, like, you should have, like, 15 backstory characters that aren't important, that their only role kind of there is to, like, fill things out, right? And you can do, like, a minor subplot with them, like... And you could say, like, leading up to, like, the thing is, like, oh, these are the students that have disappeared over time. And throughout the book, you have different students randomly disappearing without anyone knowing. And then being like, hey, I have a new piano! And kind of make the reader put 2 and 2 together. What about something like that, Callie? And then find that moment when you want the reader to be like, oh my god, those pianos are people. You know? I think that should be like between 30 to 60% into the book, depending. Like how far you want to push that, if you want that to be an end game reveal or like a facilitating factor for like Gawain trying to escape with Stella or something like that. I don't know. See where it goes. But, hey, just throwing ideas out there, you know? On the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, white eyes, staring, devouring, each one consumed light, faith, fire, and will. The exorcists screamed, their paper seals turned on them, spiritual barriers collapsed in absolute silence. None of them were truly prepared to face this power. One, younger, tried to flee. Please, help! But his leg froze mid-step. His tears turned to ice before they could fall. His final breath was a lost plea. Dal Hurian showed no joy, no hatred, only emptiness. This is not vengeance, she whispered as the ice crept up the palace walls like a ravenous beast. It is justice. And with each step toward the throne hall, bodies were left behind, twisted, shattered, sealed in crystal. The Jade Palace became a white mausoleum, a garden of bleeding statues. She alone against an elite legion of exorcists, and not one remained standing. Then the great golden doors opened before her, and there he was, the immortal Emperor of Ming. Face expressionless, back straight, eyes aged beyond centuries, waiting. Despite the cold that followed the calamity, the flames in the great braziers did not flicker. Dalhurian, he said with detached calm, have you come for me? She smiled, her white eye throbbed. You must answer for your sins, she said, for the betrayal of your people, your blood, your ancestors. The doors of the throne room closed behind her without touch. I'm 50% done. I have these ideas. Gawain, Stella, and Angela create the world's first living, moving sculpture. Nell revives everyone who is dead, but the deal she made with her husband allows Stella to control everyone. No idea what the ending is. Like I said, the ending has to be some way of just, like, Belfry holding the globe and just, like, staring down at it, just, like, laughing, like, maniacally. And he's got to do, like, something major that fucks everything up at the end of the story. Like, you know? Like, something like... Oh... He was tired of, like, the red... The howling red, the plague, right? So... he, like, modifies the plague to, like, basically devour everyone. And then it's kind of like a fight between Stella trying to control everyone, like kind of like zombie apocalypse, and then Belfry and the Burning Red basically like fucking everything up, right? And just like, you know, look of pleasure and a maniacal laugh or something like that from Belfry, as everyone inside of the globe is like suffering, and it's kind of, you know, that midpoint in the battle where no one's really won, but you know that Belfry's holding back, but then maybe there's some sort of secret that Stella has that's like alluded to, and then the ending of the book is her like, you know, unleashing that, but then you never really know what happens. So it leaves it up to the reader's imagination whether Belfry wins or Stella wins. Like, I like those kind of open-ended endings that allow the reader to imagine the final act and how that final act is like finishes. Whether the heroes die, the heroes win, whether the plan works or fails, whether there was some sort of safeguard that the enemy villain had, you know. Because those are personally my favorite type of endings. Where there's like closure, but it just kind of opens up a whole new box. Like the end of Inception, for instance. Like, that's a perfect fucking ending. You don't even know if everything was real or a dream. And it's just so powerful. But that's all in, like, the way that it's presented and the way that the story comes across. And the type of reader that you're going for, right? Fuck you, Nose. Get out of here. No one likes you. Need to see the chart that has the 4 types of endings depending on, like, want versus need. Yeah, that's a good idea, Callie. Go back to the drawing board and look at the characters and see, you know, what those endings for each character is. And then you have to pick which one of those characters you want to fulfill that ending for. And maybe if there's no clashing endings, you can have multiple character endings. Like, kind of like a cascade. Like, Stella winds up playing Gawain as a piano, and Gawain's a piano. But Nell is standing over Stella's shoulder, and you know as the reader that the next step is turning Stella into a piano. And you know Nell's gone so far that she would even do that to her own daughter. And then you have Belfry's ending with the Howling Red being like, oh, I've had enough torturing them, I'm gonna end it now. Right? Or even in the middle of it being like, you know what, this isn't enough torture. Nell and Stella reverse roles. Yeah, something like that. Then Stella winds up turning Nell into a piano. And then Belfry, maybe that causes something to happen with Belfry, because Belfry was supposed to wind up with Nell, but now Nell's a piano, so he's like frustrated with Stella, but Stella can't contract the Howling Red. So, you know, maybe there's some sort of plot point there that leads into Belfry's character ending. The Emperor stood alone. No guards, no protectors, no armor. Just a shadow larger than it appeared, curled within its own existence. She stared at him for a long moment, and in him she saw the image of a weary god, one carved from burning ashes, an immortal man with no expression left, only the absence of what he once had been. She stepped forward, one eye open. He straightened, and the world cracked. "Look at me," she said, and he did. The white eye consumed everything, and the Emperor, unmoving, saw within. Not one, but 3 concentric circles spun within her albino pupil. Like the gears of a celestial machine, the center glowed with icy radiance, the power of a shattered moon. And reality tore. The Emperor blinked, and when he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the throne room. He stood in the midst of a white field, cold, absolute. There was no sky, no ground, only frozen light, a sea of salt and frost around him. The 12 dragons of the throne lay dead, giant, beheaded, colossi floating in the wintry void. A figure formed in the distance. Dalhirian, no longer in body but in essence. Her eyes were full moons, her voice came from every direction. Welcome to my world. The Emperor arched one brow. So this is your spiritual domain. No, she corrected. This is your reflection within me. I can't find the chart. I'm gonna make my own. I mean, there you go, Callie. Be creative with it, right? Sky turned black. White rain began to fall, not water, but petals of closed eyes. I've seen your fears, old Emperor. She stepped forward. I've seen your dead children, your hanged lovers, the secrets buried within the forbidden library. And before him, hundreds of figures appeared. Some were enemies, other his sons, or one his mother. All stared, faceless, but one silhouette stirred more than mere curiosity. The Emperor frowned. You think you can break me with memories? Dalhirian raised her hand. Not your memories, she said, your truths. The figures began to speak all at once. You knew. You sold us to the void. You fed on your heir's blood. You were never immortal, only a thief. Then came one voice, female, torn, shattered. You have to let me go. Ugh, Jesus. I feel like I'm dying. I feel like I'm fucking dying, guys. It's not good. Ugh. Tokes don't help, but hey. We're the Toke Master. Are you ready, Queen? Because apparently I didn't take my toke. Apparently this bowl's just been packed the entire time. Just gonna add a little bit more to it just to fuck myself over. Okay, 1, 0, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I was getting dinner. Shit. I fucked up. I'll just do mine late. Delayed reaction. Delayed reaction, 100%. You should have let me go. The Emperor rose, his breath grew heavy, and his heart clenched. He tried to draw his spiritual blade, but his hand was no longer his. It was the hand of a boy, a frightened youth, his younger self. You cannot flee the abyss, Emperor, she smiled. Here, what you refuse to face devours itself. The light turned red. The ground cracked open into a vast chasm. From it emerged a mirror of ice. Within its reflection, the Emperor saw his true face. An old man consumed by fear, by ambition, by eternity. Nothing remained of the just and honorable king he had once been. Dal Hurian stepped forward, walking atop the void as though it were solid ground. Do you know why I won? The Emperor lifted his gaze. Because you craved a power you did not understand, because you dared to cheat the laws of the world, because you betrayed a great spirit imprisoned in the moon, and forgot that the moon always returns with the night. She raised one finger, and with the gentlest touch on his forehead, the Emperor fell to his knees. In his mind, centuries collapsed. The blood, the pacts, the murder of the true Emperor, the massacre of the dragons, everything, and still the void remained within his heart, his flesh, his soul. Here, you cannot lie to yourself, she said with frozen tenderness. And so here, you cannot win. Dalhurian stepped away, back into the white void, watching the Emperor kneeling, frozen in his own reflection, trapped in guilt and memory. There is no escape here, she whispered. No kings, no empires, only truth. It is over. But then the reflection blinked, a crack, tiny at first, slithered across the ice, then another, and another, until the white world crumbled. Dalhurian stepped back. What? The Emperor slowly raised his head, and his voice, firm, low, inhuman, echoed through the Hall of Thrones. Fate is not for dead eyes to read. From his chest a golden halo burst forth. It was not fire, not ice, but a living script, light woven like breath across his skin, flowing into the hilt of his sword. That power, she murmured, feeling something like fear for the first time. The Emperor stood beneath the stunned gaze of the white eye, and as he raised his sword, space itself shattered. The flames in the braziers roared. The moons within the white eye shattered, 1,000 fragments of frost. Then the sword spoke. A roar emerged, not human, not of this world, a celestial roar. The cry of an ancient dragon descending to the skies for the first time in 1,000 years. Awaken, destiny, commanded the Emperor. From the blade erupted a spectral shape. A rainbow dragon, pupilless, timeless, its scales shimmered and shifted, ever-changing. Its very presence twisted the heavens. The frost beneath Dalhurian turned to vapor. She raised her hands, forming a seal for the first time in years, and her white eye opened again, pouring out the energy she had cultivated across lifetimes, warping reality, but it was too late to understand her fate. That is no longer an emperor. The dragon descended, guided by the Emperor's sword, piercing through the Calamity's body. There was no sound, only light. Air blazed, crackled, drove the ice back. Fire surged in waves beyond the throne. The hall became a sea of flame. When a blaze faded, Dalhurian was on her knees. Her body cracked like shattering crystal. Her voice emerged trembling but not defeated. So, you carried it all this time. The Emperor looked down, somber. You were necessary, he said, but you won't be the last. She smiled faintly, blood trailing from her lips. Even if another white eye is born in 100 years, you will never control it. I'll make sure of that. Chaos. And with that, she dissolved into frost. I think that's supposed to say chaos. That's the first actual typo I think I've seen in the entirety of the work. That's probably because these ones are new, and they're not probably fully edited, because she probably goes back and re-edits over time. That would be my guess, because that's what I would do. Especially for a site like Royal Road that's very heavily reliant on, like, repeated chapter posts in order to, like, re-bump yourself back to the top. Okay, let's check out these evolution girls. not seeing any of them here. Maybe we'll have to wait for Sean to get on to get him to point us towards one of them. So there was one today, Goblin Girl Evolution. Okay. Goblin Girl. She's a goblin, she's a girl, and she's going to evolve. Yuki was a perfectly normal goblin, and one day, some steel-encased asshole came by and torched her home, along with her extended family. Sucks, right? Anyways, she's not a normal goblin girl anymore. Awakened to a rare form of cultivation, she now has to go from day-to-day survival while dealing with the inconveniences of blacking out every time she cultivates, to day-to-day survival at a peak of enlightenment and power. Oh, and the armor guy's probably still around, along with the usual adventurers, cultivators, and cultivating adventurers. Sapient garbage, the lot of them. But they might be good for something, expect casual depictions of violence, gore, disreputable behavior, drug abuse, sexual assault, and murder. Oh, and the goblin chick isn't particularly clean-natured either. Huh. And the first one was posted 11 days ago. Let's see here. Oh, this is like really short. Maybe we'll do a couple chapters of this. Okay, so do what? We kind of want to move it up to here, and we're gonna go Goblin Girl Evolution. So that's that one. So let's do chapter 2. Okay, so this is basically like market research. So let's do 3 chapters, and we'll just get a feel for it. And I get like 2 or 3 of these maybe, and see like how like popular each one is, and like the differences between them, kind of idea. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Trying to find some of these. Sean said there were a ton of them. Okay. This one seems very popular. Okay, so I think we'll try these. This one seems like insanely popular. So this is Bunny Girl Evolution. Whoops, no, I don't want it inside a choke. I want it there. And Fox Girl Evolution. It seems to be a rather, like, I don't know, generic synopsis. She's a bunny, she's a girl, and she's going to evolve. Okay, that's like every fucking song. Elsie was always made fun of for her big ears and buck teeth. She tried her best to overcome the mockery, only to work herself to death and wake up as a big-eared, buck-toothed rabbit. Now, with nothing but an almost worthless system assistant to help her, she needs to survive in a world full of magic and monsters. On top of all that, for some reason, she's been given the ominous Mark of Fate skill. She has no idea what it does, but things keep happening to her, most of them unpleasant. From little slimes to giant wolves, everything seems to want her dead, and in her efforts to escape them, she winds up in a complicated situation that she's in no way qualified to resolve. Ah, guys! What's up, Callie? Can she navigate this new world that seems to have it out for her specifically? For some reason, I can't find Chapter 1. This all around only complains the main character being too nice. They don't expect her to suddenly go all murder hobo. But caring about the death of some thug who wanted to kidnap her is just too much. Be nice, sure, but only to people who actually deserve it. Really good story so far. The protagonist is really likable without any problematic traits. She's thoughtful of others without being a pushover, even if she calls herself one. She's reasoning and decision-making is very well written. She struggles and difficulties. She isn't always sure what the best way to go, but she does the best she can no matter what. I really enjoyed reading her perspective. Good story so far. Binge read over the weekend. Look forward to reading more of the story. First is a little wobbly, but nonetheless very good. There's some nice characters, and the system is not too bad. OP, at first it seems that mind manipulation is OP, but its power scale is quickly becoming better. Pace is exactly what I like. It's not dragging. Death World Commando, although it's an excellent novel too. I feel like everything is dumb and pointless. I am bitter. I posted writing advice. Okay, Callie, let's see it. Get what they need, don't get what they need, get what they want, don't get what they want. Happy ending. They grow, learn, and achieve. Bittersweet. Poignant ending. They grow internally but sacrifice the want. Tragedy. Nihilistic ending. They lose both want and need. tragic, ironic ending. They achieve their want but remain unfulfilled. Nice, Callie. I love it. Good to see people actually using that. Yeah, I'm not sure about this bunny girl evolution one. I can't find, like... Well, I don't know why it starts at 55. This one's been going on for, like, a really long time. I'd rather one that, like, literally started right now. So maybe fucking get rid of this one. We're still 8. How do I delete it? I'm so confused. Oh, trash. Okay. So when did this one start? So this one started August 17th. So this is within the last 2 weeks. See what this person has. Because I've never written in, like, this kind of style, right? I don't know why it's, why it's being like that. Let's try something else. 1 second here. Jesus, excuse me. Super easy way to stitch it back. And that's 2,000. What's this one? 3,000. So yeah, this one we could just stick with the first opening chapter. I'd like a third sample, though. I'd like to have 3 samples. I think 3 is a good number to pull from. I gotta find another one. Let's try Royal Road again. Actually, you know what? For the third one, let's wait. And let's get Sean to pick the third one. How about that? That'll probably be better. Okay, so we'll start with Goblin Girl Evolution. This is the newest one. Super interesting because I've never actually read an lit RPG before. So like these isekais and stuff like that. And one thing about this is if we're going to be going into our drawing arc, our art arc, what's better than to start studying isekais so we can draw our own manga? Right? That would be epic. Shit. No, Queen, I'm really sorry. I just completely forget about you. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm just like, man, I need to take a toke. Cause the whole sync toke thing with Smokey is supposed to be a giant troll. Cause he's never ready, and then I'm never ready. But, you know, with you, it's just, you're just like, alright. And I'm like, you're just like my sister, because she used to use pens before she had kids when she smoked. So like, I'd be rolling a joint and she'd be sitting there like, man, you're so slow. I was like, fuck you. Your damn technology. You kids and your fucking technology. It's like, it's the future, man. And, I mean, to be fair, it is. Because my brother-in-law, like, when they quit, he had, like, half of a pen left, so he gave it to me, and I tried it. And I was like, because at the time, I only smoked tobacco and weed at the same time. So, like, smoking just weed felt, like, weird. But, I stopped smoking tobacco, and I stopped smoking weed altogether. So when I came back to smoking it, I used the pen for the first time. And I was like, this is like the most convenient fucking thing ever. But I don't know, there's something about bongs. I just enjoy the actual like packing of the bowl and like getting everything ready. Like it feels like a ritual to smoking, right? My family doesn't want me doing anything fun, so no weed in any form. Callie, your family can't tell you what to do unless it's illegal. Where you live. Unless it's illegal where you live. Feel you. I've thought about getting a dab rig again. Just to have it. Just to be there. To be like, you know, those special times when you're like, you know what? I wanna actually engage. I don't want to just get high. I want the experience of getting high. I guess that's the best way to put it. Like, I feel like a pen removes the experience of getting high, and it's just a quick, easy, I'm getting high. But most of the time, I'm not getting high to get high. I'm getting high to, like, do something, because it's usually out of boredom, right? So it's like elongating that process. Feeding it out is like a huge part of it. Like that's the essence of it, right? The preparation, the anticipation, and then the finality of it. Being like, am I ready for another fucking toke? True, Callie. The ritual. Yeah, man. Humans are all about the ritual. Yeah, Queen has already stated she is not a foot person. So we gotta keep that in mind. So I was gonna say, you probably wouldn't have enjoyed my Expedition 33 playthrough, staring at Lune's feet the entire fucking time. Why are you running against the wall? What? I'm running against the wall? Oh, sorry, I was staring at her feet. Like, what? should want, just don't touch my feet. I meant for like, I have this for toe connoisseur. And sometimes I'll bring it up for Smokey. Just for some fun, you know. It's like experiment the toes, yeah. Yeah. His toe connoisseur comes in once every like 4 months. He'll pop in for a little bit, I'll pop those up, he'll goon out, and then he'll leave. Come back in 3 months. Doing this for attention. Of course you are, Callie. That's why you're typing in chat. It's technically all for attention. Why do you think I'm streaming? I'm streaming for attention. If you're not streaming for attention, you're doing it wrong. Like, it shouldn't be the only reason, but it should definitely be a reason in the back of your head. There should be a want, a push to be like, oh my god, I want more people here. I want more exposure, more eyes on me, you know? And then you just do what you gotta do in order to get those people to come. In this case, it's like, I was deaf doing it wrong. I mean, there is something to be said for like like everyone's like, oh, the sprints, like doing writing sprints. I don't want more people. Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of a nice, cozy, comfy, small stream. But I mean, my goal and like my dream is to be the Mr. Ballin of fiction. That's like the ultimate end goal like 10 years from now. That would be my hope. Mr. Ballin. You don't know Mr. Ballin?
Welcome to the Talk Stories.
Greatest storyteller of all time. Here, you know what? Just because of that, let's watch a Mr. Ballin. We're gonna have ads in a sec here, but we're gonna pull up the newest one. These missing people's last moments were recorded. Oh shit. Probably some crazy stuff. But yeah, so he does like dark, mysterious, and like twisted stories, but they're all real. So they're all like real stories that usually have some sort of real life picture or real life news story or real life video to go behind. And then he'll explain like the story behind them and stuff like that. And he's like one of the biggest storytellers on YouTube. And he's literally got like his storybook, like Where Nightmares Live, graphic stories, the second volume coming out, like 10 million subscribers. He's getting like 1 million to 2 million views per video. Like, he is fucking massive, and he's fucking amazing. So, oh damn, this one's 40 minutes long. Usually they're only like 20 minutes or so. Some of them are longer. But, you know, it's totally worth it. Like, oh my god, just the way that he tells the story, right? And it's like, that's eventually what I want to do. So imagine taking the stories that I've written in short story form, like these, right? So, like, there's the actual me reading the story. I'm gonna get old, guys. I'm gonna be a virgin forever. Callie, that's not true. And then describing those stories instead of reading them, right? So you'd have, like, the stories channel where you go for, like, the reading of the story. And then you'd have another channel where it would just be me under, like, my author pseudonym, just telling stories like Mr. Ballin. And, like, that's the direction I've always tried to push the stream and make the content for that. And improving my writing skills has been in service of that, right? So it's like there's one thing for being able to write really well and publish a story. There's another thing for being able to tell a story. And people have always told me in real life, like all my friends and family and people that I tell about like my ideas and stuff, they're like, you're really good at telling stories. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I don't necessarily mean I'm good at writing. It just means I'm good at I'm good at taking the idea, breaking it down in the way that's presentable, and then telling it to people and then being like, oh, I totally understand what you're trying to say. But only for stories that I have a really deep, grappling understanding of, and stories that I've repeated over and over and over again. And all of my short stories are pretty much those. So, you know, going back and just, like, regurgitating essentially all of the old stories in a new way. Because one of the biggest things for, like, being a YouTuber is not having one channel. It's having, like, 5 channels. And each channel is, like, for a specific niche of a specific thing. And that way people can, like, having a fantasy one, a sci-fi one, a historical one, a horror one. Yay, ads! And that way you can get that audience to be more niche. Instead of somebody saying, like, oh, I don't like fantasy stories, I only like horrors. But you only upload horrors 1 in 20 of your videos, right? So that's kind of a crutch that I'm dealing with. So, like, this channel is basically an experimental channel to introductory YouTubing. And then my main channel is just all of the stream content. And then I have the Clips channel. Guys, don't you hate it when people hear your ideas and they're, like, already done? Like, yo. Every story has ever been done, but Callie, if anyone says that story, maybe I would if I told people my ideas. True, Queen. Think about it in the way of when someone says that, Callie, tell them, okay, well, what does that story have? And what does my story have? And then find something in your story that's not in that story that's like a main thing, right? Because, and they'd be like, well, this is the reason and the point of my story, so that's why this is important. Whereas in that story you're referencing, this is just a small minor piece of it that doesn't focus on it, but it's there. Right? And finding the difference between that is pretty important. Guys, I think I'm actually sick. This is bullshit. This is actually bullshit. Your words are not being comprehended. Okay, Callie, so I say I want to do a sci-fi story where they create robots and those robots take over humanity. How many stories can you name that have that premise? Like, right? Terminator, Minority Report, iRobot, Matrix. Like, there's hundreds of these stories, right? That one SpongeBob episode, Rick and Morty episodes. Now think about, okay, so I have this premise and there's all these stories. How do I make my story specific? Well, mine is, let's say, for instance, what direction should we go with this? Oh, Battlestar Galactica is another good one, too.
Dune. But my direction for it would be utopian, like, society through a benevolent AI, and the entire story is about trying to figure out how having this AI in control is a bad idea. And at the end of the story, they can't find a reason why the AI is a bad idea. But the AI knows what they're...
name that cares so much about originality cause we already fuck with each other.
Just say... Okay. Are you talking about me, Callie? Are you talking about the terrible writer? Or the terrible novelist? Sorry? Hellish Mist? Yeah, I can see it. I can see it, Callie. I'm gonna pat his bald head. Well, we already have our religion in Hellish Mist's second book. Hellish Mist is another streamer, and he is writing a book where he's the second book is incorporating every possible idea from chat. So I gave him the idea that there is a religious cult that uses, like, extreme unethical, like, blackmail, coercion, like, the worst kind of shit. But their cult is they're against, basically, like, cooking and, like, food. So, like, you can only eat, like, raw plants and fruits and stuff like that. Like, it's desecration of God to, like, kill animals and eat their meat and stuff like that. So they're kind of hyper-vegetarian vegans. And they use whatever means and tactic they can to indoctrinate people and then lock them in. And basically that's the reason why they're spreading so fast. It's like twisted hardcore vegan. Exactly. Exactly. And think of like PETA, but like for food. Instead of like animal protection. And like they're spreading across the land like a fucking flame, and no one knows why they're so popular until people are starting to uncover that they're literally like setting people up, like purposefully entrapping them in order to blackmail them in order to indoctrinate them. And they're doing it to like high level officials and stuff, and they've got like fucking almost like kings of nations fucking secretly, you know, working for them and stuff like that. But anyways, yeah, that was just my idea to add to the book, is this fucked up cultish religion that's spreading across the land. Some sort of conflict you have to deal with in a subset, you know, just to make the world feel a little bit more alive. But yeah, the direction I was going to go, and then the ending of the story with the AI would be that the AI knows that humans are trying to find, like, there's a huge amount of humans that are trying to find a reason why the AI shouldn't be in control. And then the AI says, okay, I'll give you an ultimatum. If you guys so heavily don't believe, or you think there's some evil plot behind my existence, I will give you a choice. I will shut down my ruling of everything, and you guys can do whatever you want, and build your systems from the ground up, but I will never retake control. Or you can just leave it be. And then the humans, in their own stupidity, choose to basically turn the AI off. And then all of, like, human intergalactic civilization falls apart. Because they can't choose on governing themselves. And it's kind of like the piety of humans, right? We're so arrogant, and we believe that we have such a higher worth that you know, we won't let something else rule us. We have to feel that we're in control of ourselves. Even to the extent that we destroy ourselves. And I just literally came up with that entire idea right now. Now, what kind of story has that premise to it? Because I can't think of one that has, like, that's like a AI takes over and it's like a utopia. But usually the utopia is bad because they're, like, feeding people to people, right? My ending for Butterflies of Vertigo is just the whole Shakespearean couple kills themselves because they think the other one was dead. I love that ending though, Callie. I didn't predict how it would happen, but I did predict that they would die at the end. I knew that was the only way the story was leading. But anyways, so let's take a step back and let's watch a Mr. Ballin video. Are you guys
Today,
ready?
I'm going to tell 3 very strange disappearance stories. And in one of them, I'm even going to play some audio that was recently made public that's very unsettling. So you want to make sure you stick around for that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and replace all of their shoelaces with slightly shorter ones. Also, please subscribe.
Every time at every beginning of every single video, he does some sort of quip. He used to do it like about the like button. So it's like, you know, you go into the like button's house and you do something. And the funniest one I've ever heard him do is he's like sneak into the like button's house and put dead fish in their air conditioner. But it's always something about the like button. And it's like his way of introducing and just like adding in, hey, click the like button, right? Just in a very like creative and interesting way, right? That gets you like into it. So it's like presentation is a huge part of the thing, right?
Subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. At 8:30 p.m. on August 20th, 2010, a 76-year-old man named Zhang walked through the streets of New Taipei City, which is a major city in northern Taiwan. Zhang was on the end of an evening walk, and he was making his way back towards his daughter's apartment, where he was also staying. And as Zhang neared the apartment, he happened to notice there was a street lamp right outside with this big poster attached to it that he hadn't seen before. And as he got closer, he saw there was also this picture of this middle-aged woman whose name was Chun Yan Chui, and apparently she was missing. And not only that, she also lived in the same building that his daughter lived in, except Chun was actually a dementia patient, and she was staying on the 5th floor of this apartment building complex where there was this memory care facility, and that's where she was being taken care of. And about a week earlier, she had gone out for an evening walk, this is what it said on the poster, and just not returned. And so since the week before, police had been out looking for her and her family and friends. They were putting these posters up, and it was clear, you know, nobody had found her yet. Now, Zhang had never met this woman, but he sort of felt bad for her. And so he found himself staring at this picture and trying to memorize her face, you know, in the off chance that he just saw her somewhere. He could report her to the authorities and hopefully get her rescued. And so after staring at the picture for a little bit longer and sort of feeling bad for this woman, Zhang turned and just continued inside the apartment building. And once he was in the apartment building, he made his way over to the elevator. He hit the up button, he waited, and then a moment later, there was a ding and the doors opened up. He stepped onto the elevator, he pressed the button, the doors closed, and then Zhang waited as he headed up to his daughter's apartment on the 7th floor. But as he was going up, he noticed he had accidentally hit the 6th floor, not the 7th floor. And right at that moment, he saw that he was reaching the 6th floor, and so the elevator car was slowing down. And so he just was like, oh, whoops, and he hit floor 7. But by the time he hit floor 7, the car had come to a stop on floor 6, and the doors were opening. Like it would need to reset. Doors open on 6, they close, and then he'd go to 7. Like this is no big deal. And so Zhang is just waiting, you know, for these doors to open, shut, and go up one more floor. However, when the doors opened on floor 6, Zhang is looking straight out, and he could not believe what he saw, and he just began to scream. Around the same time this was happening, Zhang's daughter was finishing up her shift at work when she got
And this is like how he presents the story. So he has like the build up to like what the fuck is happening, and you're like, oh god, what is this? And then he explains like the backstory behind it and works it and weaves it in.
phone call, and she saw it was coming from her dad, and he rarely called her when she was at work. So this was sort of confusing and surprising, and so right away she picked it up and she answered, And immediately she hears her dad screaming incoherently. He's obviously terrified. And all Zhang's daughter can hear is that her dad is saying he's trapped. He's trapped in an elevator and he doesn't know what to do. And so, Zhang's daughter is getting scared just based on what her dad sounds like. She doesn't really know what's going on. But she told her dad, like, okay, I'll call the building. We'll get you some help. Like, stay calm. You're going to be okay. But her dad just continued rambling and he was totally incoherent. And eventually, Zhang's daughter just said, okay, Dad, like, just hang tight. I'm going to get you some help. And then she hung up, and then she immediately called her apartment building's administration and emergency services line and told them, hey, I think my dad is stuck on one of your elevator cars. He's really upset. Can you please help him? And after getting the emergency services to, get spun up into action to go save her dad, Zhang's daughter left work, hopped in her car, and began rushing home. It would take Zhang's daughter about 40 minutes to get back to her apartment. And by the time she got there, she fully expected her dad would be safely out of the elevator. I mean, he was obviously very upset, but she had called the building. They were on it. They were going to get him out. But when she went inside the lobby of the apartment building, she saw a crowd of police officers just standing there. She didn't see her dad anywhere. And before she could even ask any questions, she noticed one of the officers was on the phone. And clearly, just based on what was being said by this officer, he was talking to her father. Like, he was talking to somebody who was hysterical, and this officer was doing his best to try to calm him down and sort of talk him through what was happening. And so Zhang's daughter, like, immediately walks up to this officer and says, hey, I'm his daughter, the guy who's stuck in the elevator, I'm his daughter. What's going on? I would have figured he'd be out by now. Like, what's happened? At this point, one of the officers confirms that, this really is this man's daughter, and he pulls her aside. And he explains to her that, yes, your dad is still in the elevator because we can't get him out. The reality is this is not a normal situation here. He's trapped in there, and really the only way for him to get out is for him to do something really specific. Like us and the building staff, like, we can't do anything. He has to do this one really specific thing, and right now he's refusing to do it. He's too panicked, he's too scared, we're trying to calm him down, but it's not working. And so Zhang's daughter asked this officer, can you please explain to me what you're talking about? Like, what is this specific thing you want him to do? I don't get it. And at that point, the officer kind of composed himself and explained to the daughter, what was really going on inside of that elevator car. And after Zhang's daughter heard it, she was horrified, and she immediately understood why her dad was so upset and unwilling to do this one particular thing that would save him, but would be pretty awful. She got it, but she knew she would have to hop on the phone and convince her dad that he had to do it, like there was no other way. And so she walked over to the officer who was on the phone with her dad. She took the phone, and she began talking her dad through, what he really needed to do here. She basically gave him a pep talk and said, Dad, for me, you've got to find the strength and do this thing and get out of there. And sure enough, just a couple of minutes later, the elevator doors in the lobby chimed and opened up, and Zhang came stumbling out. He looked horrible, disheveled, but he was okay. And right away, police officers rushed towards him, but they bypassed him and went into the elevator and immediately surrounded something in the elevator car. It would turn out that missing woman, Chun Yan Chui, the woman who was on that poster that Zhang saw before he walked into the apartment building, well, she really had gone missing a week earlier on her evening walk. But everybody thought she got lost while she was on that walk because she was a dementia patient, and so, she had memory issues. But the reality was, she actually did come back to her apartment. However, when she got on the elevator, she actually made the same mistake that Zhang did. Now, she was not trying to get to the 7th floor, she was trying to get to the 5th floor, but she accidentally pressed the 6th floor. So up she goes, she gets to the 6th floor, the doors open up, she steps off the elevator car, and she's immediately completely confused. And for what it's worth, it didn't matter that she had dementia. Anybody who got off on the 6th floor would likely be confused if you had never been to this building before, because the 6th floor was actually a private residence. And the person who lived on that floor was so worried about people breaking into their private residence that they had installed a metal gate in front of the elevator doors. And so unless you had the key to get through this gate, when you got off on the 6th floor, you basically would step onto a
You were
little
stuck.
platform that basically is the hallway leading into the 6th floor, and then you'd be hit with the gate. And so that's exactly what happened to Chun. She got off
And
on
then
the
you're
6th
stuck
floor,
there.
maybe thinking this is the 5th floor. She stepped onto that, little narrow strip that you could actually stand on the 6th floor before you reached the gate. And then as she was trying to figure out, like, where am I? This isn't the 5th floor. This doesn't make any sense. There's a gate in front of me. The doors to the elevator closed. And she had no way to open them up again because the buttons to access the elevator were beyond the gate. And so suddenly Chun is standing in this narrow space. The doors have closed behind her, and she can't do anything. She's trapped between the gate and the elevator doors. And even though people are using this elevator right behind her,
Yeah.
the only person who would come to the 6th floor
Would be
is the owner of that
Yeah.
residence, and they were on vacation.
Oh,
And so for
man.
days and days, Chun is just trapped basically in between the gate and the elevator with no one having any idea she was there. She's calling out, she's doing everything she can to get somebody's attention, but nobody can hear her. And after 5 days of this, when the owner of this residence didn't come home because they were on vacation, she eventually died because she didn't have food or water or anything. She was just standing there for 5 days. And so she dies. And then a couple of days later,
When the door
John
opens, the body
accidentally
falls
rides to the
inside.
6th floor. He's like, oh, shoot, I need to go to 7. He hits 7, but the doors open on 6. And when they do, Chun's body, which had been basically frozen in this standing position, fell backwards onto him, pinned him to the ground. He starts screaming and freaking out. He gets out from underneath her, but her body, which was in rigor mortis,
It's
at this
between
point,
her and the
stiff,
buttons.
and she was lying like a board on the ground with her feet jutting out onto the 6th
Oh,
floor.
you had to
and
pick
her
her up
upper half
and move her
inside
so the
elevator.
door would
And so she was
close.
blocking the doors from
Oh,
closing.
my
And so John
God.
is freaking out. He's calling his daughter. He can't believe this. There's this dead person in here. And eventually police get involved and they tell Jong, you just got to move the body so the doors will close. But again, her body is heavy and it's stiff and she's obviously deceased. She's starting to decompose. And Jong basically couldn't handle it and he was unwilling to move her body until his daughter hopped on the phone and said, you got to do it. At which point he managed to lift her up, get her out of the way and kind of push her off to the side of the elevator car. He rode down to the bottom, at which point the police came in and handled the situation. Now, the owner of the 6th floor residence was not held criminally responsible despite putting that gate up that created this trap that killed Chun. However, despite that, he would end up paying Chun's family about 97,000 US dollars equivalent just to compensate for her death.
And I'm guessing this was some... Okay, there's a big component to this story. I'm guessing this was in China, right? And China is renowned for, like, lack of regulation towards things. Or, like, bribing inspectors to not worry about it. And one of the biggest things for this is, like fire safety installments. Such as, like, oh, every building has to have, a fire hose attached. But what the building will do is they'll just put up a fire hose, but it has no water source. And then they'll just bribe the inspectors, so when there's a fire and someone goes to grab the hose, there's no actual water. And, like, this is a massive problem with buildings in China. And so something like this, in the US, like, this would be something where you'd be like, how the fuck would this happen because of regulations? How could you put up a barred door that blocks the buttons themselves, right? But the simple fact that this is... Oh, wait, it was in Taiwan, so it's, like, same kind of thing, right? Where it's, like, a country where it's, like, they don't necessarily have those types of regulations, so it's totally understandable that someone who has their own private residence that's, like, off the grid kind of thing, no one would ever think for a building inspection for something like that until an event like this happens. And this probably happened I'd be guessing, like, he said 2010, right? So it's like 15 years ago? So I don't know much about Taiwan, but all I know is, like, the last, like, 30 years or so with the whole, I don't know what to call it, like, impending Chinese invasion, with China basically considering, like, the Chinese government considering Taiwan as a part of China, even though Taiwan is its own independent country that has its own democratically elected government. But China just doesn't care. They're just like, no, it's ours. But I just love the way that he tells the story, right? And that's kind of like how I want mine. Like, you have this event that happens that makes the person go, what the fuck happened? And then this leading up to it, to the reveal of being like, yo. So it's like the entire structure of how he structures his stories is a good template for success, for copying that and saying, okay, now I do this with non-fiction or with fictional stories that are, like, you know, believable but fucked up, and they don't necessarily have to be based off something. Like, most of these, you like industrial accidents and stuff like that. Like, how many, like, if you wanted to write a story about, like, fucked up deaths and stuff like that, the best thing to do would be to go to, like, basically, like, a news website and look up stuff that has to do with the death of industrial workers and see how people die in industrial factories, and then, like, tell a story based upon that. And one of the ones I remember that Mr. Ballin did is it's like a repair guy, and he's doing, like, piping or something like that, and he's basically suspended from a winch, and he's, like, working, like, with some sort of small hole in the floor. And instead of reversing and letting him down, and this is like a really loud factory, the guy doesn't reverse, and the dude basically gets pulled through, like, a hole like this big. Super fucked up. But it's like tiny little, like literally, like, I could do a story about me crushing my foot, and instead of having my foot survive, I could lose my foot. Because if you know anything, what's the first thing you do in an emergency when there's a like some sort of emergency when it involves a machine? The first thing you do is turn off the power. Now, what happens when you turn off the power on a hydraulic lift? The lift drops. So if safety procedures were followed when it came to my accident, I would have lost my foot, because they would have turned the machine off and it would have dropped and it would have literally cut my foot off. So, nuance in machinery and understanding the difference between, like, a basic what you should do and understanding the difference in, like, a hydraulic lift system and, like, an electric saw, for instance, for, like, emergencies and what to do. Very important safety shit.
Morning of August 18th, 2018, a 41-year-old man named Vladimir Kostenko stepped out of a taxi onto a desolate road in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness, miles and miles from civilization. All he had with him were his cell phone, a solar-powered charger for his phone, and a backpack that contained some clothes and 5 pounds of oatmeal. Vladimir bent down and leaned into the taxi to pay the taxi driver, and as he was doing that, the driver looked up at him and just said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And Vladimir just smiled and nodded and said, "Yep, I'm going to be just fine. Don't worry about me." Now, the taxi driver did not really buy this and just looked at Vladimir like he was completely insane. But Vladimir wasn't shocked. I mean, this is kind of how everybody reacted to him when he told them about this trip he was doing into the wilderness. You know, when he had brought it up to his family the first time, they and all of their family friends had basically rallied together to try to stop Vladimir from going on this trip. It was way too dangerous. But Vladimir said, "Guys, I'm going. Like, you can't stop me. I'm doing this. It's important to me." And at that point, when, you know, the family and friends knew they couldn't change his mind, they shifted and said, well, at least, you know, bring a gun or bear spray or something to protect yourself. But Vladimir also refused that too. He said, "Nope, I don't need any of that, because the only thing I need is God. God is going to protect me." So Vladimir was extremely religious. He actually had left his home country, Russia, when he was in his early 20s because he was being persecuted for his Christian beliefs. And so now, in
Some
the United
people,
States,
right?
he lived
Nah,
in
you just
Washington
gone.
State.
I hear those lines and I already know you're dead.
I mean, he spent the majority of his time,
Yeah.
you know, basically praying and meditating and reading religious books, and he would often go on these multi-day.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's natural selection.
As a mechanic, but he rarely charged his clients when he did work. And then even when he did charge them, he was working so few hours that the money he was making was totally unsubstantial. But again, you know, the way Vladimir looked at this is he didn't need money because ultimately
God said,
would take
"Come
care of him."
home," I guess.
Despite all of his fasting and his praying and
I'm going into the wilderness. I don't need a gun. I don't need a knife. I don't need anything. I have God. I don't need flares. Fuck it. I got God on my side.
you know, his generosity. Lately, Vladimir had been feeling really lost. Like, he did feel deeply spiritual, but at the same time, he didn't really feel fulfilled. Like, he
Well, that's
felt like
because
he
he's
was
looking for
missing
something
purpose
that,
in his life. He
forgive
was
me,
really
doesn't
starting to wonder.
exist.
And
In the
so
way
it
he
was
does,
around
because
this
God didn't
time
give you those
that
things.
Vladimir
Shake my
decided
head.
to go
True.
on this big trip. One of Vladimir's family friends was this guy named...
I love how sometimes, we're going to have an ad in a sec here, so I'm just going to pause this and tell this story, or like this comment. I love how sometimes people, like, especially, like, spiritual people and stuff like that, or like Christians and stuff like that, are all about, you know, not just humans, but like animals, right? Like, oh, treat animals right and stuff like that. Like, you know, you're gonna go to hell for doing animal cruelty kind of stuff. And then it's like, look at, or like, and then, you know, that extrapolates to like humans and stuff, right? And it's like, oh, look, you know, you do, thank you. You know, you do these horrible things and it's like you go to hell. But then it's like you look at like Old Testament Bible and it's like, literally God told Abraham to fucking kill his son. That's, like, fucked up. And if you look at, like, Cain and Abel, it's like, clearly someone had no idea what the fuck jealousy was. God was just egging, basically egging him on the entire time. Being like, I made you this way, you're weak and frail, you can't do anything, so you don't get anything. And it's like, but you made me this way. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Bitch. Now you're going to hell. Fuck it. Peace. It's like, it's literal fucking entrapment. It's like, you put someone purposefully in this situation and you're testing them. It's like, that's why I love the idea of like biblical origin stories and stuff like that are like, if there was an alien doing genetic experiments on a random planet, this would literally be exactly what he was doing. Like, that's what I would do. That's what I do in video games. Like, I just love the oh, this like, it's the concept that, oh, this comes from God, but it's such a humanistic thing. It's like, how can you differentiate God from this humanistic essence that is super prevalent throughout basically every single religion? And it's like, in my opinion, the only way to truly be religious is to separate the God and divinity from the rest of reality, right? God made a deal once with a man that no matter how much shit God threw at him, he would still believe in him. Job. Yeah. He literally said, I'll fuck you up. And Job lost everything. Didn't he lose like 12 sons, like 3 wives, all of his crops, all of his sheep, boils and disease all over his body? Yep, tons of fucked up shit. It's like, you wonder where the line is between, like, God and the devil, right? And then you look at, like, the actual origin of the devil and the idea that God himself essentially created the devil through inequality. But then again, that's kind of like a humanistic trait of jealousy of, like, to me, it's the same as saying, like, if you're like Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, if you're like Emma Watson, Emma Stone, frickin' Hilary Duff, like fucking, or, what's another, like, Natalie Portman, like, you think of these people as, like, the top 10, like, most attractive, most talented, most well-known people, like, in the world, and people try to, like, bring them down to, like, your level. Like, you gotta understand, there is a complete scale difference between something like that. And you look like people being like, oh, Leonardo DiCaprio dating, like, 18, 19-year-old girls, but it's like, if you're literally, like, one of the most famous, good-looking actors in the world, why wouldn't you want to get 18 and 19-year-old girls if you could? Just logically, right? Like, if that was your prerogative, what's wrong with that? You're like, could you imagine getting with Leonardo DiCaprio? That would be fucking amazing, right? Like, that's gotta be an insane fucking boost to fucking morale. It's like, well, he thinks I'm hot enough. Fuck yeah. You know? I always thought about that with, like, the concept of, Ho's old now. I don't know. He's old now. He's like 60. He's not that old. Like 63? How old is he? How old is he? He's not that old. He's only 50! He's way younger than I thought, actually. He's only 50! Yeah, he's got another 20 years of dating 19-year-old chicks, man. He's only 50. Like, fuck. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he almost couldn't be my dad, because he's only 16 years older than me. I mean, he could be my dad, but that'd be really fucked up. He was literally playing fucking Romeo and Juliet at that point. Oh my god. But yeah, so okay, he's a lot younger than I thought. But then you look at, like, Brad Pitt. Like, Brad Pitt's like 65, right? Or like 62? He's 61. Okay, yeah. He's like the same age as my dad. My dad's 63. Hi, Callie! Okay, I need to take a toke while we continue on with this story. We all know what's going to happen to this guy, but it's how it's going to happen that's going to be really, really interesting, right?
Dmitry Kudrin. And he owned
Otherwise, you wouldn't be
small
telling the
cabin
story.
way out in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. Now, Dmitry didn't use this cabin very much, but he kept it in great shape. It was fully furnished, there was a wood-burning stove inside, and the pantry was stocked with 3 years' supply of food. And so at some point, when Vladimir and Dmitry were talking, and Vladimir talked about feeling sort of lost and wanting to reconnect with his spirituality and find his purpose in life, well, at some point, Dmitry said, well, hey, if you want, you can go use my cabin and sort of disconnect from society and go retreat out there and sort of focus on yourself and sort of get right with the world. You know, you're welcome to go out there anytime you want. You can stay out there as long as you want and for free, no problem. And Vladimir had happily accepted. And now here he was, standing on this desolate road in the Alaskan wilderness, watching as the taxi driver drove away, except he wasn't even close to the cabin. I mean, he was in the middle of nowhere already, but he still had to go 14 more miles with no trail to make his way to this cabin. But Vladimir was so excited, he really felt like this was the thing he needed to figure out his purpose in life. And so, he put his backpack on, took a deep breath, and began to hike. 3 months later, on November 3rd of 2018, Dmitri, Vladimir's friend who owned this cabin, found himself in his plane flying over the area roughly where his cabin was. And Dmitri was feeling very concerned. So obviously, Dmitri suggested Vladimir go out and use this cabin. And so he was totally open to the idea of it. But Dmitri had also told Vladimir that when he went out there, he really ought to bring a gun with him. Or if nothing else, at least some bear spray or something to protect himself, because this is truly the wild. You are not the top of the food chain anymore, and you want to be able to protect yourself. But Vladimir had said no, he would not be going with any sort of weaponry, that, God was going to look after him, and he'd be fine. And Dmitri's like, that's a bad plan, but he just could not convince Vladimir to change his mind. And so ultimately, Dmitri sort of regretted even suggesting this idea because he didn't expect Vladimir to go unarmed, but he felt like, you know what, it's already in motion. And so
it's always a bad idea.
Okay,
yep.
Fine, do your thing, but when you're out there, I need you to communicate with me regularly so I know you're okay. And Vladimir promised he would. And at first, that is exactly what happened. Vladimir, made the 14-mile hike from where he was dropped by the taxi. He got to the cabin, he got all set up, and then just about every other day or every few days, he would hike up this nearby mountain where there was cell phone service, and he would update Dmitri. He would tell him that things were going great. He was spending lots of time meditating and praying, and he was foraging for berries, and there was this pesky squirrel that kept coming in and stealing his food, so he was trying to figure out what to do with the squirrel, but clearly things were going fine, and Vladimir appeared to be safe. However, after 6 weeks of Vladimir being at this cabin, those pretty regular updates just abruptly stopped. Now, at first, Dmitri kind of chalked it up as like, well, I've been talking to him for weeks. There didn't appear to be any, burgeoning crises or anything going on in his life that might warrant some concern. He's a capable guy, maybe because it's the Alaskan winter, and Alaskan winters are notoriously dark. There's not a lot of sunlight. Maybe his...
Feel like when I was telling people about an internet crush, I had those people who were like so removed from the internet that they didn't really understand long distance relationships. They didn't think she was the one because we never cammed with each other. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call him the one, Callie, if you've never seen him before. If you've just had pictures. Because then you never know. Was who she was. Not sure about that, Callie.
The solar-powered charger isn't working. He can't get enough sunlight, so he can't charge his phone. And so
what if it was me, Callie?
Contact me because his phone.
Would you still love me?
Basically, Dmitri was
if I was a dude,
sort of rationales for why he wasn't hearing.
You read it wrong. Wait, I feel like when I was telling people about an internet crush, I had those people. Those people were so removed from the internet, they didn't really understand long distance relationships. They didn't think she was who she was. Oh, I'm retarded. They didn't think she was who she was because we never cammed with each other. So I'm retarded, Callie. Don't get me to read your shit, man. I just assume.
His friend.
My eyes play tricks on me.
Went on and Dmitri still didn't hear.
Yeah, but I mean, she could have been catfishing you. Yeah, very true. It could have been me, Callie. But you always have to keep it in your mind that that's a possibility, Callie. Until you do get on cam.
Hear from Vladimir, he couldn't help but start to feel like something's wrong here. And so finally, in early November...
She needs to write your name on today's paper.
When Dmitri still had not heard from Vladimir. It's been about a month since those text messages stopped.
I mean, I knew her for a year. I met every one of her girlfriends, boyfriends. Photos don't count. You can still fake those. I was making a joke, Queen. But you can fake video nowadays with like filters and shit like that. So don't even trust videos.
Dmitri decided to get into his plane and fly out over the area where this cabin was and literally look down and see if his friend was down there in the cabin. Also, this gave Dmitri the opportunity to put some supplies on the plane in these big buckets that he could literally throw out down to Vladimir to also restock him. So Dmitri is now in his plane and he's circling around the area where his cabin is. But this cabin is really small and it's sort of in this big sea of trees. I mean, there's nothing else for miles.
There's nothing wrong with believing it as long as you know in the back of your mind, Callie, there is the possibility. So don't ever fool yourself into believing that it's not possible if you've never met them in real life. But that doesn't diminish anything else, right? People usually go overboard with it and say, don't even know them. You don't know them. I can't say anything. I let someone meet me on Xbox and do try to years, fly and stay in house for 2 weeks. I mean, that's different than, like, dating them long distance for 3 years and then meeting them and finding out they're a dude. And being like, yeah, I'm not gay. Fuck. That sucks. Yep. Okay. Thanks, man. Bye. You know what? It just reminds me of Eurotrip. Have you ever seen Eurotrip? Very beginning. True, I knew he was a hoe and wanted to steal my other half the whole time. Steal my other half the whole time. Gotta do what you gotta do, right?
And so it's pretty difficult with the naked eye to actually look out and see his own cabin. But Dmitri had this camera on the underside of his plane that he could maneuver and look all around, and he had this screen that he could see from the cockpit that was basically an enhanced view of the ground down below. It was a lot easier to see, for example.
You're trying to kick me out of my house.
And so as he was circling, he's moving his camera around, and then bam,
Squatters' rights.
right in the middle of his screen is his cabin. And there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with the cabin. You know, it all looks good. There's smoke coming up out of the chimney, and as he's circling, he's thinking, okay, Vladimir clearly is going to hear me. He's going to come outside, and I'll see that he's okay. And sure enough, as he's circling around,
Doesn't work when he is from
Dmitri
the
sees
UK.
on his screen that the front door of the cabin opens, and his friend Vladimir walks right outside onto the porch.
I'll call
puts
ice.
his hands on his hips, and he looks up, and he waves at Dmitri. And there's this moment of clear recognition. Like, obviously, Vladimir knows this is Dmitri coming to check on him, and, like, you know, Vladimir's down there kind of gesticulating that, hey, you know, everything's fine, I'm good, you know, sorry about the phone thing, or, you know, Dmitri didn't know what he was doing, but it just sort of seemed like, okay, there's recognition here, that it's been a month, but everything is fine. And so Dmitri got down nice and low and continued to circle, and on one of his passes over the cabin, he pulled a lever, dropped the supplies, those buckets of supplies, they landed down below, and then as Dmitri continued to circle, he watched on the camera as Vladimir walked up and put his hands on the supplies and waved again to Dmitri, sort of signaling, you know, thank you for the supplies. And at that point, Dmitri's thinking, okay, Vladimir's just fine. Everything's good. I can go home. And so that's what he did. Now, he would have landed and gone and seen Vladimir up close, but, you know, there wasn't anywhere to land anywhere nearby. Like, this was the closest he could get to Vladimir, and so he decided this was enough. So Dmitri, he turned around and he headed home. But about 2 months later, on December 23rd, Dmitri was once again in his plane flying over the area where his cabin was. Because over these last 2 months, he continued not to get
People
any
lie
text
because of
messages
pride.
or any communication from Vladimir.
Okay, what if she tried to stream once, and she bought one of my books, and I saw her painted nails or something? Anyhow, would she like have like 3 different boyfriends to get them to be the one catfish? Like, Callie, those other people you talked to were fake. That was her on a second account. They're not real. Or should I say him? They are that crazy. It's like literally switched voices every nanosecond, yo. It's called a voice changer. The things you can do with audio, Callie.
I'm just saying, Callie. I'm not accusing her of not being. I'm just saying there are lengths that people will go, so don't try to convince yourself that there's a zero possibility. It's always 1%, 99% rule. Anyways, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. I need to grab more water, too. Oh. And my guess for the story is that the guy who waved at Dimitri wasn't actually his friend. It was some other dude. Didn't even think of that. It was Skinwalker. Yeah. And because I'm like thinking, it can't just be he was mauled to death for some reason, right? There's got to be a reason why the story's on this list. So I think it's like a third person that killed the dude and is now living in the cabin.
Which, you know, that was bad. He sort of expected that, given that Dimitri flew out there before...
I mean, maybe he got cabin fever. I don't know.
Like, hey, you know,
maybe.
Are you good? There was sort of a moment of recognition that Dimitri's checking in on Vladimir because of the silence. That's what Dimitri's thinking.
So basically, it tricked me and like 7 other people into thinking she never visited all those places, never had all those real boyfriends, wasn't a teacher. Guys, I mean, Callie, 1%.
Maybe that would inspire Vladimir to find a way to send out communications now, like let Dimitri know he's okay. But he hadn't for 2 months. And so Dimitri's thinking, okay, that's bad. Also, it's now December, and the winter in Alaska is full bore. I mean, tons of snow on the ground. It's frigid temperatures. It is truly brutal.
Man, fuck 1%. Remember 0% milk.
There had also just been this major earthquake in the area where Dimitri's cabin was. And so all those things combined made Dimitri think, okay, I better get out there and just check on Vladimir again. And so once again, Dimitri is circling low over the area where his cabin is. He's got his camera trained towards the ground, and he's moving it around as he's circling, and eventually he finds his cabin. And his cabin is clearly in one piece, so the earthquake did not destroy his cabin, but there's no sign of Vladimir anywhere. But then again, like, you know, this is just the first second he's seen the cabin. He's only been in the area for a couple of minutes now. Maybe Vladimir has not heard the plane yet, and so, you know, Dimitri's not lost hope. And he continues to circle, and as he's circling, he drops these supply buckets that land right out in front of the cabin. And at this point, Dimitri's thinking, okay, that's pretty noisy, having these supply buckets smash into the ground outside. Certainly now Vladimir's going to come outside to see what's going on. I mean, there's not much else happening. This clearly is something that would draw his attention, but no, nobody comes out of the cabin. And so at this point, Dimitri gets as low as he possibly can.
So how do I prove she's real without pissing her off because she has a temper?
He's doing another path.
You don't, Callie. Just don't actually get into a relationship with her. That's all I'm saying. Don't get into an actual relationship until you met them in real life.
He realizes something. There's no smoke coming out of the chimney. In fact, the top of the chimney is covered with snow, which means
we
clearly
were gonna meet.
No
there you
fire
go,
has
Callie.
been lit, at least not recently. And so Dimitri starts to panic. Like, if anybody was in that
They'll fall in
cabin
love
right
with you
now
instantly.
without a fire lit, it would be so cold, they would likely freeze to death really quickly.
But I got
Like, this
tired
is
of her
a
shit
crisis.
and left.
What's going on with Vladimir? But Dimitri couldn't
Sounds
land
crazy.
anywhere
She must be
nearby.
hot.
There was no way for him to really get down to this cabin. So he had to fly all the way to the nearest airport, and then once he touched down, he immediately contacted Alaska State Troopers to report his friend missing, because that was the only thing he could think to do. However, after Dmitri
was
made
gorgeous.
this report, the state troopers didn't launch some huge search for Vladimir. And that's in part because they weren't actually sure he was missing. They understood that Dmitri, after flying out over the area, had seen snow on the chimney cap, and, it's really cold out, like nobody could survive without a fire. And also, he flew over the area, dropped supplies, and Vladimir didn't come out of the cabin. How could he not hear that stuff? They understood that, but they're also thinking, like, it's possible Vladimir just might not have been in the area. Maybe he was out hunting or, foraging for food or whatever he was doing, and maybe he just wasn't in the area. And that's why it gave you the impression that he was missing. And so that was one part of it. And the other part is the weather was atrocious in this part of the world. And so just sending out a search party into the terrible weather out into the wilderness was really risky. And so the troopers thought it just wasn't worth doing this big search. And so instead of launching a big search, the troopers told Dmitri that what they were going to do instead is just comb through airline records, local airline records, to see if maybe a Vladimir Kostenko had, taken off and flown out of the area. Maybe he didn't tell Dmitri and he just left. Maybe that's why he's not there. And this really frustrated Dmitri and the rest of Vladimir's family, because they're all looking at this as a true emergency. And they're thinking, there's no way he just hopped on a plane and flew out of here without telling anyone. And so finally, 3 days after filing this missing person report, Dmitri said, enough is enough. I'm going to just take it into my own hands and go out there myself and see what's going on with Vladimir. So he chartered a private helicopter and he flew out to the cabin. And when he got there, he gets off the helicopter and he just scans the property. And he sees, this little cabin, and there's, firewood outside stacked up with snow all over it. There's loads of snow on the cabin, and there's snow kind of drifted up on the front door, making it seem like nobody's come in or out of this cabin for some time. And, Dmitri, he's looking around for Vladimir, but there's no sign of life anywhere. Dmitri calls out for Vladimir, but there's no response. And so, with some level of trepidation, Dmitri begins walking up towards his cabin. And when he gets close enough to the front door, he notices something weird. He sees that the front door of this cabin has clearly been boarded up from the outside. There's this big piece of metal that's been placed, basically blocking the door, so nobody could go inside of it. And so Dmitri's thinking, like, why would you do this unless you were leaving the cabin? But why would Vladimir leave the cabin? Like, where is he? I don't understand what's going on here. And so Dmitri goes up to this piece of metal and pries it off the front door, and then he swings open the front door and he looks inside, and everything is pristine. Vladimir is not inside, but the cabin looks immaculate. There's still firewood, there's still food, there's no sign of chaos, no sign of any struggle whatsoever, like everything looks exactly like it should. And so Dmitri, he began walking around inside of this cabin, looking for any clue as to what happened to Vladimir. But there was nothing, until he got to the firewood. He noticed that clearly Vladimir had been labeling his firewood. There was one piece of firewood in particular where the writing was very clear, and what it said was, frankincense aroma, do not burn. And so Dmitri's looking at this piece of wood, that's been labeled as something that he shouldn't be burning, and he's looking at other pieces of wood that also have some level of labeling on them, and he's thinking, like, what does that mean? I don't understand that at all. But that was it. There was no other clues about where Vladimir had gone, and even the labeling of the wood, like, that didn't give him anything. And so the impression that Dmitri got after seeing this firsthand was that at some point, Vladimir, for reasons completely unknown, just decided to board up the cabin and disappear into the Alaskan wilderness with basically no protection, no clear sign he even brought food with him. He just got up and left. Friends and family, and even some authorities, believe there is a chance he could still be out there somewhere.
Cabin fever.
In fact, at one point, authorities thought they had found Vladimir in Hawaii. It turned out not to be him. And then again, they thought they found him in Oregon. It turned out not to be him as well. But the case is still open, and authorities think, at least some do, that he might be alive somewhere, but nobody knows where. And so at this point, all the family has to go off of is the final image of Vladimir, which was taken from inside of Dmitri's plane when he did that first flyover, and he saw Vladimir come out on the porch. That is the final image of Vladimir that we know of. We don't know what happened after this image. All we know is, at some point he began labeling his firewood,
So basically being friends with each of the 3 people she has dated isn't enough proof she was this gorgeous Syrian teacher wanted to meet and considered dating me at one point, and like I've been catfished before, and so it's easy to tell, but she was like some sort of catfishing genius, yo. I feel like the probability of her catfishing is much lower than her just being who she is. I'm mad now, guys. Thanks. Kidding. No, he went crazy and walked into the forest and he found God. God found him, Queen. God found him.
And then he boarded his place up and he left. But where he went next is still a mystery.
Nope, that's not what I want. Oh, this. This is my conspiracy self. Check this out. Callie, did this happen, or did we create this panic scenario? It's real, so she really did catfish you. What? No. He doesn't... His family doesn't believe that she is what she is. So he's trying to convince his family that she's real. Why is this not... Where the fuck is this picture? There it is. No. Okay, this is my conspiracy, guys. This is hair, isn't it? This guy got no hair. Or am I just being paranoid? Like, you can tell he's got like a hood on. Thought it was a hat. So he kind of looks like he has a hood on, but you can see the collar here, right? So I don't know. It could be a hat. But that was the first thing I thought. I was like, wait, isn't that hair? And he's fucking bald. But that's just my conspiracy theory that it's not the same person. That someone killed him and fucked off. But I just love conspiracies. I don't care whether they're real or not. I love the thought of them.
In case you haven't heard yet, our newest graphic novel, Mr. Ballin Presents Where Nightmares Live, is available for pre-order right now. It contains another 9 heart-stopping, strange, dark, and mysterious stories, all based on real events. This was a passion project. It took a lot of time, a lot of people involved, from the artwork to the storytelling. I mean, this is a beautiful piece to add to your collection, so you got to check it out.
True.
The book comes out on September 30th, but again, you can pre-order your copy at book.ballinstudios.com, or you can click the link in the description below. There are a limited number of hand-signed copies available, but those are going to sell out very quickly. So please pre-order today, because remember, your nightmares are waiting.
I'm mad at all of you. I'm gonna catfish everyone on here. Good, Callie. You will get me immediately. Who knows? Maybe I already
did. At 7
did.
p.m. on October 21st, 1978, a 20-year-old pilot named Frederick Valentik flew his small plane over a body of water just south of Australia.
Not before I catfish you.
He'd just taken off from Melbourne, Australia, and his flight plan was to go
Queen's
60 miles
actually
south to
book.
an island called King Island. And he was really excited about this flight. Not so much about where he was going, but because
conspiracy
this
theory.
The first time he'd actually be flying
just
by
like
himself.
Smokey as Valiant Boy.
So Frederick had always dreamed of becoming a pilot. But the journey to actually becoming one had been really difficult. He had applied.
The only
twice,
conspiracy
actually,
that's
to the
real is that
Royal
Eggy
Australian
Mayo
Air
is
Force,
cuck chair.
but Unfortunately, he could not meet their
I
requirements.
already have like a mini
and then
crush on
also,
every
he had
woman
tried to
ever.
become a commercial airline
I mean,
pilot,
you're just a
but he
passionate
failed the
person,
tests.
Callie.
But luckily for Frederick, his father had a ton of money, and he ultimately swooped in and funded Frederick to take some private lessons, and through that, he was able to ultimately
Rewind,
pass
I
the
couldn't
tests
hear.
and get his pilot's license. And so, as fortunately, he could not meet their requirements, and then also he had tried to become a commercial airline pilot, but he had failed their tests. But luckily,
My bad.
at 7
No
p.m.
worries.
on October 21st, 1978, a 20-year-old pilot named Frederick Valentik flew his small plane over a body of water just south of Australia called the Bass Strait. He'd just taken off from Melbourne, Australia, and his flight plan was to go 60 miles south to an island called King Island. And he was really excited about this flight. Not so much about where he was going, but because this represented the first time he'd actually be flying by himself at night. So Frederick
win
had always
first.
dreamed of becoming a pilot, but the journey to actually becoming one had been really difficult. He had applied twice, actually, to the Royal Australian Air Force, but unfortunately he could not meet their requirements, and then also he had tried to become a commercial airline pilot, but he had failed their tests. But luckily for Frederick, his father had a ton of money, and he ultimately swooped in and funded Frederick to take some private lessons, and through that he was able to ultimately pass the tests and get his pilot's license. And so, as Frederick coasted along, looking down below at the lights of Melbourne disappearing behind him, he felt like he was on top of the world. He was doing the one thing he had
Daddy's boy. I'm obsessed with this now because I knew her for a year. Callie, don't get obsessed with it.
always dreamed of, and he was so happy, and it was so cool to be doing it at
You'll
night
ruin
by
the friendship
himself.
over it.
And so he was just looking out at the sights and looking ahead at the Bass Strait, which is this huge
So
dark
don't accuse
expanse of
them.
water, and it was like everything was right in the world. He was doing exactly what he wanted to do. However,
You're wrong, Callie. It's only
a
1%.
few minutes into this flight,
already ruined.
at 7:06 p.m., something strange happened.
I don't talk
As
to her.
Frederick was flying along, he suddenly became aware of a light coming from somewhere behind him. Remember, it's nighttime, so it's totally dark where he is, and he's flying over a body of water, so he's kind of like in this void of darkness. And so any lights are really going to illuminate the cockpit. And so he sees this light, he turns around, and maybe 3,000 or 4,000 feet behind him, he sees what looks like a plane. That is the source of the light. And right away, Frederick's thinking that is both surprising and also potentially very problematic, because he knew from his training that that was far too close to be to another plane. And so the only explanation was either that pilot was off course or Frederick was off course.
But one of the friends we used to talk to contacted me again. Ooh, getting back into it. Getting back into the swing.
And Frederick's thinking, if I'm off course here and I'm flying where I shouldn't be, I'm going to get in trouble with air traffic control, and I might lose my pilot's license. Like the one thing I covet, I might lose it. And so initially, Frederick really didn't know what to do. He was sort of panicking and just kind of frozen, like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do right now. And as this was happening, Frederick kept instinctively looking back at this light, trying to figure out what this plane was doing. And every time he would turn around over the course of just a few seconds, it was very obvious that this light, this other plane, was gaining on him. And so Frederick starts to worry, like, this is not just about...
No, she got mad at me for leaving for a month. I'm probably dead to her now that it's been a year. I mean, that's how women think, right, Callie? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
maybe getting in trouble or not. This plane might crash into me. Look how fast they're going. Like, what do I do? And so Frederick, at this point, he double-checked that he was on course, and based on his
Prediction
instruments
now, it was
and what he'd
alien.
been
Same
doing, he really
queen.
felt like he
I'm on the
was
same
course
page
here.
as
He
you.
just thinks, you know what, the best
Fucking
thing I can do
aliens.
here is just call air traffic control. So he grabs the radio, and he gets a hold of Melbourne air traffic control, and he says, hey, there's this plane that is like right behind me. They're gaining on me. I'm worried they're going to crash into me. Do I need to deviate? Like, what's going on
Queen,
here?
would you
And
be
the air
mad at me
traffic
for leaving
controller
for a month?
calmly says, okay, let me check the radar. Let me check the schedules. And so Frederick, the whole time he's waiting for a response.
Be worried
he's
about
looking
you,
over
not
his
mad.
shoulder, and still this light is gaining
True.
on him. It's getting closer and closer. And then finally, the controller gets back on the radio, and they tell Frederick, there is no other aircraft anywhere near you. Like there's nothing over the Bass Strait.
Aliens.
You are completely alone. But Frederick couldn't believe this, because by now, the light, the aircraft that was right behind him, has gotten right behind his. It's basically right on his tail. And Frederick is now completely panicked, and he's getting ready to try to explain, like, no, wait a minute, like, there's gotta be a better explanation here. There's something right here. But at that very moment, it becomes very clear to Frederick that this is not some ordinary aircraft, because it began doing something when it got right up behind his aircraft that no normal aircraft could do. This light suddenly began orbiting Frederick's aircraft. Frederick is traveling forward, and this ball of light is basically whipping around his aircraft as fast as can be. He can barely make it out. He's starting to panic, and at the same time, Frederick begins to hear the sound of his engine starting to fail. And there was no reason for it. His craft was fine when he took off, but now it's clearly sputtering and failing. And so all Frederick could do in this totally intense, panicked moment is just grab the radio and begin talking to air traffic control about what he was seeing.
This is the
person
audio.
Frederick actually spoke
He said he's
going
gonna play audio. This is the audio.
Was an air traffic controller in Melbourne named Steve Roby. And Frederick would come off to Steve like he was totally crazy and unhinged, and Steve would say that he couldn't really understand what he was talking about. But at some point, Frederick clearly began talking about some sort of craft orbiting his own, and that his engine was starting to fail, and he didn't know what was going to happen, and he couldn't make an emergency landing. He was over water. And then suddenly Steve remembers hearing this grinding metallic sound come over the radio that basically washed out whatever Frederick was saying. And then it just goes deadly silent. And after that, Frederick disappeared. They searched the area where they knew he was before he disappeared, but they never found his plane. There was no sign of a crash. He never landed at King Island or went back to Melbourne. He was just gone. All they have is that final recording of him describing something orbiting him, then this grinding metallic sound, and then silence. And recently, that audio recording was made public. Now, before I actually play a clip from that audio, here's the official explanation for what happened to Frederick. As he was flying over the Bass Strait, it was so dark and there were no lights really anywhere that at some point, because he's an inexperienced pilot, I suppose, he flipped his plane upside down without realizing it, and the light that he was seeing was actually just a reflection off the water below of his own plane. And eventually, from flying upside down, his engine began to fail, and he crashed into the Bass Strait. However, not everybody believes this explanation, because one, it seems sort of preposterous to imagine that Frederick would not have realized he had flipped the plane upside down and was flying for so long inverted. Like, how could you not notice that? And two, this would not be the first time that somebody reported unexplained phenomena over the Bass Strait.
Bass Strait is huge with aliens.
Leading up to this incident with Frederick, there had been so many reports of UFOs flying over the Bass Strait and also unexplained disappearances that they've dubbed the Bass Strait the Bass Strait Triangle, after the Bermuda Triangle. Basically, it's a part of the world where a disproportionate number of unexplained phenomena occur. And so to this day, Frederick's disappearance remains a mystery. All we have is his final call for help.
Delta Sierra Juliet, what type of aircraft is it? That was deleted from the press accounts for some reason. Delta Sierra Juliet, and confirm you cannot identify the aircraft. Delta Sierra Juliet, roger. Stand by. Can you describe the aircraft? Delta Sierra Juliet, Roger. How large would her object be? Delta Sierra Juliet. Delta Sierra Juliet. Confirm your aircraft just vanished. Delta Sierra Juliet. Is the aircraft still with you? Delta Sierra Juliet, Roger. What are your intentions?
That's fucked
Thank
up.
you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now.
True. Was it B, or did you hear a chopper? No, 100% Queen. It sounded like a fucking helicopter. It's 100% the sound that I was getting. Yeah. I don't know if that is background noise from air traffic control, or if that was the background noise of... Because I was trying to tell if it would, like, click out or not, but it was just constant, so I wasn't sure. Anyways, that's a Mr. Ballin video. Go give him a like, give him a view, give him a subscribe. He is amazing. So yeah, that would be the idea of being that, but for fiction stories. Excuse me. So now we have a couple chapters of this Goblin Girl evolution. So now we can figure out, this is for the Stoner Girl evolution, because I've never written a light RPG before. So we're gonna use, we're gonna do some market research, military accident covered up. Pretty much, like I consider most of that stuff. Oh, it's just it's government technology, and they just want some sort of cover up story. You ever watch Project Blue Book, Queen? I think it was on like Prime or HBO. Super good show. All about explaining away the unexplainable. And it's basically all the files from Blue Book, which were like alien encounters, where these scientists were charged with basically coming up with an actual explanation that's not aliens, right? And there's a whole cover-up thing behind it and everything like that, like, but it's all, you know, like Freedom of Information Act type disclosed documents of actual accounts, just like if you ever watched, like, what was it called? They did, like, cases from the, paranormal studies and stuff like that. No, and it was, like, a space show. Sci-fi. Like, reality kind of thing, where it's, like, you know, it's kind of like Twilight Zone, but for, like, sci-fi. It's, like, very specifically. Paranormal. paranormal stuff. All based, in each episode, it's like kind of based on real events and stuff like that. Like phantom limb stuff where someone gets their arm chopped off and they wind up like saving someone's life because they grab onto them with an arm that doesn't exist. And it's like, well, you know, most of these things would be considered like miracles of God, basically, or like dimensional rifts that fuck with time and stuff like that. But all, you know, super embellished, but still based off of something, right? Embellished for entertainment purposes, as always. Because it's one thing you gotta think about when it comes to like entertainment and stuff like that. Even if it's based off of a real story, at the end of the day, it's embellished for entertainment purposes. Especially the way that the story is told, right? And that's what I like about Mr. Ballin, is it kind of shows you how important it is the way that you present the story. Alright. Here we go. So this is Goblin Girl Evolution, Chapter 1. Moo, void. The cultivation of absolute nothingness. The One Piece is real. You know what I think the One Piece is, Callie? So was the chick I was just talking about. I think the One Piece is an idea. I don't think it's a physical object. I think it's an idea. And you know what that idea is, Callie? It's freedom. The One Piece represents freedom and revolution from tyranny. That's my best guess at what the One Piece could be if it's not some sort of fruit. If it's not like the origin fruit, like the fruit that like all other fruit came from, right? Like the first devil fruit that contains all the powers, because that's people's most speculation, is that it's a fruit that contains all the powers of all the other fruits. Usopp needs that fruit. Have you seen like the fanfic where it's like different characters get different fruits? It's like there's some fucked up shit. I've seen some intense YouTube videos with like animations and stuff like that. Going hard with it. It's amazing what you can do when you're basically about to die. Let me backtrack a bit and explain. First, my name is Yuki. Second, I'm a goblin. Third, some lunatic wearing heavy plate armor just threw several barrels of flaming oil into my clan's lair. Now I can understand the hate. Goblins. Well, goblin males. Well, look, females in my species are few and far between, and adapted certain qualities that make breeding a little difficult. Turns out having neither a dedicated breeding season or a menstrual cycle leads to some minor fertility issues, even with shamans to cast fertility spells. Bad news, our shaman found a really weird succulent with a lot of other plants grafted on, pulled it out of the ground and ate it. Good news, he was tripping balls before his brain melted. Worse news, that meant the perpetual rut males are in was unquenchable by the half-dozen females of our clan. And the only reason I survived their frenzy was because my sister sealed me in a kiln. So I got to watch as about 50 goblins went into a berserk orgy, go out, raid females from nearby villages, and get back to said orgy. Less details, the better. Like I said, I can understand someone firebombing the lair. But that left me in a burning cavern, little in the way of ventilation, things getting uncomfortably warm, and all the fresh death around me basically forced me into a state of lucid unconscious. And there, I go to watch. No worse, I got to be. Every emotion, every wound, every bit of suffering that happened in our lair, from the time a goblin mother to the first time a goblin mother to be first took shelter within it to now. The pain eroded away at my senses. My arms were first, then my legs, then my skin, my eyes, my ears. Piece by piece, organ by organ, I was taken apart as if every act to or from my clan happened to me personally. At the end of it, I just wanted my mind to be taken away as well. Enlightenment reached. State of Mu gained. First insights of cultivation awakened. Huh? Processing. Spirit roots burned away. Meridians empty. Body and soul fully detached. Bloodline non-existent. Dantian depleted of all but 0.000000001% of ki necessary to maintain life force. Qualifications met. Would you like to begin cultivation? That was a bigger question than you might think. I was ready to die, right? And I was clearly one answer away from doing just that. And yet, I got a glimpse through that little brick my sister didn't fill. A man coated from head to toe in unpainted steel. The only look in his eyes as he ruthlessly slaughtered my people, one of pure hatred. Maybe I couldn't blame him, but I could at least salute his efforts like a true member of my kind. Fuck you, I lived. Decision made. Congratulations. Your indomitable will to live and sheer spite have seen you through the deepest layers of the abyss. From this day forward, said abyss is now your fucking bitch in a gimp suit. Hot. Learned of mortal grade Mu scripture. Abyss. Wow, I've heard of human cultivators, but even our shamans never got a scripture. Usually monsters like ourselves overturned our Dantian into demon cores over time. Through consuming, imbuing, smoking, drinking, well, anything we could get our hands on that looked rich. The end result killed you, or turned you into an insane drug addict capable of weird magic, but it usually killed you. Which is why no female goblin was allowed to try that shit. Pity, really. I rather enjoyed the one time I managed to sneak a joint of mana weed. Ah well, I'd better shit now. The fucking good shit that let you keep your mind and not turn you into a puddle of gooey rainbow mistfire stuff. That guy died weird. Right, still feeling a bit muzzy. Should probably cultivate before that last drag of key disappears. Embrace eternity or some shit. Yeah, I'd say there were pretty stars, but it was just darkness. Absolute nothing. Just like the name implies. You don't even know how long you're out until you're pulled back in. 'Cause there's nothing. Nothing. No sound, no light, no taste or smell, no touch. Not even the sense of your own organs. Hell, no thoughts. Just a quick flick of a mental switch and you cease to exist for an instant. Which is also an eternity. Which is also, well, I don't know how long. But the fires were out and there was enough air to breathe. And while I was still trapped, a bit more time of existence helped me pick up a new trick. Mortal grade movement technique. Shadow crawl. Pretty much exactly what it said on the box. I can move between shadows using ki. Not very well, and it took a lot, but it was better than this glorified oven becoming my tomb. So I moved from one dark place to another, then promptly fell over and started back on my meditations. Fuck. Gasp. Hey, my shadows. Everyone plays with shadows, Queen. It's okay. Your shadows are better. Yours are tendrils. Fuck. I was gonna need better digs if I wanted to. No, it's mine. Shadow Clone Jutsu! Fuck, I was gonna need better digs if I wanted to figure this cultivation shit out. Going all narcoleptic and vulnerable was a major weakness of this technique. Hopefully one I could master later, but for now, serious munchies. And I could use some flames that weren't a sign of massacre. Unfortunately, my blades were ruined. They were good shit, too, looted off a fighter who thought a halberd made a fine weapon for a goblin hunt. Shortened a touch, it made a better hunting spear, and he'd had a solid belt knife. One of the others in that group had some usable daggers, but they were all trash now. Handles burnt away and the iron half melted, which impressed me, but was damned inconvenient. So yeah, make do. The metal would still help start a fire, even if I had to do the rest with my bare hands. At least I had a half-melted helmet that'd make a decent bucket. The rabbit looked around cautiously, as smart bunnies do. They don't survive by being reckless, but there was a nice berry bush over there, and they were very hungry. Just a quick couple hops under the canopy. Nothing around the shadows were its friend. Mortal grade attack. Shadow grasp. Psych, rabbit stew with mana berries tonight. Still didn't have any proper tools, but bare hands sufficed since that little grasp tore open a cute little bunny's throat. Bleeding it out, removing the digestive tract, toss it in my helmet pot with some wild tap roots I managed to find. Start a fire using the remains of my dagger and a random chunk of flint that was too chipped to nap. Not that I had the tools for that, or the inclination. Stone was for crusty old-timers and kids who hadn't been on their first raid yet. Ah, well, I had fire, I had water, I had enough to make soup while I snacked on the mana-rich berries. Not as much buzz as what I would have gotten before the burnout, but enough key to help me from conking out again. The cook, who didn't mind the pot, had burnt soup, and that tastes horrible. Also found some nice surprises when digging out the good organs to roast, namely extra bones and meat in the uterus. Joke time! Get your jokes ready, chat! We got this! I believe in the toke! Bring me a toke! I'll toke with you for toke's sake! Let's toke! I believe in tokes! So I'm just thinking... So... How does this sound, guys? Stoner girl evolution. My friends convinced me to smoke my first bowl. I love the bag sound. Sound of the bag? Oh, shit. Well, that's the one that I needed to fall. That's the one that didn't have the weed in it. Stoner girl evolution. My friends convinced me to smoke a bowl of weed. They said it was new stuff and they wanted me to try it first. It was called Interworld. I found myself on a slathered beach with random weeds growing on the beach line. As I walked up to them, I noticed that they were... I'd been around my friends for a while. They smoked weed for a while. I knew what this shit was. That was weed. And there's a village in the distance. Did they really have to convince you? No, they had to convince the character. You know who convinced me to smoke weed, Queen? Which is really funny. Maybe I should integrate this into the story. So my parents got me into weed. All of my friends smoke weed. On my 19th birthday, I was outside jumping on the trampoline. All my friends were on the deck with my parents drinking. And then I come up the stairs and I'm like, yeah, my parents. And I was at the, what's that smell? And they're like, oh, we're smoking weed. And I was like, wait, but my parents are here. And my parents are like, yeah, we're the ones smoking weed. And my dad handed me a joint and he said, live a little. So I was like, I'm high on life, man. I don't need to smoke weed.
Now I'm smoking weed. So maybe I should do that. So I should just like integrate that story, and then it's like I take the first bowl, or I take a joint, and I feel like I'm falling backwards, and I like fall into this world, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, you've gained the power, weed dispensary or something like that. And it's like now you can understand what instantly recognize every type of weed. And when you smoke it, you gain some sort of ability, but you don't know what the ability is until you smoke it, and you basically got a catalog. It's like a gotta catch 'em all for like smoking weed to find out what all the abilities are, but you only gain the ability of the weed that you smoked, and you can't regain the ability you just lost. So you have to do like a 3-way transit between swapping abilities. But the character fights by taking puffs of like multiple joints at the same time and like combining powers and stuff like that. So they start off smoking one joint and then another, and then someone mixes, they get their weed mixed together and they just roll it and they get like double powers by smoking them together. So they have like combinations and combinations of weed that make extra powers and stuff. You could just make that the comedy character's backstory to how they started smoking. But it's got to be like a stoner girl evolution. So there has to be like some sort of isekai factor to it, that smoking this weed for the first time brought me to like a whole new world. And now I'm like the master of weed, where I gain all of these abilities. And in this world, you know, people don't know, but I discover that weed gives you these superpowers. And I'm trying to like hide it, but I can give them to other people. But it's like, I want to know first, and then eventually, you know, knowledge of it spreads, and then people are gaining powers, and people are trying to, like, monopolize certain types of weed. What was the idea you were just saying before you got the parent idea? Oh, I was talking about Stoner Girl Evolution. The story. That I didn't know an origin story for the character, that I was going to do, you know, the character, my friends forced me to smoke weed, and now I find myself in a world where weed gives you superpowers. Yeah. So I don't know if I want to do like an isekai, like fantasy world, or if I just want to do like real life superpowers. But I think I want to do like isekai, so then it can be like no one knows that smoking this bud gives you superpowers. Or does the main character the only one that gets powers from smoking? But then I'm like, well, how do other people get powers? Maybe there's like other magic in the world, and this character smokes, and other characters do other things. Like there's painters, there's writers, there's like musicians, there's dancers, and like each one has this kind of like connection with, you know, oh, I play this instrument, I gain this power. You know, I use this color on this canvas and I gain this power. You know, I sing this song, I gain this power. I dance this way, I gain this power. But really focus on like smoking. But then I feel like it's just gonna be like an evolution thing. So I don't know, I gotta work out the kinks in it. Help, where do I find my average viewer or path to affiliate thing? Alright, Callie, so you go to your thing. Oh shit. Someone DM'd me. Okay. Someone DM'd me. Cool story. My weed isn't in that world, but her bring it gets her powers because it's rare in that world. But she brings it, her bringing it with, like, she has the joint. Okay. So in this world, this is how it's gonna start. In this world, there is, I guess, Callie, hold on. I'll do this first. You go creator dashboard, and then you can go to analytics, and you can go stream summary. And you can also go to achievements. And achievements is where your path to partner or path to affiliate is. And then all of, like, you know, your statistics and everything. All of your achievements and everything like that. But yeah. And whoops. Okay, so there's no weed in this world, and she has the joint in her hand. So when she wakes up, she's only taken the one puff of the joint. And on the very edge of the joint, she notices there's a seed. And she gets this notification, basically, you know, like the brain thing that tells you, you know, some sort of message that says, magical contaminant or something like that. And it's like, this weed, this plant form doesn't belong in this world. Unable to analyze, you know, consume for, or she has the baggie because she rolled it with the rolling tray. Well, I'm just saying, like, I think the coincidence of, like, parent passes her the joint, she takes a puff of the joint, winds up in this world with the joint in her hand. The joint's not lit anymore, but there's a seed on the edge. So she plants the seed knowing that this message in her head is basically telling her that weed gives you magic. So she plants the seed and starts growing weed. And it's like out of control. It's like it instantly sprouts into a plant and, like, instantly grows into weed. So she has, like, basically, like, an infinite amount of weed. And, it's, like, pollinating with the other plants around it and, like, turning them into weed. And it's, like, then it's, like, you gotta take the plants that exist in that world that are combined with the weed and then smoke that, and then that gives you the superpower. So it's not that she's specific in the way that she gets her superpowers. It's that this weed itself, and somehow, you know, other people get their hands on it down the line and stuff like that, and it just gets because it's just, like, spreading across the world, right? Contaminating with everything. I feel like that wouldn't work, because wouldn't the seed be burnt up since it was on the end? What if she sucked it in? I just think the fact that the seed's on the end so that she can see it, so she knows that there's a seed in it. So it's, like, slightly scarred and charred by the flames of it, but it's like it was like the first puff of the weed, so it's kind of like rolling off. Like when she took the hit, she sucks in the seed in her mouth. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. And then she's teleported with the seed in her mouth. And then, like, she spits it out, and it, like, lands on the ground and, like, instantly starts growing. And, like... Yes, okay. Okay. And that's the reason why it was teleported with her, because it was inside of her mouth. Perfect. See, this is why brainstorming is, like, such a good idea, because then you get other people's perspectives and you just work with how naturally you should go together with this, right? She inhales, she, like, half chokes on the seed, so she, like, goes like, she's like and you think she's, like, choking on the smoke, but she's actually choking on the seed. And the next thing, she wakes up in like a field of, like, a bunch of weeds and dandelions and stuff, and then she's like and she spits out the seed. Seed lands on the ground, it instantly sprouts seeds, and, like, starts growing into other plants and, like, attaching itself, and she's like, what the fuck? And then she gets the message in her head. Because it's like, maybe she still has smoke in her mouth, too. So there's, like, smoke in her mouth, as well as the seed. And then she blows it out, And it's like now she's high, and since she's high in this world, exactly, make things more organic. Yeah, yeah. Brainstorming plus charismatic streamer plus plague doctor costume equals partner in a year. 100% Callie. I believe in you, man. Because you know what you have that I don't, Callie? The one thing that I'm missing... the charisma to go and promote myself to other people. I am so bad at self-promoting. I feel like I need to get over this, like, it's bad to self-promote bullshit. I like promoting other people. I don't know why I don't promote myself. I think it's cringe. I think it's fucking cringe. On my own platform, promoting myself. That's not what I'm here to promote other people, man. So, like, that's probably my biggest problem. Is that I promote other people, I don't promote myself. That's what Shaw is supposed to be there for. I need his insight and his help so we can start building the YouTube channel. You know? Like, Twitch is one thing, but it's all about YouTube. Like, if you want to make money content creating, it's all about YouTube. Go make friends with other writers here. Everyone helps everyone. Oh, I know, Queen. And, like, that's kind of why I took 2 weeks, or 2 months off. Is because I've never had the time to go around and interact with other streamers, other than the people that I raid after my stream. And those people aren't live, you know, to basically reciprocate. Which is totally understandable. That's just how the world works. So it's like, you know, me going into people's channels and talking to them, I just never have time for it. So now that's something that I'm, like, going to be doing more of, right? Well, it's the like, I lose all of my enthusiasm and energy when it comes to promoting. You keep it, Callie. That's an important factor. Like, I have it, like, all the other times, I would say. It's just when it comes to that. And, like, I have no idea how I keep up this energy with, like, 4 hours of sleep. I I technically should have met Callie before, but I must have always missed him. Oh, you should have met him before. Callie's everywhere, man. Because every streamer I know in the writing section knows Callie. Which is, like, that's amazing. That's great for Callie's networking, right? That means he's really good at keeping up with people. I'm not good at doing that. I can barely keep up with my friends. Let alone, like... I mean, I don't want to say random people on the internet, but literally random people on the internet. Like, there's, like, 4 people that I really kind of, like, know. And most of them don't really stream that often. Like, Nerdarine, Hellish, Levi, and I love Nerd. Yeah, man, I was hanging out with Nerd this morning. Nerd's amazing. Fabulich. Yeah, but the problem is he streams at a time that I would normally work. So I'd never be able to catch his stream. Super annoying. Yeah, in the morning. Yeah, I'm either sleeping or I'd be at work. So it's like, it's just a bad... and like, streaming at 12:30 a.m., like, most of my viewers are, like, Australian or European in, like, GMT plus time zones, where it's, like, 12:30 a.m. for me, and it's, like, 6, 7, 8 in the morning for them. So me streaming this early now, I need, like, an entirely new audience. And, like, Sean, you, Queen, and Callie are probably the only people I would retain for this time of streaming. Yeah, so right now for me it's 10:29, right? I wouldn't have even started streaming for another 2 hours. But we're already 4 hours into the stream. So now I have to pick up people that were not starting at 10 and end at 12, but start at 4 and end around 6 or like 8, right? And a lot of people I hung out with before I stream would end between like
11 and 12, and I start at 12:30, so there was never, you know, reciprocal raids because of time slots. So now I'm hoping I have time to interact with communities that will actually, you know, their viewers are online during this time slot, right? Between like 8 and 11 o'clock. Because that's when the writing category is at its peak of viewers, like most days of the week. It's between 8 and 11 my time. So now it's just making people aware and promoting myself and, you know, hoping people grip onto the community and, you know, my personality and what I want to do for the stream. Because most writers that I see do the, like, sprints and they don't really engage with their communities all that much, right? They're more of, like, co-working streams where you're there to work alongside them, not so much engage with them. Because every time I try to engage with them, I feel like I'm distracting them. That's why I try to tell people, like, don't ever feel like you're distracting me or, like, pulling me away from, like, the content that I'm doing. Because, like I say, there's two types of content. There's content that's from me, which doesn't expire. Like, it's not like, oh, in an hour from now, this story is not going to be available, so I can't read it. But content from the viewer expires. So use the content that's given to you by the viewers before you use your unexpired content. It's like eating the fresh fruit before you open up the cans, right? And that gives you something to latch onto. So I like being interrupted in the story because that's usually how I read anyways, because I'm reading with other people around. So I'll read a couple sentences, I'll join in a conversation, I'll go back to reading a couple sentences, have another conversation, read another couple of sentences, finish the page, take a toke. So it's like I am so used to fragmented reading. So it's like if that's a struggle for you, then it's like, oh, then, you know, you can feel like, oh, I don't want to interrupt you by talking. But then there's, like, Callie or, like, Smokey or, like, Sean who just, like, state their mind and just basically say whatever. And then that's something I can draw off of in order to create content. And it's kind of a cop-out, but it's also you're engaging with the audience, right? You're putting the audience's content above your own content. Which I think is a better way, especially with a small community, to give the feeling that people want to engage. Like I feel like I present an aura that gives people a want for me to read their stories and them to present their stories to me and to show their worlds to me, to show their ideas to me. Because that's what I want. Everyone gonna think I'm female with this pink name? That's okay, Callie, you're all good. You're allowed to be pink, man. It is what it is. I don't judge. So when it comes to, like, interrupting me during the story and, like, wanting to talk or being like, oh, I don't want to say anything because, I don't want to interrupt the story. I just want to let you know that
so brainstorm would be like everyone's here 3.
I'm complete tangent mode, and I distract myself from the story, so don't ever feel like, you know, you can't type or you shouldn't type or something like that to distract me. I mean, if you don't want to, and you just want to sit there and let me read, that's a completely different story, right? But being like, man, I want to say something, but I know the streamer's going to get mad if I interrupt them. Nah, man, I'm going to be happy that you interrupt me, because then I have more to talk about. And then I feel like there's engagement. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Guys, check this out. Before anything else. Before we continue with the story, guys, since it's September 1st, we have to do an audit. So, actually, before that, bring this, what are we at? Twitch tracker notes. Alright, so this is our ranking so far, guys. So, I don't remember what the date was, but this was June. So we were ranked 174,000, and then July 30th we were ranked 136,000. So let's say estimate August. I'm gonna be arrogant, guys, and I'm gonna say 115,000. Let's find out. Let's do some market research here as well. Oh no, is Twitch Tracker gonna be retarded and just not work? No, there it goes. Alright, cross your fingers, guys. Let's see. Damn! I mean... $93, so think about like a 93 concurrent, around 2.2 million. So I'm almost breaking like 100,000. That's like, for me, that's insane how good we are. I've basically surpassed since I started looking 2 months ago. I've surpassed 70,000 people on the rankings, basically, on the ladder. And I'm about to go under 100,000 if I can keep this up. So next month, 90,000, 80,000, 70,000, 60,000. How many months of consecutive growth? Until I'm at 10,000, right? And we just want to continue to grow, to expand, to improve, to be better. And then we can go to Twitch, and we can actually... I wonder if the summary is up right now. Oh, wait, does it show it at the bottom? Where is it? They usually have, like, a... Let's track me, even though it's only been 2 days. That's good, Callie. Can you look up Callie? Yeah. I don't know if it'll have the information, but we can try. The hell was I doing? Oh, I'm looking for... Maybe it's just on my page. Like, the August recap. Doesn't look like it's out yet, because usually they'll have, like, some sort of recap for the year. Or for the month. And you can look at, like, your statistics. Oh, wait, maybe it's on Stream Elements. Hold on. Fuck, excuse me. Jesus, my insecurities are sneaking in suddenly. Bless you, ×4. Thank you, Callie. Oh my god. Okay. Activity feed? No. I don't think you see anything for it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it, but usually there's some sort of, like, monthly review where you can figure out, like, how many chats you had in your channel. But yeah, look, it's just a continuously steady increase over time. That's actually so amazing. Okay, so let's see. So you're unranked because there's not enough data. But you have a average viewers of 9.2 and 44 followers. So Callie, keep it up and next month we'll look at it. What's that website? Can I look myself up? Yeah, it's just Twitch Tracker. I can look you up if you want, Queen. If you don't want me to look you up, I won't look you up, Queen. I spelt it right. Right? Oh, it has no picture. I didn't even notice that was a fucking thing. Lol.
No idea how I got 44 followers. 3.
You're just good, Callie. 'Cause I keep promoting your page. That's pretty good. Across like 4 months. Oh no, we've outed what you look like, Queen, unless that's not you. This just shows 3 months. I started on Mixer. Ah. Now, Twitch isn't the place to grow. Twitch is the place to go once you have a following. I love this. I don't have the best English. Exactly. Exactly. English is hard. My profile pic is a pic of my face. Which doesn't exist? You don't exist? It's a picture of your face? Doesn't quite look like a picture of your face. But I grow from Twitch because I go around mentioning my stream and no one gets mad. This one? Maybe you should get back into streaming. You never know. It's a completely different atmosphere nowadays. I think it's a lot more lax. Yeah, Callie, you do, but I'm just saying in general, Twitch doesn't generally, you know, it isn't the best place to grow, right? It doesn't facilitate growth. It only facilitates the highest level people to become higher. It doesn't promote, like, it's like top down, not like down, you know, from bottom up. It's not bottom up, it's top down. Which is kind of unfortunate, but it is the way that it is. You gotta work within your narrow divide, right? So Callie, teach me the ways of promoting myself. thought about it. I've thought about doing it off cam. I've thought about trying to make a VTuber thing. I don't know, though. I mean, yeah, like PNGs or VTubers are like super popular, especially for chicks, because then, like, you know, you don't have to worry about what you look like. Not that you're ugly, but I mean, just like most people like want to put on makeup or something like that. You have a bad hair day, you know. I'd like to have you top down. True, Callie. I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind that. I'm ugly. I mean, a lot of people say that, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And just because you might be like I'll what's the meme? What's the meme? What's the meme? Let's see if I can find it. Okay, maybe I can find it. What's it called? My experience being ugly gets married. Yeah, this guy. This guy. So this guy like released there's a little compilation about it, but it's like this guy released you know, like his experience about being ugly on YouTube, and then this girl commented, "I think you're kind of cute." And then they got married. But it's like he's just generally just like, he's not like bad looking, but it's like that's not the shape of the face that we consider in today's society to be attractive, right? But it's not like he's fucking ugly. He just doesn't have a normally shaped face, right? His face is a little long. But it's just interesting that, you know, even your view of yourself can put you in such a bad state, and somebody else's view of you can remove you from that state. I think that's one of the most, like, powerful transformations, right? It's like this guy just goes on the internet to explain, like, not even, like, to complain about that he's ugly, just to say, like, these are the things that I experience because people call me ugly. Looks like you, but worse. Supposed to say, I look like him, but worse. As in, my face is worse than his. But it's like, yeah. But it's also like style, presentation, age, like your teeth. Like that's like your jaw shape, like your mouth shape, your nose size. Like, the problem is every single one of those things is kind of just a little bit off with them, whereas most people have just like a tiny thing, right? And that's what, but that's like, people say that your boob and butt size, yeah. People say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but that's beauty that's held at a suspension of disbelief. Then there is attractiveness on a scale to perfection that our eyes recognize beauty as a symmetry. So, the more symmetrical your face is, the more proportionate your face is to the rest of your body, the more we psychologically view that as attractiveness. Because that is looking for features that are closer to perfection versus further away from perfection, and you would want to choose a mate that had the best features to pass on the genes. But now humans are at the point where we don't discard any genes, which is bad. Like, why do I look great in a mirror, but the cam F's me up? Because that's lighting for you, Callie. Yeah, cinematography is super powerful. There's also this, like, compilation of, like, what you look in real life versus what you look like on a camera. And it does, like, it goes from, like, outwards to, like, zooming in. And someone will be like this. Right? It'll look, like, really stupid. They'll be like this. And then they, like, zoom in, and then the actual picture is, like, them with, like, you know, their arm on top of a mountain or something like that.
and it's like they look like a fucking giant or something like that. It's all about perspective, and it's all about lighting. Or like my favorite ones are like, is this a real place? And then it'll like zoom out, and it's like a zoomed in shot of like some guy's footprint in grass. But it looks like a fucking alien landscape with like these massive grass looking trees. But it's just like super zoomed in, like these massive roots coming out, just flooded over. Should I just get a new cam plus light thing instead of getting a sweaty plague doctor outfit? Callie, I think you should just go with the PNG tuber being a plague doctor. I don't think you should actually get a plague doctor outfit. I think maybe if you were gonna do something for an event, maybe, but I don't think that should be like what you wear when you stream, if you know what I mean. Got you tabbed to support Will Gaming. Have a great stream. Thank you, Cubano. Always appreciate it, good sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man. I know I haven't caught up with the I haven't been up to date with the appreciations on the TLC. I've been a little neglectful of the Discord over the last couple of days or so, like a week. Because of, you know, rearranging the schedule, getting everything set up and everything like that. A little bit of a bitch, sister's birthday, friend out of town, you know, that kind of stuff. Getting, you know, the final stuff of work done and shit. So now we're on vacation for 2 months. And then taking 3 days to myself to be like, I need to catch up these last 6 months of sleep. Guys are giving me a bigger ego that was, like, crushed in high school by bullies. Well, there you go, Callie. They were bullies. And your spirit should never be crushed. It should be allowed to fly free. And no matter what anyone says, even if it's bad, you deserve the acknowledgement of existence, Callie. Your validation is important, no matter whether that validation comes through you personally, or the work that you do, or the people that you influence. Wait, do you guys like the weird improv I did on stream? I'm sorry, Callie, I don't remember anything. I was thinking about my stream the entire time you were streaming, and I don't even remember what you were doing when I was watching you on stream. You were reading something. No, you were writing, weren't you? I don't remember that, Callie. I was also editing in the background, too, so I was kind of multitasking. Oh, seducing the chat. Okay. I mean, just get on the ASMR, Callie, and just be like, oh, you guys, it's just so good. Embrace life. That's what it's all about. But, you know, not fucking creepy and weird and fucked up. Okay, I think we can get back to the story now. Here we go. Not as nutritious as they were when grown, but quite a tender delicacy. Beyond that, I just went for the usual tasty bits. Brain, heart, liver, eyes, all the good stuff. The meat and bones went into the stew pot, along with some water and just a touch of blood I'd saved. Boil, then shit. What was I going to use for a spoon? Plague Doctor ASMR with witchcraft tools I buy on Amazon. Next event, guys. Callie, I am super hyped. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm all over that. Few hours and a cold soup later, and I felt fully recharged. Name, Yuki the Abyssal. Health, full. Key, balanced. Status, content. Cultivation, mortal grade Mu Scripture. Movement, mortal grade Shadow. Melee attack, mortal grade Shadow.
Ranged attack, not applicable. Defense, not applicable. Senses, not applicable. Objective, reach your true potential as immortal. Reward, evolution. Well, that sounded like a good time. Definitely worth the effort. But first things first, I needed new equipment. I was dressed in a robe that had barely covered my tits and ass when it was fresh. It was now all sooty, singed and torn. I could use it for a honey trap, but there weren't any goblins around to fall for it. So I needed new clothes, weapons, and maybe a touch of armor. And making that shit was too much for a lone girl to handle. But I knew these woods, and there was always a source. And sure enough, heavy rustlings signaled the delivery of such things right this very minute. Adventurers. Their leader looked like some elven guy, gruff and scraggly. Nice enough armor, but nowhere near my size. And that bow was trouble. I'd take him out first. The second was some big human in chainmail, shouting at the others as if they were truly alone in the woods. Nobles. Tastiest flesh, but worthless gear. I'd save him for last. Then there was a caster sort, some halfling with a stick and a robe much like my own. She kept stealing glances at the armored guy as if she wanted to become his personal codpiece. Killing her would be a favor. The last one. Well, fuck. She'd be trouble. No visual weapons or armor. Perfectly sensible clothing for a tromp through the woods. Didn't carry herself like some rube out picking herbs. The fox girl bitch was a cultivator. Right, new priority target. Fox, elf, halfling, human. Hope the first two never saw it coming. Akko was having a bad day. Bad month, really. But this day just capped it. First, she'd been invited on a local gathering of all minor landholders, where they would sing praises to their lord as they lavished with tribute and given news to the world. Translation? They'd be stuck kissing ass paying 108% of their holdings, yearly income, and taxes, and giving detailed and flowery oral reports of how their property was thriving in triplicate. Under intense scrutiny each time, because of course they were all greedy, lying sycophants. And no sooner than that ordeal being finished than she'd been notified of a goblin raid taking out an entire village in her holding barely a week after she'd departed. So not only had the village she'd sworn to defend been burned, pillaged, and raped, goblins couldn't even get the damned order right, but she'd been away during the entire window. She could have prevented the whole ordeal. Long as a goblin clan had enough shamans to magically convince their males that they weren't actually in a rut, the green bastards were almost civil as neighbors. She had enough doses of a specific potion that they could have drugged up from a full dozen of their kind. Maybe have 2 or 3 survive the initial mutation. Much better success rate than their natural 99% chances when they just went after anything they could get their hands on. But no, not only had her hut been among those torched before it was looted, but the handful of survivors had said some genocidal maniac in full plate armor went up and torched the lair with everyone inside, meaning she'd have to cultivate there for years to remove the resulting miasma. Seriously, adventurers were fucking idiots to a man. And that included their expedition's leader, an arrogant and overdressed buffoon in shiny armor that had seen one parade and no battle. If he weren't also the local lord she was now in deep shit with, she would have told him to look for the goblins himself and take the pint-sized cock sleeve with him. But Sir Percival, the son of John, the son of Henry, the son of blah blah blah, seriously the list went on forever, was eager to personally inspect the damage in the wake of such a disaster that he might give succor to the people ignored in such a time of crisis. Translation, he'd ride in like a big hero in the wake of a disaster he personally engineered, have her taken to his sex dungeon where he'd want her since his father first brought her into his court when he was 7, then take credit for whatever her successor did to rebuild the annihilated village. Rotten bastard was still a brat for all priestesses. Melisandria Moonsilver sung his praise extra loudly after dark. Turns out oaths of chastity are nothing when a man has enough wealth and a pretty face. If the halfling woman's 3 children by her lord were anything to go by, and if she wasn't pregnant with her 4th by the time Akko was chained up, it'd be because pint-sized bitch was knocked up already. Ah well, bonus to her fate would be not leaving to deal with either for so long. The sex dungeons had a disturbingly high turnover rate. Then she dodged, just in time to avoid a weak shadow grasp from seemingly nowhere. Fuck, Wendell replied. The elven archer was bitter over new management, and she was a survivor. Be glad it didn't target you first, she replied, tugging her Klee senses to a maximum. The bitch dodged. Fuck, now I've got to scramble back and deal with... Wait, where'd the elf go? An arrow told me he'd gone up into the trees, and I got to see him melt into the shadows just as I'd noticed him. Fuck, now I'm hurting like hell. I have an arrow in my tit, and 2 opponents who could genuinely kill me. Time, behold your doom, a foul fiend. What? Halfling bitch was going on about something while the sword guy puffed out his chest and twirled a greasy mustache. Feh. Nobles and their bitches. Kill them before I run. Do those two a favor. Even wounded, I don't need fancy cultivation moves to handle those 2. Just snap off the arrow shaft, and it's not in the way. Lunge at the mouthy one to take her very nice clothing, thank you, and rip her throat out while I'm at it. By the time an arrow hits the halfling's corpse, I've already sprung off it and tossed the robe aside. I'll pick it up if I survive, for now. I had just enough momentum to leap at the sword guy, but he was sort of properly trained. I would have been skewered if, as it was, I had to jump off the block of the fox bitch who pushed him out of the way. Why can't they just fucking hold still and fucking die already? Akko and Wendell moved fast, but not fast enough. They'd been through plenty of scrapes before, and goblins were normally low-grade trash and mercenaries, only dangerous because they were in groups. Except this one was a cultivator. Must have been in the lair when it was burned out and survived. She'd call the green bitch lucky, but she could only imagine what the energy of that kind of slaughter did to her mind. Still, her immediate problem was protecting her employer, regardless of his reasoning, opinion of her, or later intentions. He was still technically her liege lord, and there were harsh penalties to those who failed to protect one. So she'd pushed him out of the way, and completely turned out his outrage and protest while blocking what had honestly been an impressive combo. No key usage, just saw strength and speed mixed with a remarkable pain tolerance and durability. Wendell's shot should have been an insta-kill, but instead she'd caught him as he'd shadow walked to another tree, then jumped Melisandria mid-rant, leaving her naked and dead in one motion before bounding off her corpse before Wen could fire off his second shot, then rebounding off a nearby tree and going straight for Sir Percival's eyes. If the goblin were a more experienced cultivator, she might not have been fast enough to save even one of them. As it was, she had the goblin's attention and the shadow range for backup. And then she was on the ground, to the tune of, "You filthy whore, I'm going to kill you, where you," and that was as far as Sir Idiot got before Greenie used a technique to slice him open from sinus to crotch. Fuck, she's a shadow cultivator too. Well, managed to get the weaklings out of the way. Now I could focus on the other 2. The elf, from what I could see, was pretty much bald. Just scruffy stubble over his face and head. Kind of fat too, but in a way you shouldn't underestimate. He wore dark-colored leather armor and a green-gray cloak, and clearly knew how to fire a bow and move through shadows like I could. Better than I could, actually. I kinda saw what he was doing, and it was for a lot faster and cleaner than I could manage. The fox lady was, whoa, far more dangerous, as her little bolt of fire key demonstrated. Black tail, black hair, cut straight just under her ears. Oh, and black fluffy ears that pointed out the sides of her head. Typical sort I've heard called kitsune somewhere, but ow, okay, sorry, gotta focus, that actually hurt. Wendell was actually surprised his 3rd attack actually landed. Akko was far stronger than him. Honestly, adventurers and mercenaries might pick up a key technique or two over their lives, like he had, but rarely had a cultivation sculpture to enhance their physical form or spiritual essence. Once in a different life, he'd been a soldier, proud to serve the elven glades and protect the harmony of nature. Then war happened, and he got to see the realities. First, the Council of Glades were corrupt and tyrannical. If something didn't fit into their view of the harmony of nature, it no longer existed, by any means necessary. This included a lot of plants, wild animals, and sapient creatures of all shapes and sizes. Sapient creatures. As in, like, beastmen. And the humans they were fighting, even worse. Their policy is just to strip everything of resources and life. Damn the long-term consequences. Their leaders couldn't even think ahead to the end of their own pitiful lives, let alone centuries an elf could live. Then cultivators of all stripes came in and ended the fighting altogether. Akko had been among that lot, green as he'd once been at the time. She'd been awarded for her service, with a small parcel of land to develop as she pleased. And that established and run a beautiful community for nearly a century, before this boy, who was all bluster and no battle, came along to destroy what his ancestors had been good enough to build and maintain. Thinking of having a 4th tier where it's like $25, but I send everyone signed books, bookmarks, character art, and letters from characters they really like. I mean, that's not bad, Callie. That's super smart. See, that's what I mean by you have a marketing mind and I don't. I'd be like, I'm just going to give this away to everyone for free. Akko's estate was the last one that hadn't been taken over by his precious little cronies, and now it was in ruins. He spat on Sir Percival's corpse. Fucking bastard got what was coming to him, and he had that bitch mistress of his. Sanctimonious, oath-breaking hypocrite. Immaculate conception. His ass. 3 times over in the space as many years. No secret there what she'd been up to. Especially with how loud and shrill she was in bed. Still, he was rather impressed with the goblin, even as she melted away into the shadows herself before he could target her again. Well, this is going to be a bloody mess to explain. Akko looked up at him, exhaustion in her once pure eyes he knew reflected back from his own. Then she shook her head. We don't explain when we vanish, and we hope to never be found. Weldon nodded. Right, of course. Forgot these humans were like that. Never mind failing to protect your liege lord already carries the death sentence. Punishment for failing at least avenge him is even worse. Akko nodded in return. Teach you what I know. When we get some space, you have the potential to do at least as much as that goblin did, and we both need to become much stronger if we ever want to truly be free again. I also do stuff for free, but I plan on using that to entice people to look at the paid stuff, which Patreon does a really good job with. Maybe I should just when you figured it all out, Callie, you want to figure out my Patreon, and I could do like exclusive content for the Patreon, like the podcast. I help. Awesome. That would help me a lot, Callie, because that's where I'm extremely lacking. God, my nose is fucked, guys. So annoying. Wen nodded along, though absently this time. Poor lass, I can't bear to tell her. The only truly free soul he'd ever met in this life had probably been that goblin that just attacked them. Together, they ran off, leaving as little a trail as possible. I don't know, guys, what do you think? I thought this one was pretty shitty. This feels like a first draft. But let's try Fox Girl Evolution. Wait, we never copied Fox Girl Evolution? Shit. How did I not... Should work on removing any words that don't add to the story. It's not my work, Callie. Oh, I'm confused. The thing that I read here, this Goblin Girl evolution, this isn't mine. This is a Royal Roid store. I'm doing market research on evolution style lit RPG stories. So my Stoner Girl evolution story feels like it hits that niche. So that's kind of what today is today is kind of about research. And reading these people's stories and getting a feel for lit RPGs that I've never really read before. I wish Sean was here, because he would be a great help right now. I've basically been waiting for him to show up. So today is going to be the one day that he doesn't show up to the stream. Because that's how my life is. But that's okay. We can do what we do on our own, and then we can ask him for help later, because he's the one who's talking about all these evolutions. English language isn't what I look for when I read. Yeah. So there's the Goblin Girl evolution. Okay, so let's see. How do I do by popularity? Seems like Goblin Girl is the most... So somehow this story is like super popular. I don't know how. Now I can't remember where this Fox Girl, but I think this was Scribble Hub. Fox Girl evolution. Okay, and then we'll do another chapter. So we'll do 2 chapters. I might have a sleepy day today. Oh wait, you slept all day today, didn't you, Callie, already? So one from Raw Road, one from Scribble Hub, and let's see like what I'm trying to compete with, right? That's kind of the idea. At least in this evolution lit RPG space. I still don't know how to search by popularity, though. And go to trending. Would I be distracting to you if I asked you to look at the benefits of my Patreon? No, Callie, not at all. Let me go look. Oh wait, I can grab that from the Discord, right? Okay. From the cottage and the church, work in progress. Oh, that's the fish one. Poetry. New audio novel. Poetry audio. I don't know what I'm doing, Callie. I don't know how to use Patreon. Oh, memberships. Oh, that's because I'm on mine, not yours, right? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, there, your membership. So, free. Get updates. Upgrade your membership to get access to your membership card. No, see, I don't want to pay money. I just want free. But I'm already at that stage, right? Listen in other podcasts. Like, I need to get a Spotify, guys. And then upgrade your membership. So, like, look at the benefits. 7-day free trial. Caterpillars. Poetry and short stories, prose poetry written when I'm sad, backstory, myths from written novels, story ideas I get, Spotify playlist with same vibe as stories, Discord access for $4 a month. Poetry and short stories, prose and poetry, backstory, everything read out loud, so that's an extra bonus. I would say, Callie, you should put the things that are new at the bottom. So, like, put this list in order. Right? And so all the things that you get, all of them, and I would put the Discord access, like, at the very top. And then I'd add everything you read out loud so it's easier to see. And there's something else that you added here, it looks like. No, it's just underneath it. So, like, this just adds, so you maybe should have like an extra thing at the bottom here that says everything read out loud, so you know what's the difference between this and this. And then this, which is prose stories, poetry, backstory, stories, everything Spotify. Chapters of novels, behind the scenes content, character art funded by you. So these would all be the things you get here for the extra bit. Bless you. Excuse me. Thank you. Feels like there's an explosion going on inside of my nose right now. It's not a good time. But yeah, that's my feedback, Callie. Maybe have something other than read out loud. So like, get rid of backstory and myths. And get rid of story ideas I get. And add those to this one. And then it's like this one would have 1, 2, 3, and then the Spotify and Discord. and then you add backstory and ideas and everything read out loud, and then you add chapters of novels, behind the scenes, and characters. And then each time you get 3 more things. Does that make sense, Callie? See, I'm good at having the ideas, Callie. I'm just bad at, like, figuring out how you actually implement the ideas. You know? Like, I don't know how to do this rough draft that would get me to the conclusion of where I'm at. Does that make sense? Like, that's the thing that I'm bad at? Because I'm just unfamiliar with using fucking the internet in general. Because I've ignored it for like the last 20 years and like social media and everything. Wait. Did I do something wrong here? Okay, no, I'm retarded. Okay. I already gone to the next one. I've had a few tries at this. Well, the best thing I can do, Callie, is like my strength is like video editing, clip editing, and like YouTube. Like that's where my strength lies. Doing this damn shit again. Why is it doing this damn shit again? There we go. Okay, bring back the music. Bring back the music. Where is it? There it is. Every time I get affiliate after like a few weeks. Yep, that sounds about right, Callie, because that's just the type of person that you are, right? You're good. You're good at the things that I'm bad at, but we're both good at like the like weird ideas, like charisma kind of thing. At least I am on stream. I'm not so much off stream. It's definitely, I'm like amping myself up because I'm on stream, right? Kind of like, I'm putting on a show. So it's kind of important, right? It's like a consistent tickle inside of my nose ready to drive me fucking crazy! Fucking cuckoo, fucking crazy! It's like there's a ball in there that just needs to come out. Fuck me. Okay. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. With a toque. Another toque! Of course another toque! When do we stop toking? Never! Why would we stop toking? I don't know why we'd ever stop toking. That doesn't make any sense. Tokes are the future, guys! Excusey.
See, it's like... Also, the other thing I don't lack... Like, I do not lack self-control, and I do not lack, like, putting pressure on myself. Like, especially for, like, the idea of, like, consistency and stuff like that, right? It's like... Not only do I want to be here every day, I want to be here every day, and I'm still here every day no matter what. And there's upsides and downsides to that, right? I could probably be spending my time more efficiently if I, like, really wanted to build the channel, but it's like, I want to find myself, because the last thing I want to do is build the channel and not for it to not to be what I want, and then everyone just leaves because it's like, oh, I've kind of hyped up this one expectation, but I've never kind of delivered on that expectation. That's kind of always one of my fears in the back of my mind. Like, am I living up to expectations, right? And then I just generally try to use, like, analytics and engagement as a general understanding. But if you look at my engagement off of Twitch, and you look at my audience and stuff, it's like we have Discord and Twitch, but it's like the interaction with, like, the YouTube and the TikTok, because people just don't use those, right? So it's like we gotta find alternative means to turn people over to the content. And I think engaging more with YouTube and engaging more with TikTok is probably one of the best ways I can do that. Like, one of the most efficient ways to do that. But that's what I want Shaw's help with, though. And, like, the AdWolf company and stuff like that, so they can point me in the right direction and help me out with that kind of stuff. That was the original intent behind it. See if we could get me to, like, 100 subscribers on YouTube. That would be, like, my first goal, is to get to 100 subscribers on YouTube. Even if it's combined between all of my channels. Which right now we'd be at about 60. Actually, like 70, because 34 plus 22 is 66, 76, 77. I know what social media I can use besides Twitch and Substack. Oh, and Discord. Twitter, Blue Sky, Facebook. Like, Facebook's good because old people read, right? So, like, older people are on Facebook. So, like, Facebook is actually kind of, like, good for that, right? It's where it's like, I should really go back and get my old Facebook that has, like, all of my old high school friends attached to it, that has, like, tons of people on it, and just be like, start posting shit on there and see if that shit pops off on Facebook. Because people love stories and shit like that, you know? And it's been 25 years, so, you know, maybe people don't remember me as a little piece of shit gremlin fucktard. I mean, what? Not that all that evidence isn't there on that Facebook account. The good and the bad. The very bad and the very bad and the very stay away, no, bad, get out, bad. It's very much there, though. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, get ready to toke. On the count of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Toke. Shit's fucking brutal. Should I just start picking people and give stuff away to cause
Patreon is gifting. Feature. Charles. No, I know it's not good. I probably am fucking sick though. Jesus. Okay. Woo, okay. Let's get this story going. Here we go. It's like a perpetual tickle. Well, my ear popped, so that's good, I think. Jesus. It's like one's clogged, and one makes me feel like I have to sneeze. Just rip them off my face. I'm like, just sneeze, just sneeze. Ain't going nowhere, ain't doing nothing. Ah, the ever-joyful first rays of sunlight, nature's alarm clock without a snooze button. I squirmed under the blankets of my ridiculously cozy little bed by the window. Paws stretched out with that satisfying wiggle, one fluffy tail giving a cheerful wag. I made sure not to make a peep, though. Foxes, let's just say the built-in audio system is uniquely cursed. Still not used to it, to be honest, which was strange, really. It'd been 3 whole days since I woke up as this. Small, fuzzy, ears like satellite dishes, nose sharp, pointy, a fox kit. Yup, that was me now. How? Why? No clue. Nada. But hey, when your biggest crisis is resisting belly rubs, existential dread can wait its turn. Cue the high-pitched whine that stabbed straight through my elongated ear holes. I glanced sideways. There she was, standing next to an expensive-looking bed. In one hand was that same weird mask again. In the air, beside her, was a book, just floating. Nothing holding it up, just floating. I felt that familiar little ping go off in my brain. The one that always buzzed whenever she did magic things. Yeah, that annoying mental pop-up again. I shoved it aside. Let me enjoy the floating spellbook without eternal commentary, please and thank you. The mask itself looked vaguely foxish. Golden trim, pitch black surface, had that shiny pea-colored crystal to it, like it might whisper secrets if you licked it. I regret doing it. And this wasn't her first dramatic one-woman show in front of it either. As for the floating book, that was a magic spell, telekinesis, to be precise. Don't ask how I know. It's a whole situation. Yes, objectively bizarre, but Bizarre and I were now uncomfortably intimate acquaintances. Exhibit A. I am, factually, a fox. Oh, spare me, you gilded paperweight, she groaned. I liquidated my entire pathetic fortune for you. Don't you dare be a bedelzed con? What? Wait, what happened to the pothead girl story? I haven't written it yet, Queen. This is research so that when I do write it, I make sure that I'm writing it in the way that the genre is written. So I'm trying to find a correlation between 3 different stories and triangulate and extrapolate their, like, story structure and stuff like that of, like, how, and try to improve upon it. Because you always want to study the competition so you can be better than them. And so far, I think I'm better than this. I think I'm way better than this. I don't know what you guys think, but this, I don't know. Sounds like a first draft. Especially Goblin Girl. Oh, spare me, you gilded paperweight, she groaned. I liquidated my entire pathetic fortune for you. Don't you dare be a bedazzled con. That operatic whine belonged to my current benefactor. Title applied with maximum sarcasm. Julia was her name. She looked about 18, all frilly black dress, moody makeup, black lipstick, blue eyeshadow. If teenage goth was a profession, she had tenure. Given that I hadn't seen a single scrap of modern tech in this place, unless magic counts, I figured we were way back in the historical blender. Maybe it really was the Gothic period. But since she's the only person I'd seen so far, sample size, 1. Best guess, ye old edgelord times. Population, Julia, me, and the crickets. I immediately averted my gaze to fake sleep, but no dice. Julia had superhuman senses, or just nosy instincts. And a moment later, 2 hands scooped me off the bed. Oh, I know you're awake, little Clover, she sang. I clung to the sleep act anyway, hoping to skip today's rerun of her tragic backstory of this month. The artifact she sold her savings for, seriously, all of it. How she felt absolutely betrayed, how she fantasized about setting the auction house on fire, which was uncomfortably exciting, and how her life wouldn't have been perfect if the damn thing had worked. But nope. Her life would have been perfect if the damn thing had worked. But nope. She wasn't buying my fake snoozing, and without mercy, she launched a tickle attack. Look into Dungeon Crawler Carl. That's a really popular lit RPG. Alright, I will have to do that. Maybe that'll be our 3rd story since Sean isn't here. Because I was just going to pick, like, literally just go to, like, trending and, or, like, top and just, like, pick the most popular RPG story. Oh, that's why I like Royal Road, because everything's for free. I don't want to pay for something and then, you know, like, people are dumb and they think popular means good. So a lot of things that are super popular are actually really, really bad. It's just, for some reason, they're popular. Author just, the book in Barnes & Noble. Nice. Yeah, like, I literally live in, like, the smallest town ever that we don't even have, like, a movie theater. Like, we have one Walmart. Everything else is, like, business, like, small businesses. And I can't drive. So, like, I'm, like, extremely isolated from any physical existence, essentially. Unfortunate, but is such life. So, like, and word of mouth is the most powerful thing, you know? So, my other half listened to Lit RPG and he loved that book series. Yeah. My nose is fucking killing me. There's this tiny tickle that needs to go away. Scree. Alan Fox speak. That's for. Speak for. That's illegal. That only made her laugh harder, then came to hug. Again, honestly, I was very, very ridiculously small at the moment. Physically speaking, I was fine. Like, no weakness or anything, but damn, humans were huge. She wrapped around me like a living blanket fortress. A purr rumbled out as she patted my spine. Do not preside over my shame. Biological betrayal. She knew all my spots. I might have melted right there in her arms. Maybe I did. Jury's out. Whatever would I do without you, Clover? She muttered, half to herself. Literally everything, likely. My contribution hovered near zero. Still, she enjoyed dispensing these human sentiment pellets. Straight little affirmations. Weird as the whole situation was, I'd grown fond of her. This mistress of mine, beneath the wine lay sweetness, genuine care, annoyingly endearing, like a magically inclined, financially ruinous barnacle cat. After what felt like a full ritual of back pats, murmured incantations from her floating book, and the occasional dramatic glance at the fox-shaped mask, she finally let go. Well, another day, another dud. We'll try again this noon. Her stomach growled audibly. Mine chimed like backup vocals. Breakfast time. Scree! Affirmative, protein imminent. I instinctively licked my chops, perhaps with excess theatricality, because suddenly my muzzle was undergoing aggressive friction therapy. Again, pawed her face away with maximum dignity. Minimal efficiency achieved. Eventually, she plopped me back into my cozy little window bed and left, slamming the wooden door shut behind her. Alone at last, I hopped down. Small, sure, but agile as hell. Physically, I felt stronger than anything my size had any reasonable right to be. Like very cute, very dangerous marshmallow. That's when my eyes landed on the mask, still sitting on the bed like it hadn't been hijacked my entire life. My entire fur coat shivered. First off, whatever that thing was, it wasn't fake. Julie had been using it for her research, obsessively looking for ways to activate it. She'd wanted it bad. Me, I made the mistake of licking it. In my defense, shiny gemstone, as a fox, my OS defaults to investigate shiny via tongue. I couldn't resist. Blame the pre-installed Vulpine firmware. Kleptomania tendencies with optimal magpie subroutines. Zero remorse. Okay, maybe a sliver, but mostly zero. Apparently that was the activation sequence. Lick the vaguely pea-hued crystal. Boom. Artifact triggered. And then the screen appeared. Goddess of Trickery is grinning at you. Naturally. Looked like the artificial had worked. Artifact had worked. Wait, raspberry. What did I say? Wait, what? Or are you just doing the raspberry, like, effect? Emoting a raspberry. You're just making the noise? Ah, okay. Perfect. I was like, wait, did I read something wrong? I know I'm retarded, but really? Naturally. Looked like the artifact had worked just on me, the pet, her fox. I stared at the floating message, head thudding faster. I didn't understand much. Not how I ended up as a fox. Not how this screen worked. And definitely not why a little goddess was watching me like I was the star of her private comedy hour. It's been a year, but I'd only remembered I'd have passed 3 days ago. 3 days had been enough to accept this reality. Memories and all. It was me now. But 3 days weren't nearly enough to understand it. And honestly, meh, I didn't care. I leapt back onto my bed, threw in a conspicuous little hop kick to send the creepy mass tumbling onto the bedpost, and gave it the most emphatic Vulpine fuck-off paw salute possible. Digitless appendages severely limit nuance, okay, but I sold it. Goddess of trickery is cackling. Of course she was. Whoever this divine chaos gremlin was, she clearly wasn't playing with a full deck of godly cards. She wanted to watch, fine. Creepy, sure, but not my problem. The licking seemed like a weird quirk given just to be weird. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I feel like it should be something like the fox should have eaten the crystal. Like, it thought it was food or something. And then the chick is, like, looking for the crystal. But doesn't understand that the fox was the one that ate it. I think that would probably be a better way to go about the story. That's what I was thinking in my head. Stolen it because foxes steal things. Yeah. And, like, hoarded it and, like, slept on top of it, connected its consciousness with it or something like that. If I tilt my head hard enough, I can feel my ears popping. Is that a good sign? Goddess of trickery is crackling. Of course she was. Whoever this divine chaos gremlin was, she clearly wasn't playing with a full deck of godly cards. She wanted to watch? Fine. Creepy? Sure. But not my problem. I think you're getting sick? Yeah, I think I'm getting sick too. I was just a little fox. Maybe we do a little bit of a shorter stream today? I don't know. Maybe we don't go the full 12 hours and we only do like 9. I was hoping on doing 12 hours today. But again, this is my curse. As soon as I have like something set in my mind to do, something, you know, comes up. We'll see how I feel, right? I mean, I've still got content that, like, we haven't done the react yet. There's a secure team video. We haven't done commentary. And I haven't written. And I haven't played PoE. So that's like 5 things we haven't done yet. But whether we get to them or not doesn't really matter, because we can just push them to the next day, right? Whereas research for this story that I want to start writing tomorrow, or at least outlining it tomorrow, I just want to get a feel for what the competition is. I think that's what I should do before I do anything else. Fine, creepy, sure, but not my problem. I was just a little fox living her best life. Naps, snacks, magical snuggles with my witchy goth roommate. I buried my face in the soft bedding. Divine vorism aside, this beat my old life rotten. No emails, no stress, just fluff. And it's gone. Still, curiosity nibbled at me. This world had magic, real tangible magic, and I could feel something different inside myself too. Focusing inward wasn't just a figure of speech here. If I concentrated, I could quite literally look inside myself. Yo, my favorite bikini streamer, been a while, Fireblade, what's up, my good bro, how are you? September 7th, Fireblade, Sunday, a week from yesterday, 6 days from now. Yes, I did say 6 days from now, that was purposeful. 6 days from now is the next bikini stream. Don't miss it, Fireblade. You'll regret it. Alright, bet. I'll be there. Fuck yeah, Fireblade. Sounds like a good time. Can't wait. Fuck yeah, dude. You notice we're streaming a little bit earlier. So we changed the streaming schedule around because I'm gonna be off work for 2 months. So we are going to be streaming earlier. So today the start time of the stream is the normal start time that we will be at for the foreseeable future. Already getting excited thinking about it. Already getting excited thinking about it. True. I'm also getting sick, I think. My nose is running like a fucking fire hydrant, and I'm sneezing like a bitch. My throat is sore. My head hurts. My nose won't stop itching. But no one gives a fuck about me. I'm just a dancing monkey. I'm just here to put on a show and dance for you guys. How I feel is irrelevant. I care about you. You can care about the monkey. But I'm still a monkey. I'm still a dancing monkey. Right? I'm here to put on a show and entertain, to keep you guys around, to keep things interesting, to keep things moving, to keep things, you know, out of pocket, off the wall. Crazy as fuck. Chaos inlaid. You know, it's perfect. Except being sick is not perfect. Ads! No one cares about the ads, guys. When did ads become... Guys, when did ads become old school? Yeah! 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 I feel like there's one more. I know what to do next. Audio stuff. I already wrote like 100 words of something new. You're not a monkey to me, silly. I can't be attracted to monkeys. Bless you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Hold on. Guys, I'm not having a dog. I'm not having a dog. I swear, it's not having a dog. You can't have a dog. It's not a dog. I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. I just can't fucking do it. My throat's too bugged. I can't do it. I don't know why, but no, I'm not having a dog. Fuck it. We're done. We're over. It's out. Bye. Okay. It was an endless expanse of white, with me standing there in the middle. I was inside me. Bizarre didn't even begin to cover it. I just find weird photos online and write like 1,000 words. That is a smart idea, Callie. At the center, a massive beating heart floated, about the size of a small house. Imagine a real heart set out in a garden, except there was no garden, just infinite white. A few vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the floating heart. And that was the only break in the emptiness. I fixed my attention on the heart, and a screen popped up in front of me. Simulation 0%, dormant. Current granted trait, trickery. Trickery. You are a trickster. In the world of magic, you can see all magic. With seeing comes understanding, and if you are capable, you can modify it. Trickery interface. Grants the following boons. Auto-detect, activate spellcasting or ritual initiation within sensory range. Analyze detected magic to increase comprehension. Apply minor modifications to action. Understood low-tier spells, rituals. Current limitations. Single target only. Tier ceiling, low. Still the same as yesterday. When I said I'd been in this world for 3 days, I meant it's been 3 days since I remembered my past life. I've actually been here for almost a year. Not migrated. More like reincarnated. Julia was there the day I first opened my eyes. From an egg. Yeah, how do foxes hatch from eggs? But what was that? Was that stranger than magic is real and I don't have a giant vine-wrapped heart floating inside my soul inner whatever space? No, egg hatching barely even cracked my weirdness list. So even without my old memories, I was still me, curious, slightly more mature than average, and a fox who wanted to just nap and eat like a glutton. And 3 days ago, after licking that crystal, memories just snapped back in. The process involved freezing up and drooling like an idiot for several minutes, but still, that heart had always been there too. What was new was the screen and whatever trait it had just dropped into my lap, or muzzle, whatever. Licking the crystal felt like I'd absorbed something from it. Result: Divine Stalker unlocked. Past life restored. New ability acquired. Description delivered via floating HUD. From what I've pieced together from goth witches yapping, people here gain powers by assimilating specific organs inside themselves. Don't ask me how. Do they install them surgically, grow them, graft them in like creepy magic biotech? No clue. Not that I'm in a hurry to find out. Life's good. I glanced back at the empty white space and noticed 2 more vines sprouting from the ground. There were 2 more empty slots, probably waiting for their mystery organs. Until I knew more, they could wait. For now, I do what a magic fox should do. Stay chill, eat snacks, commit pretty crimes. No existential spreadsheeting. Even if the ghost of my corporate past life hissed in my ear. Grind! Break the system! I closed my eyes, focused outwards, and the white void dissolved. Back in my comfy bed, I yawned. Breaking the system, huh? Too much hassle. Even with the looming 2 more organs stuff and the whole why am I reincarnated as a fluffy fox mystery. Well, that's future Clover's problem. Today, docket was simple. Naps with malicious intent. Bacon acquisition, illegal methods encouraged, and gaslighting the goth mage into thinking she'd lost her safe keys. Her safe keys, again. Goddess of Chicory is taking furious notes. Let her scribble. I curled into a defiance donut, tail smothering my snout. Julia's bed was a cloud of sinful comfort. Breakfast was a war cry away, and gravity was my only real nemesis during parkour fails. Bliss. Right on cue, Julia re-entered bearing breakfast. Praise the greasy gods, the tray bobbed beside her, levitating on each telekinetic whims. Contents. Some weird fish goop, acceptable. Delicious sludge. And bacon! I adore bacon. I would commit felonies for bacon. Allegedly already have. No witnesses. No case. She spoon-fed me like I was a porcelain princeling, not a chaos goblin fox who definitely French kissed her cursed artifact. Even snaked a lick of her soup, creamy, hearty, violently lickable. She squeaked when I ninja'd it off her spoon. Worth a war crime. Worth the war crime. Soon, I was a boneless puddle in her lap. As she sat on the table, autopilot patting my spine. Full belly, gentle scritches, warm human perch, nirvana unlocked. Her, though, she was still eyeballing that mask. Could have felt guilty. Shoulda, maybe, but no, not a single gremlin guilt cell activated. Goddess juice or innate talent for not giving a fuck. Either way, watching her stress spiral was peak comedy. I launched off her lap. Where are you going, Clover? Yep, I chirped. To relocate your left shoe to the kitchen, obviously. Sadly, she didn't speak fluent Fox conspiracy, mistaking it for adorable nonsense. The house wasn't massive, but it oozed a weird, cozy crypt-core luxury. All wood-polished within an inch of its life, solidly built, creaking just right under human feet. Mine, sadly, couldn't muster a squeak. Bottom floor had 2 rooms, both officially annexed as Clover nap zones. Top floor was always locked, mysterious, forbidden, potentially bacon-stocked. Downstairs, there was the main lounge with an attached kitchen, a washroom tucked into the back, a fireplace flanked by 2 tall bookshelves. Well, not bookshelves, curio shelves, each crammed with oddities I didn't understand. There was a skull with gemstones encrusted in the bone, and I couldn't tell if it was real or extremely committed decor. There were jars of strange floras, gem-like eyeballs, and vases etched in unknown script. A lot of stuff that screamed, "Don't touch unless you want a curse or 3. Then I felt it again. That weird mental ping in the back of my head. This time, I let it happen. Trickery. Has detected a spell. Would you like to view the information? I'd seen it before, but hey, maybe she updated it. Alarm word. Notifies caster if object contains unauthorized mana signature. Same old. Mana here is basically fingerprints. Unique per everyone. Kinda cool. Actually, kinda. The kitchen, by the way, was half cooking space, half medieval chemistry lab. Weird glassware, bubbling liquid, strange geometric patterns in chalk and herbs. Irradiated witchy vibes, which I didn't just tolerate, I actively enjoyed. I yoinked 2 extra bacon strips and Squirrel stashed her left shoe under the pantry shelf. Gremlin tax, paid. These spooky shelf relics, though. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Lick my shiny equals gain divine stalker. Touch cursed T'Chaka probably wake up as a sentient lint roller. Hard pass, no touchy. Midway through plotting my next annoyance operation, glitter in her spellbook tempting. The house bell screeched. Huh? Company, that was new. My whole 1 year Fox life, it'd just been me and Julia here. Sure, she went out sometimes. Stuff and food had to come somewhere, but nobody had ever come in. First contact with another person from this world, my ears perked up. My tail did that twitchy thing it does when curiosity grabs me by the neurons. Upstairs, there was a loud thud, followed by frantic footsteps. Julia barreled down the stairs, visibly panicked. Fuck, is it time already? I thought I had another week. What the fuck are these guys doing here this early? Before I could process that, she scooped me up in one motion. Sorry, Clover, can't let those bastards see you. Bastards? Interesting. Her gaze darted around before locking on a gem-crusted skull on the shelf. With a grunt, she lifted it, revealing a hollow space just big enough for one small fox. Me. Just for 5 minutes, okay? She said quickly, sliding me inside before I could argue. Don't make a sound. I gave a soft whip as I was confused more than annoyed. I had never seen her rattled like this. Then she muttered something under her breath, and I felt it. That mental ping in the back of my skull. Trickery has detected a spell. Would you like to view the information? Why not? Glamour spell. Alters appearance of targeted object or area to conceal or mislead perception. Impressive. The skull's jeweled surface shimmered, and the opening sealed until it looked like it had never been there. From outside, I was invisible. The bell shrieked again. Ding, ding, ding. Impatient much. In the space of a heartbeat, Julia transformed into calm goth. Robe straightened, spine rigid, and a too serene to be real smile pasted across her face. Then she yanked the door open. Alright, that's the end of chapter 1. I mean, not bad so far. Like, I think this definitely has better writing than Goblin Girl. It started off a little, but I mean, I've grown into it, right? So, Not so much so for Goblin Girl. That might take a little bit. I mean, it's interesting, but it still seems a little bit like first drafty. This has a lot more depth, I think, to the actual, like, interactions, right? Anyways, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Drinking too much water. Sleep important. Sleep is important, Callie. Make sure you get your sleep, bro. Ugh. Alright, here we go. Two robed figures appeared in the doorstep. I peered from my hiding spot through the narrow eyes of the skull and noticed something odd. Behind them, the forest stretched as usual. Trees, shadowy undergrowth, and strange shadowy nope-shaped figures that sometimes lurked in the distance. Creatures I never got a clear look at, and frankly never wanted to. I'd assumed my goth mage just lived far from civilization. Kind of on brand for her. When she opened the door, her brow twitched in annoyance. And maybe even a hint of anger? "Hello there, Lady Curtis," said the lead figure, and he removed his mask. His voice was deep and husky and matched the handsome face beneath. Sharp features, strong jaw, piercing blue eyes. Not exactly the gothic, creepy aesthetic Julia favored, but I guess everyone had their own style. His gaze drifted into the house like he owned the place. "Hopefully I'm not intruding on anything." Julia dropped her civility mask and like a hot turd. "You're interrupting my existence," she snapped, trying to slam the door. "Kindly fuck off into the sun." He just smiled and held it open effortlessly. Her scowl deepened. "Of everyone they could have sent," she growled, "they sent you. Julia, you cut me." His smile was poisonous honey. "Don't." "Julia, then." Smugness levels were critical. "Rivals once, yes, but a year apart warrants more warmth. Least you could do is offer some tea." Tapped the door frame. "Invite us in?" I saw her jaw clench, radiating pure nope. Before she reluctantly stepped aside, two figures entered, handsome, McSmug, and a silent hooded shadow glued to his heels. "Thought father said he'd be visiting me personally with mother," she hissed, shutting the door behind them. "Not sending his fucking dog in his place." "Your father is preoccupied. Preoccupied torturing dissenters, abducting villagers for conversation. She bared her teeth. Get to the point. I still had 7 days. There have been complications, he said, tones smoothing into something more formal. Your parents command your return to the sanctum immediately. I'm not setting foot in that festering shithole again. Told them when I bailed, I want zero part of their fucked up crusade. Should be grateful I haven't ratted them out to the royal church, local holy church yet. He made a tch sound and tilted his head. You've gotten soft. I used to see you as more than a rival, almost a shining example. 60% success rate with your subjects. Shut the fuck up. His grin only widened. One of those subjects was a child, wasn't it? The one you successfully awakened. I wonder, I asked you to shut up. That seemed to be the last straw. A matrix, a swirling dark mana spun into existence behind Julia, and with it a massive tentacle erupted from the void, lashing toward the man with a force of collapsing building. It should have hit him, but it didn't. Because the second robed figure, silent until now, vanished, and a heartbeat later the entire tentacle was shredded in place. I felt that weird ping go off in my head again, but before I could tap into it, it was gone. Damn it. That usually happened if I didn't activate the ability fast enough on instantaneous spells. If I missed the window, I didn't get to see their info, or do anything with them. The smug bastard emerged unscathed, looking even more pleased with himself now. His robed bodyguard reappeared behind him, sheathing 2 absolutely nasty-looking daggers. They had weird shadows swirling around them. Well, whatever, smug bastard Prime drawled, brushing non-existent lint from his immaculate sleeve. Still emotionally volcanic, I see. And hey, no mockery intended. Genuinely impressed you managed to awaken a kid. You'd have made a decent priestess for the Lord, but maybe being aggressively mediocre fits you better. She shrugged. Not my circus. Just your escort. Come quickly. Come quietly, or... He glanced back. Robed attack dog gave a shadow blade a lazy, threatening spin. Let's keep this tidy. Appalling, I was speechless. Well, speechless, but brimming with graphic architectural plans for that bastard's face. I needed structural demolition, violent landscaping, urgently. And it wasn't just because of Julia. Dude just radiated punchable aura. As for the backstory bombshells, sounded like Julia had a past, a murky one. Did it change shit? Why was that even a thought? She was the warm lap I claimed, the fingers that found the mythical itch behind my ears, the voice that babbled nonsense was spooning me soup. She was mine. Her past was murky swamp water. Her present had bacon. The math wasn't hard. Obviously, I didn't give a single fuck. The goddess of trickery is verklempt. The fuck is verklempt? Honestly, life was better without a divine peanut gallery narrating your brain. The fuck was even verklempt? I mentally swatted her away. Julia gnawed her lip, torn. Sure. But the default in her posture screamed I'm concerned. Saying no wasn't an option, not against this kind of firepower. And suddenly my tiny world just got a terrifying upgrade. I'd witnessed 2 monstrous displays. Julia's shadow tentacle felt like it could pulp an elephant, and robed attack dog shredded it like a wet toilet paper. Glimpse into a power scale that made my demon fox paws feel laughably pathetically small. Goddess of trickery is headbanging enthusiastically. Yes, small fluff, you too can rend the fabric of existence, primarily for hilarious fuckery. Seriously, I could do cool glowy magic too, and weaponize it for pranks. Possibilities denoted like ill-gotten fireworks in my brain. Detonated like ill-gotten fireworks in my brain. But focus, Clover. Unwanted assholes first. Julia sighed. The sound was pure, bone-deep exhaustion, resignation. I'm not staying long, she muttered. This visit will be shorter than my current fuse. Smug bastard Prime's grin hit maximum smug. Try not to misplace either on the journey. Don't fucking prod me again, she snapped. Then his gaze drifted again and landed right on the skull hiding me. His grin became positively predatory. Julia followed his look. Tension crackled off her. Also, he added, smooth as poisoned silk, bring that mask you bankrupted yourself for. Master found its acquisition intriguing. Julia flashed micro relief he hadn't mentioned to me, instantly vaporized as he continued. And the demon you've got stashed under that skull. Detected its little mana fart the moment I landed. Did you truly think a basic glamour would fool me? Well, so much for hiding in plain sight, or anywhere apparently. He'd sniffed me out before he even crossed the damn threshold. Also, hold on, a demon? From what angle did I look like a demon? I was a little fox. Thank you very much. No horns, no fire breathing, unless these people had a broader definition of demon, in which case, yeah, hopefully that was it. And wait, do these people come with built-in demon radar? Holy fuck sticks, that was unsettling. Julia bit down hard, drawing blood. Can I have a shred of privacy, you invasive fuck? If you possess the skill to conceal it, my lady, I hated him. Julia radiated, matching hatred. Julia scowled, but she obeyed. Her hand wove a quick pattern through the air. Ping fired up. Ping fired off in my skull again. This time I mentally slammed. Yes! What choice did I have? Trickery has detected a spell. Would you like to view the information? Fuck yes. Mana mark retrieval. Summons the previously marked object directly to the user, navigating the optimal spatial path. Neat trick. Mask zipped down the stairs like a panicked bat dodging furniture with impossible grace. Slapped into Julia's waiting palm. She gripped it like it was coated in plague. Then she strode forward. Sharp fingers snapped, shattered whatever spell hid me, and her hand scooped me up gently. I hissed at the man and his silent shadow lackey. Adorable, he drawled. Julia flipped him a blistered middle finger. Eat shit, Bedivere. Yeah, wait, that's actually a cool name. Bedivere offered a mockingly deep bow, flourishing towards the floor. Milady. The world outside, or at least the little slice I could peek at from the second floor window, was all trees and tangled undergrowth. So thick and gloomy, it could have passed for either a forest or the world's most poorly maintained garden. But those shadowy figures creeping around behind the tree trunks, yeah, those confirmed it was definitely not a garden party. One creepy fucker would press itself against a tree, clutching the bark like a perverted ghost, and just stare at me with glowing crimson orbs. Then its buddies would pop up behind other trees, copying the move like a synchronized stalking squad. Creeped out? Not really. Mostly just annoyed, especially since every time Julia showed up, they'd vanish, then reappear one by one like they were rehearsing for a horror pantomime. Since she didn't give them the time of day, I followed her lead. Still, I did not want to pelt them with foxy poop pellets. I did want to pelt them with foxy poop pellets. Unfortunately, Magic Fox biology didn't come with that feature. Disappointing. Maybe Demon Fox was more accurate now. Whatever, it was weird. As for why Julia wasn't all that bothered by them, that I only figured out now. You smashed my fucking barrier, Julia roared, whirling on Bedivere. I shrugged, infuriatingly casual. Frankly, it was tissue paper. Camping in the Phantom Glades with that flimsy shield might stop a soggy ghost. But if a Phantom Lord were to appear, or its fucking cavalry, you'd be mincemeat. Consider it preventative maintenance, Julie. Julia shot him a glare. Julia. Anyway, I needed an entry point for my +1. The hooded figure beside him, who I'd assumed was human, gave a stiff nod. Twin orbs of icy blue light ignited where eyes should be. Your barrier specifically blocked undead and spectral entities. Tricky, yet he bypassed it silently. Impressive, no? Seems you lucked out, bastard. Oh, come now, he said with mock modesty. I'm the best surgeon they've got right now. He patted the shoulder of the cloak thing standing next to him like a proud coach. Best thing I've ever pulled off. Used to be a noble before he got sold off as a slave. Lord handed him over to me. Say hi to Fabio, my death knight. He wore the smuggest grin imaginable, like he was waiting for Julia to explode. Julia didn't. Her expression stayed frozen contempt. If you're done gloating, let's go. Your face makes me want to vomit, Julia shoved past him, clutching me tight, and climbed into the waiting carriage. Bedivere sauntered in after her. Fabio remained outside, taking the reins. The horses snorted and the carriage lurched onto a neglected forced path. After sticking around Julia this long, I'd learned her tells. She was uneasy, trying to bury it under layers of disdain. Her gaze kept flickering to the rear window, like she was waiting for something or someone, but there was nothing there. So she just radiated imperviousness, sitting rigid across the bed from Bedivere. I did my part. I yipped softly and nudged her hand. Got you, which it worked. A flicker of warmth crossed her face. She kissed my forehead. Don't fret, little Clover. Just a quick chat with the parental nightmares, and we'll be home by supper. Gods of Trickery is smiling deviously. Uh-oh. And it sounded like we'd be home by supper. Something was about to go spectacularly wrong. Don't tell me you're deranged enough to talk to a demon. Taming one's a fool's errand, and contracting one usually ends messily. Julia started rummaging frantically through her black gown, hands digging into folds like a pissed-off badger. What are you searching for? Looking for a single solitary fuck to give you, since you seem so starved for them, she sighed dramatically. Seems I'm fresh out, Bedivere. Her voice dripped fake sugar. How about you weld that sewer trap you call a mouth shut? Let's enjoy the blessed silence. Bedivere just chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Peace, then. Peace. The rest of the ride was dull. Outside, I still saw some of those creepy shadow creeps hanging around, but this time, they were keeping their distance. Guess even they had the sense to fear the Death Knight. Can't blame them from what I witnessed him doing earlier. Still, the goddesses... I hate my nose. I just fucking hate it. It's a lie. It's fake. It's a fucking lie. It's not real. There's no such thing as a nose. Nose is not a real thing, guys. There's no such thing as human horn. Who knows? I hate this. Oh, I'd rather, like, literally fucking anything other than my nose being fucked like this. It just fucks everything up. Still, the goddess' earlier message kept looping in my head. Hey, what the hell were you smiling deviously for? Silence. Absolute, infuriating radio silence. Precisely when I craved a divine snark. Goddesses suck. Well, third mental shout unanswered. Fine. Back to not giving a rat's ass. Maybe plot minor home front trickery later. Pranks were my mother tongue. Only I could unleash a lethal one on Smoke Bastard Prime right now. But yeah, I was severely outgunned here. Didn't take long before the carriage came to a halt and we all hopped off. What waited outside was a full-blown manor, big, clean, and stuck right in the middle of nowhere. Surrounded by gardens so unnervingly perfect they looked painted. The transition from Nightmare Forest to this manicured hellscape was so abrupt it gave me whiplash. Rows of servants stood, waiting, clad in crisp black and white uniforms. They bowed in eerie unison as Julia stepped down. "Lady Julia," greeted the fanciest one, monocle gleaming, with another deep bow. Head butler, probably. Julia swept past them like they were furniture. "Where the fuck are my parents?" "Awaiting you in the Undercroft, my lady," the butler replied, tone still polished respect. Although, let's see what those fuckers want with me this time. And off she went, marching ahead with me in one hand and the mask in the other. The mask's empty eye sockets still somehow managed to feel like they were staring straight at me. My fur bristled. I spat at it, or well, tried to. Fox biology vetoed it. Fuck anatomy. Julia just patted my back, mistaking my outrage for a weird cough. Ugh. Inside, the mansion screamed vomit-worthy opulence, spotless, polished, dripping with filthy, rich, medieval bastard aesthetic. Julia took an immediate right in the first cavernous hall, descending stairs that quickly shed their noble facade. The walls morphed into rough-hewn stone, like we'd walked straight into a mountain's guts carved by ambitious lunatics. Blue-flamed torches lined the walls, casting flickering gold light down the increasingly oppressive stairway. It finally spat us out in front of a truly massive gate. Ornate black stone shot through with veins of sickly blue and gaudy gold. Dominating the center was a colossal gleaming golden skull. Yeah, this screamed sanctum loudly. Two enormous figures flanked the gate, encased head to toe in heavy armor hidden under black robes, with shadows curling and writhing from the armor's joints. Death Knights, probably. I'd only met one before, Fabio, and these two looked like they could use him as a toothpick. The term sounded appropriately terrifying, but the details were beyond my fluffy expertise. They bowed in eerie unison, the movement smooth and silent, and hauled. The massive gates open. Excuse me. I caught a glimpse of the shadowy expanse beyond. Thunk. Julia screamed, her face slammed into the unforgiving stone. "Bless you, thank you." Stone floor, lodged inches from her neck, vibrating with the force of its impact, was a spear. I mean, that's intriguing. Okay. I mean, not like 100% bad, right? I'm definitely, like, somewhat invested in the story. But, alas... What order shall we do this in? I don't think it really matters. Okay, Okay, we want this. Get rid of that. No. No. Yes. Okay. We want this. And I will be right back. I need another drink. Oh. Okay. I got some snacks. And I have some cake. I got some drink. And I got a banana. Gotta eat healthy, right? Alright, so let's start off with another Book Fox video. Let's go.
Their deepest secrets to me on Book Fox, and I was really surprised at what they admitted. I got more than 300.
Okay. Didn't like that.
300 anonymous confessions from writers, given through email, through a form on my website, and through DMs. And I narrowed them down to the most shocking and surprising 25. I have no idea who submitted them, and once you see some of these secrets, you'll understand why they wanted to stay anonymous. Especially the last 5, which I saved for the last 5 because they are wild. And if you want to submit a confession, there are instructions in the description below how to do that for my next confession video. Number 25. I told my husband that the angry, vengeful character in my new novel was based on a former boyfriend, but it really was based on him. Ooh,
damn.
Sounds like this is going to be a former husband soon. But, you know,
damn.
You say to write what you know. 3 years after one of my best writing friends published her first novel for an ungodly amount of money, I still haven't read it. I forced myself to read the Goodreads and Amazon reviews until I could fake a conversation. This sounds like jealousy. I get it. We've all been there. But consider this. Having friends publish successfully is way better than having strangers publish successfully. It means when you publish your book, now you have a famous friend to get a blurb from.
Exactly.
I look down on everyone who has ever self-published as being an untalented hack. Oh, that's pretty savage. I guess if you've been burned by some really bad indie books, I guess I can understand why you would look down on them. I'd just say there are plenty of terrible self-published books, but there are tons of amazing ones as well. Kind of like the ratio between terrible books and good books in traditional publishing. I simultaneously submit to places where you are not allowed to simultaneously submit. Rebel. What are you going to do next? Half-inch margins? Write in Comic Sans? Avoid quotation marks? I bought an app that offered phone notifications whenever someone bought my novel. And I lied to my wife and told her the constant dings were people texting me. You wanted to feel important because people were buying your book. Yeah, that's fine. But you also wanted your wife to feel like you were important. Oh, I have all these people texting me. Also, what's the name of the app? I wrote my first novel after my child died, and I actually told myself, for reasons of motivation, that by giving birth to a book, I could alleviate the pain. I'm so sorry to hear that. And yeah, writing a book does feel like giving birth in a lot of different ways. Thankfully, one of the great aspects of writing is that writing can be therapeutic. It can heal you. And I hope time and the process of writing can alleviate some of that pain. After writing short stories for more than 10 years, I still haven't published a single
that's
one.
me.
Writing is such a tough business. It is just brutal. But maybe short stories really aren't your jam. Sometimes it's perfectly fine to pivot, as they say in the tech industry, pivot to a new genre. Try nonfiction, try poetry. Remember the founder of KSC failed at a dozen businesses before he finally stumbled onto this fried chicken recipe and became a multi-billionaire. I told my boyfriend that I was going
I think the reason I'm sick is probably my niece and my nephew.
But really, I just wanted to get
They're
away
always
from
fucking
him for
sick.
a few days so I could decide whether I should break up with him. I feel bad for the boyfriend. And also we need an update on this situation. Did you stick with writing and throw out the boyfriend? Did you make that ex-boyfriend a villain in your next novel? Number 17, that trip to Panama that I told the IRS was for purposes of writing research? Well, let's just say my novel's set in Tennessee. Hey, I see no problem here. Maybe you'll use the Panama trip for the next novel, or for the one after that, or for a short
Isn't that
story,
technically
or for a
fraud?
article. Or maybe one of the characters in this novel lived in Panama previously. When you think about it, everything you do in life fuels your writing in some way. But if the IRS is watching this, I only take very justifiable deductions. Even though I write literature, I really think the movies, YouTube, and TikTok are where it's at. It's
Spend
not
3
really
months
either
on
or,
a
it's
scene
both and,
that you
right?
feel is
I love
dragging,
movies
so
and
you
TikTok
remove
and
the
YouTube for
scene.
things that
Feels
they can
bad
do.
queen,
I
but
also love
it's a
books
learning
for things
process.
that only they can do. Books are cool precisely because they're not Hollywood or Instagram. They're these weird countercultural things, and I love them for it. All my rejections are recorded on an Excel spreadsheet in neat, tiny, ordered rows, and I have the total number memorized. You memorize that number because you're trying to shame yourself, but you shouldn't feel ashamed. Every writer has a ton of rejections. Remember that giant stack of rejections that Stephen King kept impaled on the nail? And then it got too heavy for nail, so he had to substitute a spike. He's Stephen King. He's got a number 2, but he doesn't recite it to himself at night. Let the number go. Let it go. You know what you should do? You should recite your acceptance number to yourself. After I got cancer, I never wanted to write again. It just seemed so pointless.
but
I
you
felt
leave a
that way
legacy.
before, after I published my first book. I'd finally reached my goal, and nothing much happened. But I take comfort in this quote from Gandhi. Gandhi said that whatever you do will be very insignificant, but it is very important that you do it. Even if only a few people read the book, you will
Because otherwise no one would ever do anything, nothing would ever get done, and no one would ever care.
Anonymous review.
But you can't, you can't, the 0.1% can't be everyone, that's why it's 0.1%.
Don't tell them. But
I can't open this fucking thing.
review. I think that might have been crossing the line. Are you sure this is a friend of yours and not more like a frenemy? I plagiarized 2 sentences. What? Is bad. Full stop. Don't do it. But 2 sentences? Only 2 sentences? If it's any consolation, that's
Yeah, it's way better than like most fucking people. Why can I not fucking open this? Oh my god, it's gonna explode everywhere.
I buy all my books
Try to
used on
decide.
Amazon, even though I know I'm defrauding the author and publisher. Okay, it's funny. This is the only confession that I saw multiple times. Writers feel really, really guilty about buying books from Amazon. It's like they know they should patronize indie bookstores, they know they should shop at Bookshop, but they just can't resist those cheap prices of the Amazonian behemoth. I threw away 300 pages of the novel I've been working on for 3 years and still haven't told my agent. This is so common. J.K. Rowling threw away a book called The Private Joke and instead started to write some sort of book about this boy wizard. Stephen King threw out multiple drafts of Carrie before he finally figured out how to write it. When you tell your agent is gonna nod and say, yeah, that's part of the process. It's okay. It's okay. It wasn't exactly lying when I wrote that controversial scene in my memoir. Let's say I wildly exaggerated. What is the line between lying and exaggerating to make a good story? If you're confessing this, that probably means you crossed over that line. You just gotta watch out for getting James frayed and then have to apologize to Oprah. Every time I pay one of those $3 reading fees to a literary magazine, I roundly curse everyone on the masthead for being such greedy little effers. If you are submitting 3 to 4 stories to 30 or 40 magazines, it really starts to add up. But remember back in the day before electronic submissions, you had to buy
God, I couldn't imagine.
You had to buy a return envelope. You had to buy stamps.
Yep.
You had to buy return
It was
stamps.
really
Submission
fucking
has
expensive.
Never been cheap, and honestly, I'd kind
And
of
you do
rather
have to spend money to make money.
rather than going to the post office. Sometimes when I'm reading a children's book to my 2 kids, I feel like the children's author, using words my 3-year-old could understand, has written far better prose than anything in my novel in progress. I can feel this way while reading almost anything.
Children's
So many
books
books out there
sometimes
make me
really
think
good.
This person is a way better writer than I will ever be. I hear ya. It can be depressing. But then I wake up the next morning and sit down at my desk and I do my best. At the last AW writing conference, I got propositioned by someone who knew full well I was married. And what did you say? Don't leave us hanging. Okay, because you sound offended, you probably didn't go through with it. And I have to admit, this is definitely part of writing culture. You know what they say about the 2 biggest writing residencies in the world, Yaddo and McDowell? They say the work is better at McDowell, but the sex is better at Yaddo. The rumor is all the writers are sleeping with one another. And drum roll, please. Here are the very last 5 confessions. I left them for last because they are shocking. I haven't read a book in 6 months. Hey, you've heard of writer's block, right? Well, this is reader's block. Reader's block is when you just don't feel interested in books and you just can't seem to get into any books and you're just not reading at all. That is okay. It is a season. When you find yourself ready, just find an incredible book to slip back into the habit of reading. What I don't want you to do is to tell yourself you are not a writer because you're not currently reading. Just give it some time. I made more writing one erotica novel under a pseudonym than my last 3 literary novels. It can be so frustrating. And fast food books are always going to make more money. If it's any consolation, even William Faulkner wrote Potboilers just to get some cash in his pocket. And then there's also Nicholson Baker, who writes both erotica and serious literary fiction, both under his own name. So it is possible to
that's what I would do.
Fake Amazon accounts in order to leave glowing reviews of my book. I'm almost more impressed than shocked. Amazon has all these really complex safeguards against people doing these kind of things, so like, I'm impressed you pulled it off. But you shouldn't do do it.
No,
Because
you can get
honestly,
banned
you
for
don't
doing
get
that.
warm, glowing feeling inside when you read a review that you wrote. And I actually had a writing professor who did this and was totally unashamed about it. He was like, yeah, of course I left reviews of my own book because my own book's amazing. And we were like, don't do that. Please don't do that. 2, I can only write after I've had a few drinks, and I'm worried about becoming dependent. You're right. It's always bad to mix art with alcohol. No great writer has ever written with alcohol in them. Well, I mean, other than Hemingway. And Fitzgerald, too.
and
Oh, and
King.
Faulkner, and Cheever, and Poe, and Steinbeck, and Capote. Oh, and Kerouac, too. Seriously, though, I think the fact that you are worried about being dependent is a great sign that you're aware of the problem.
Yeah.
You're going to take steps to avoid becoming too dependent. I once borrowed a plot idea from a friend, and she never talked to me again. You borrowed? You borrowed?
Borrowed.
I mean, it sounds like you kind of stole it, right? Hey,
Yeah.
but I get it. We writers are suckers for a good tale. Almost every writer in the world has stolen a story from somewhere else. From myth, an anecdote, a local tale. Stories aren't owned, but in general, it's best not to borrow from those close to us. And if you have a confession that you would like me to include in the next video, send me a video clip according to the instructions in the description.
Damn. Well, that was fun.
I have seen a...
So that one doesn't even really require notes.
I asked writers...
Notes for it. But we will go here and we will do this because this will make everything super simple. That I've not been doing because I'm lazy as fuck. My story started as a Peter Pan retelling. Oh, that's cool. And think about like all the stories that are like a great example of Peter Pan is look at Hook. Have you ever watched Hook? That movie is old, I can't remember it. Well, it's basically like Peter Pan, but it's Peter Pan after he's left. Like, he made the decision to leave Neverland and live with Wendy in the real world. But because he'd been in the real world and he had grown up, he forgot everything about Wonderland, because the whole point is adults don't remember Wonderland. So him going back to Wonderland as an adult and kind of... You know, he's turned into, like, this asshole-ish dad. Yeah, Neverland, sorry. Back to Neverland, and he, you know, has to, like, regain all those childish aspects about him because he's become, like, this super strict, asshole-ish dad that's ignored his family and basically forgotten all the things that made him, you know, the person that he is. And I thought that was a really cool retelling, like an interesting way of even with, like, you're actually taking the Peter Pan lore and as a fan fiction running with it in such an interesting way. So it's like, think about doing that with any other kind of story, right? And it's basically the same thing. Except you can, you know, change the name and everything like that. Like, the new Alien Earth series kind of treats basically the idea is, like, the robots... There's cyborgs, and then there's the new technology where there's people who are downloading their brains into robotic bodies. So they're not AI synths, they're actual human brains inside robotic bodies. But, the whole thing is, like, classified, and it's basically, like, in Neverland, and they have all of, like, the characters' names are named after, like, the Lost Boys and stuff like that, and, like, the main character is Wendy. Because they basically had to give up their real names because their families think that they're dead. But yeah, if you want to watch a really good alien show, even a good show, period, Alien Earth, fucking phenomenal. Good shit. But anyways, so, moving on to the next part, which is new video from Secure Team, guys. Let's check it out. Real Peter Pan, it said that every child saw Neverland differently. That's where I got the idea to do my own version. but I have went far left from the story. Inspiration is key. It's like I say, my Final Fantasy book is inspired by Final Fantasy, and like the ultimate goal would be it to be like an actual Final Fantasy book, but that's because the Final Fantasy genre never carries on the same world within that singular game or like world. So it's not really a Peter Pan retelling anymore. Yeah, and it evolves beyond that, right? Like, mine started as, like, the idea of, like, Final Fantasy X with, like, the technology era versus the magical era. And then it eventually evolved into what I have now. And even before that, it was supposed to be, like, world... Like, there's 7 different worlds, and there was an alignment of the worlds, and one of the worlds was, like, a dark, shadowy world called the Lorians, and they, like, coveted everything and they were sealed away, and now this alignment is happening, and it hasn't happened in 25,000 years, and they haven't been sealed that long, so no one knew what the consequences of this alignment would be. But it's fractured the line between worlds, and now the Lorians are free, and they've escaped. And there's like this darkness spreading across all of the world simultaneously. And the main world is like a very bigoted, like cornered, centered off world where they hate everyone else from all the other civilizations except the main character, who's like a prophet, a scholar, a mage, and like an explorer. And he used to be like an adventurer that used to travel between all the worlds before they got closed off and his world got isolated. And he had the decision to either go with his like best friend or stay in his world, and he chose to stay in his world to help them in case they ever needed to come back again. And then it evolved into the story that I have now. But I still have that main premise that it's evolved from the back of my head, that a story that I could do. Because I still like the concept of the story, I just evolved it into something completely different because of the inspirations that I had along the way. And now it's like all about consciousness and divine or celestial beings and how consciousness spreads and the fury and power of consciousness, all under the guise of like an adventurer, a world of adventurers, people exploring the world and mixing between races and stuff, with the main character being the only human. So it's like a mix between making all the races fucked up and having that one human character that the person can relate with that's in the first person view of that character the entire time, that gives you that perspective of grounding and like resonance where you may not resonate with a character, let's say like an octopi, an avian, or an insectoid, right? Where it's like they're barely recognizable to even like a biped. I feel like I packed a token, never took it, or I did take a token, I'm retarded, but either way. Oh.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler back with Secure Team, and if you didn't catch my most recent video regarding Three Eye Atlas and...
Okay, I need to pull my nose again. Fuck, it just exploded out there. Use more tissue in the last day that I have, last fucking month. Those damn kids getting me sick. Damn you, kids. That's why my sister's sick like fucking 24/7. Because that's pretty much your perpetual life when you have a fucking 8-year-old and a 6-year-old. Especially now the other one's going, you know, and they're all going back to school now, so it's like, all the germs colliding in the summer that they've had to evolve. It is what it is. Totally worth it.
the recent updates surrounding it, head over and check that out. Much appreciated. Now let's get into this. So this week, a user on Reddit posted a video that is, in my opinion, a stunning example of something that we have been tracking for years. The title alone of the Reddit post sets the stage, reading, quote, filmed 300-mile-per-hour object moving above ocean with my drone. WTF is this? He goes on to describe a, quote, basketball-sized object skimming just above the surface of the water at extreme speed, easily 300 miles per hour based on frame-by-frame analysis, end quote. And frankly, the footage delivers. So let's take a look at the raw clip. The footage starts out with the drone hovering there on a peaceful day above the ocean, and it's just filming a school of fish, standard wildlife stuff. The same stuff that I do every time I have the chance to go on vacation to Carolina Beach, North Carolina. I love to take my drone out there over the ocean. And so in this footage, we see a school of fish, and then we see a white bird that glides into the frame. And you can see that this is definitely a bird. You can see its wings flapping. There's no weird business going on. But the very next second, boom, we witness, almost indecipherable to the eye unless zoomed in on, a small white object, an orb if you want to call it that, rockets into view, blasting straight down across the water before just vanishing out of the frame at the bottom, exactly like the uploader described. So this is where the real work begins. When I slowed this down, zoomed in, and motion tracked it with a little color enhancement, you can see the telltale signs of what we like to call in the UFO research community as a fast mover. And you can look at the difference here. The bird in the shot has wings. It flaps visibly. It leaves no trail. But this orb UFO, it leaves a blur signature, a ghost of itself. A series of fading copies trailing behind it that stretch along its path. You can count maybe 4 or 5 of them, and that's...
It's literally like if you're playing a video game on the map, and it's like your footsteps behind you on the map, like disappearing as you're walking past them. Classic fucking UFO.
Not flapping wings, guys. That is the signature of something moving at a freakishly high velocity. Now, that estimate of basketball-sized and the 300 plus miles per hour might sound sensational, but whether you buy those exact numbers or not, the behavior here is not organic. There's no flapping, no visible propulsion, no disturbance of the water, and no splash. Now, this UFO mirrors patterns that we've tracked on this channel alone for many years. Tiny, bright, fast movers that every time they are captured, they just streak across the sky. No visible means of propulsion and gone before you blink. No one knows what they are. All we do know is that they are fast movers, and the title that these things have been given certainly fits. And I'm going to feature some of the other amazing fast mover footage that I've posted over the years on the channel here in just a minute. But as far as this here, could this be advanced drone tech? Possible, but drones typically have structure, and we're talking rotors, stabilization, air disturbances. Nothing like that here. Could it be plasmoids or natural plasma phenomena? Those typically glow and shift shape. They're not discrete, hard-edged orbs leaving ghost trails. All we know for sure is that this footage matches the fast mover playbook to a T. Looking through the comments on the original post, most people are just trying to find a mundane explanation, but the key details, the fluid, the water skipping motion, the lack of disturbance, the blur trail, none of that is easily explained away. And comparing it side by side with that bird in the same shot makes it impossible to call this organic or mundane. And as I said, I've got a whole stack of these clips, guys, from Chile, the Mediterranean, and many that have
Platypus is the world's
US
largest
waters
rock
and
skip.
land,
Longest
and
rock
they all
skip.
have the same behavior, and that's not a coincidence. So
When
before
you
I
see
show
ripples on
these
the
other
water,
clips,
though,
huge credit to the user.
the fish
Very
underneath
normal
aren't
Nicole
even
Scott
scathed
for
by it
capturing
either. Like, they're
this.
not even moving. You'd
You
think
have
they'd be
given us
startled
a
and move,
classic
right?
fast mover. Small, high speed, and with anomalous behavior.
But I mean,
that
hey,
defies any bird,
who
drone,
knows?
or known technology. This is exactly the kind of footage that builds the mountain of growing fast mover evidence and footage. And just so you guys know that this just isn't a one-off, fluke piece of footage, now we're going to look at some clips that I've posted in the past, right here on the channel, spanning over 10 years. For instance, if you go back into my older videos, you come across this one here, I posted 9 years ago, called Fast Moving. UFO almost knocks out
Jesus,
drone
Scoozy.
more.
Holy
so this is from
fuck
2016.
me.
We have a drone flying high above.
My head is
beautiful
exploding.
Rural landscape, and
Woo!
within this footage, I believe there were multiple fast movers captured, and we are going to play that right now. And so we see the drone panning here, and the first of these fast movers appears to the lower left of center in the frame, right where that road curves in a boomerang shape. And you can see where I placed the red circle around it, because these things are very hard to spot. So then, 5 minutes later, in the same piece of footage, we get the money shot. We get yet another fast mover, this time racing towards the drone, straight out of the clouds in the distance, also circled by the red annotation here, which I will let loop over a couple times for you guys. And like I said, it almost knocked his drone out of the sky, which he said in his email to me when he sent this footage. And look how fast these things move. It's almost mind-boggling. Now next, here we have yet another very famous fast mover clip that was so intriguing, it's been featured in countless UFO documentaries. Likewise, I posted on it the moment that it hit the web a few years back. And so we see this beautiful, sprawling, mountainous landscape out in the Midwest of the United States, and yet another super fast white orb-like object can be seen suddenly blasting towards the drone from the mountains and hills in the distance, center of frame, and well, you guys are seeing it here. And notice that it shares all the hallmarks. And so yeah, to lead out today's video, I'm going to let play a few other fast mover clips that I've featured over the many years on this channel, so be sure to watch until the end. And notice that some of these objects are white, while others take on a darker color. Now, whether that has to do with the time of day that they were recorded or not, they definitely fit the bill in the fast mover category. And so I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you have footage similar to this, or any sort of strange or bizarre news or UFO footage of your own, don't hesitate to send it in, upload it to YouTube, and email me the video link to secureteamnews@gmail.com. Thank you all for watching. As always, I am Tyler with Secure Team 10, and for the best in UFO related news and those trying to cover it up, stick right here and I'll be back with much more in just a bit. So check these out, tell me what you think about this new Reddit post and the footage down below, and stay safe.
At what point is it not a coincidence? Like, how much footage do you have to get before it's like, okay, this is something, right? Did you see it? That one's pretty crazy. What are we watching? We are watching Secure Team. Well, we were. This is Secure Team 10. Anything UFO related. Fast movers. Go check them out. Give them a like. Give them a subscribe. Give them a view. All the good stuff. All the good support. Oh, I love these types of videos. Yeah, man. He's got so many of these. Oops. And they're all just like footage, actual footage. I've noticed I have the same taste in a lot of things. Yes, it's a good thing. Fireblade. Now the question is, do you play Path of Exile? There's also this Veritasium video. Exposing the Monsanto conspiracy. But the question now becomes, I do actually, do you want to play? Because that's the plan now. I'm too fucked up to read, or to write. My brain's all scattered. So, let's just fuck around in PoE. Maybe Smokey will show up at some point in time if I summon him. Laying in bed at the moment. No worries. I'll have to remember how to add someone. What sleep? True, Queen. True. Kleenex. Because my nose is like literally dripping out. I'm just putting like little bits of Kleenex until it gets so fucked up. You're the one who asked, man. You're the one who fucking asked. Some sort of crack or something? No, it's just like little balls of Kleenex to stick in my nose so I don't have to keep fucking with my nose, because it tickles and I can just feel it like dripping down my nose. No, you were right. Fire, it's crack. No, that's what this nostril is for. This nostril gets the Kleenex, this nostril gets the crack. You gotta prioritize. I didn't say I didn't do crack, I just said that's not what I was currently putting up my nose. Right? My bad. I got them switched up. One's to cause the sneezing, and the other one is to prevent it. Gamer Girl Evolution on Scrabble Hub, probably the best start so far. Sean, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so we read, check this out, Sean. We read Goblin Girl Evolution and Fox Girl Evolution. So we read the first 3 chapters of this and 2 chapters of this, trying to get a feel for the genre, doing like market research essentially to write it. So we have some ideas. So Sean, what do you think about this? So this is how the stoner girl evolution opens. Okay. So characters jumping on a trampoline. Their parents call them over. They run up the deck. It's their birthday. And their parents say, live a little, and hand them a joint. They do a little thing, and then they take the joint. They're like, fine, whatever, and they puff on the joint. And as soon as they puff on the joint, they inhale a seed into their mouth and smoke, and like they basically fall through the ground and instantly wake up in the middle of a bunch of shrubbery and instantly exhales and like spits the seed out. And then it's like, oh, the gamer thing where it's like, oh, you've entered a new world. You've attained skill from said weed. And then you look over at the seed, and the seed starts to just like grow super fast, and it starts infesting all of the plants. So now whoever smokes those plants gets that weed ability. So each weed ability is attached to each type of plant from that world that the weed has like woven into. And then eventually people learn that smoking this gets you powers, right? But no one knows what the powers are, but so the main character has to kind of do like a collect them all, where smoke every plant and figure out what all the powers are to categorize them. And she can kind of like combine powers by like smoking different combinations of weed. So she like has like 4 joints lit, and she's like, you know, 1 super speed, 1 super intelligence, 1 super strength, and another one's like gravity control, right? So that way it's a lot more grounding for like how each bud is. And then I'll base each plant. Is she looking for the ticket home then? Yeah, she's trying to find out how she got there. And it turns out that this is what I was thinking for like the whole plot thing. It turns out that they've created a technology that like splits between worlds, and they knew that they pulled someone from a different world, but they didn't know who it was because they didn't know where the location landed them. So, you know, some sort of failed experiment by the kingdom or nation or whatever it is that's in control, right? So that's like so far the basic premise that I have for the story. That's what we've kind of worked up so far. Failed interdimensional abduction. Exactly. And simply because the seed was in her mouth at the time, it brought the seed over, and the seed was just so, like, this world is so vibrant and there's, like, magic and, like, power and energy that the seed just instantly infiltrated other invasive species, and it's kind of spreading itself across the planet now, infecting everything in its wake. So there's also that to contend with, right? So maybe there'll be some subplot that has to do with that. But I think I'm fucking sick, Sean. Sucks. Brr. Kill me now. Fuck. Okay, well, we know what we're doing. Earth life is super prolific in the magic-infused world, so her powers are always more potent than the same powers in the native, perhaps? Like, she gains the full potential of what the powers are, but other people only gain a small potential of what powers are. Don't know why, but hey, that's what we go with, right? Alva's the one who gets us in so much shit. Like, watch what she's gonna do, guys. Watch what Alva's gonna do. The natives could eventually get to what she gets automatically. Nobody can surpass her, but eventually they can catch up. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Ah, shit! Alva? What the fuck? Okay. It is what it is. Alva fucked up. That's all I know. She's gonna get us into so much trouble. Okay, let's go. And we just need Smokey to show up. Sacrificial heart. Nice. We already got it. Hey, it seems super fucking laggy. I don't know why. 40 FPS? What the fuck is going on? I need an amulet that has mana on hit or mana on kill. It's really bad. Jesus, they almost fucking killed me. True. That was a double abyssal trove? Interesting. Didn't give me anything though. But how was your day today, Sean? Is this triple? This has to be triple, right? Oh. Fuck! Well, I was completely trapped. They just, like, popped up behind me. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Decent. Slept till 5 in the afternoon. Probably could have slept longer. Damn. Nice. Guess we'll go this way this time. Holy shit, man, I almost died. So scary. Chaos Orb, nice. Salted Orb. Holy shit, these things just wreck me. Fucking ads. Get out of here, ads. No one cares about you. Just as much as about anyone cares about me. People care more because, you know, well. Then again, hatred is hatred is not the opposite of love. Apathy is. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. This is it.
Rampage ends here.
Rampage.
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Check it out. Watch this.
Which one of you is a Val blood? Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lie, treasure hunter extraordinary. Bring her.
Boom! Punches her right in the fucking face.
As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled. Enough talk. Bow to your queen or die! You will fall before us. Out of mana.
Jesus, that almost killed me. You get hit less and use less mana.
You will fall before us.
My bad. Okay, plan B.
You will fall before us. I shall crush you.
Oh shit.
Or die. You will fall before us.
Oh my god. Fuck! I don't know if I can beat this bitch. Might need to level up more. Till I can use that new focus. Or I just need a new fucking build. I just run out of mana so fast. Like...
Need a guy? Bye-bye.
How can I advise?
Still alive.
Well, I have 43.
What do you need?
Nothing good. Nothing good.
Don't drink the water.
Eh? You hear a click? Knock.
Thinking what I can do with what I've got. Like, how much can I really increase my DPS, right? Yeah, there's literally nothing. Toke? Yeah, sure, let's toke. Let's toke! Let's do it. I'm gonna have to drop to Smokey's level, and I'm gonna have to frickin' make a goddamn spark
sorceress or some shit. Because literally the two main things that my build requires apparently don't exist in the game anymore. Fuck if I know, they're just gone. Anyways, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Fat fucker. Oh my god! Excuse me.
What's going on, guys? It's Ruse from...
Okay, no, we want to look down here and we want to go, okay. Where is the guide for this? Bless you, thank you. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. This seems like a scam. So it says, like... Says I'm literally doing everything right, and it has weaker gear than me. Which doesn't make any sense. Something here is fucked. Well, maybe I need to reset my skill tree. Is this an intelligence build? I don't want to respec. Oh, this game is hard sometimes. Okay, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take Unleash off. Mr. Ahmed, yo, 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 what's up, bro? How's it going? Hell yeah, brother. And we're gonna put on Rapid Casting 2. Which requires a level 4. So we can't do Rapid Casting 2, but we can do Rapid Casting 1. Okay, we have 1063, and then this is Shock Control the Structure Overabundance. I guess so. At the end of the day, this just costs, so let's just... Okay, let's get rid of these. Prolonged duration. Wait, what? God damn it. Okay, I get prolonged duration 2. Put it in instead of controlled destruction instead of shock. Controlled destruction, rapid casting. Maybe actually do add shock to that. Does this affect it? No. We only need 929. We can get controlled destruction. What's the mana cost? 39? Oh, no, not controlled destruction. The casting. It's still 39 mana? 44 mana. 39 mana. 62. 89 mana. That's a lot of mana. But it's not that much of an increase. There's nothing for elemental weakness. The only one is Mana Tempest. So maybe we just gotta throw down some Mana Tempest. I don't know. I guess we go back in and we try again. We try again.
I will not relent! You will fall before us! Ali's wave!
Yeah, I don't think I can beat this bitch. Even with all this shit, I still have mana problems.
You will fall before us! Need mana! Feel Arakali sting!
Fuck! So bad. No, I need more mana shit. I can't do this. I need to figure out mana. Not much else I can do. It's now up to the farming game.
What are you doing? Ah, I was hoping to avoid something. Wine.
Unique strongbox. That's a hell of a new thing. Okay, I'm dying. I'm dying, guys. It's not fair. I was too young to die. What the fuck? I don't understand what's going on. Thing just keeps coming back to life. Some specific way I need to... Oh fuck, well I died. No idea. That's above and beyond me.
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Oh, Jesus. Nice, another level. Nice. Finally fucking killed him.
Take you. Need mana. You will burn.
Oh shit. Not another one of these guys. Nice. Oh.
Out of mana. Out of mana.
Man, it's a fucking joke.
What do you mean?
Aye.
Nothing.
Don't get eaten.
Out, get eight. Afford all physical spells. Maybe I could sell this.
Bye-bye.
I've lost Rudy. Some radius, what percent bleeding? That's the end of the map. We don't want to go there yet. Gay. Smokey, I can't kill this guy. I have mana problems. I have ridiculous mana problems. And I think I'm sick. My nose is running like fuck. It's so dumb. You want to come kill this boss for me, Smokey?
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you?
Yo, bro, what's up?
Which one of you is a Val
How long
blood?
are we streaming for?
Well, that was me, of course.
Another hour or so.
I am Alva the Large, treasure hunter extraordinary.
See that screenshot I sent you?
Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
See that screenshot I sent you, right?
Sorry, what?
So have you seen that screenshot I sent you, right?
Maybe?
The mine? Good damage, looks fine. Why can't you kill her?
Yeah, but I run about a mana. And then once I run out of mana, which is like a quarter health, I get like fucked.
You ill? You sound sick as a piggy.
Yeah, I know, right? It's fucking bullshit. It's hard to think straight. Here we go, a lot of mana. Oh shit.
How long you been live?
7 hours? 8 hours?
You gonna stay up another 2 hours? That's what's up, bro.
Oh my god. See, I'm out of mana. She's not even at half health. Or she's just past half health. But like, I literally have no mana, no health. I just literally can't get hit for the rest of the fight.
Yo, guess how much DPS I do now?
37k.
No, not that much. I do like 8,000 damage or something.
Well, that's not bad.
Yo, I bought a fucking juicy one yesterday, bro. Show you now. You gonna kill her now? You don't even need my help, bro.
Oh my god, I hope so.
You're literally gonna kill her right now. There you go, dead.
So I can't damage her, I have to make it through this phase. Oh yeah, I might get her.
Yeah, you good, bro.
Oh my god, please, 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 please! Are you fucking kidding me?
Look, I come, and it's like, there's so much pressure involved.
It's clutch as fuck! I'm performing! Oh my god. And I'm like, my nose is, it's literally dripping down my, it's, the entire fight. Oh, fuck. Thank you, Smokey. You're a fucking hero.
Well, like I said, if I help you like this, you need to keep upgrading your equipment, man. Otherwise, you're gonna be fucking a lackey, man. It's not good.
I know, I need mana. I'm trying to find an amulet that has, like, mana on kill. Because I think, like, it's not going to be that great for bosses, but at least it's for clearing. I'm just so bad with mana.
You want attack damage leached as mana or something, man. That'd be good. Or, yeah, every time you kill someone, you get your mana back. Great.
Because the damage isn't, yeah, the damage isn't bad, but I mean, I'm a little over leveled. I'm almost 45, and I was gonna get to 46 in order to get the new focus, so I could actually use it. Then I'd probably be stronger. But I ran this map and I leveled up like 3 times, so it may have also been leveling up, because I was like level 41 when I was trying to fight her first. Which was, and you saw how close that was. That was clutch as fuck. Because every time I get getting speared at the end when, you know, she's doing the soldier's attack and then they all do the coordinated attack, I couldn't dodge through that shit worth my life. But there, I did it 3 times in a row. I was like, oh my fucking god. Even at the end.
I'd like to buy your one for 20 on Exalted. Okay. Okay.
You are selling one for 21?
Yeah.
Damn.
Selling what is it? A plus 3 to all spell skills, 64 increased cold damage, gain 20% damage as extra cold damage, 41 increased critical hit chance for spells, 18% increased special.
God, that's OP.
Oh, you said sorry, never mind. Okay, never mind.
Wait, what? Wow, that sucks. Way to brag, Smokey. That's always happens. I'm like, yes! And they're like, never mind. And I'm like, fuck! Forgot about today's idea. I love watching Treehouse Masters with Pete Nelson from Nelson Treehouse and Supply, and thought today was that person finally gets the money to set up his dream home. He has N-T-and-S build, a full house in the trees, off the grid house, his woodland property, pays the final bill, settles down for the night. Some time after midnight, security camera comes on, waking him up, and he sees someone crumpled up in one of the trees supporting his house.
What Negro?
What did you just say?
I said invite me.
I did.
Nego. Cannot teleport to you.
I don't know.
Well, open your teleporter real quick. No.
Sean, do you ever write any of these ideas?
I write a lot of stuff, man.
I write your mom. Because they're surprised it's a cat girl and she's badly injured, hunted by a beast, which is being controlled by bandits. He helps her into his house, raising it. What?
I cannot teleport to you, man. Wait, let me go through the gateway. No, let me try.
Can you go through my portal?
No. Yeah, it worked. No, it didn't work anymore because you fucking come to me, motherfucker.
Go through the portal.
Said you cannot go through this portal because you're not gay enough.
Fuck, Smokey. There you go.
That's crazy. Now I'm gonna do no damage and I'm gonna feel shit.
Welcome to my life. Oh my god. So bad. Rarely do I write anything these days. I get the idea out and poof, it's gone from my mind.
Yeah, I'll come this way. We'll do like the corners of the map first, you know?
Just trying to kill this guy.
Yeah, you messaged me about 20 past 1 this morning. I thought, fuck you, I'm gonna sleep. Definitely what I said.
Yep, 100%. I was half debating when you came on. I was just gonna be, cause like I was thinking, okay, if Smokey doesn't come on in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna go to bed. And then like you instantly came on, and then I was gonna be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go to bed anyways. Fuck it, fuck you, Smokey. But I really wanted to kill that fucking boss.
Oh, mate.
Wait, what'd you get?
Nothing.
Oh, I didn't see anything. Of course, I didn't see a unique drop. Oh. I thought it was a unique. I just saw orange. Wait, was that other one you dropped?
That's mine.
What was that? What was that one you dropped there? What was that sound there?
Never again. Oh no.
Oh man, you know.
Don't never get to see that. That's a reliquary key.
Ooh.
And it's very shiny.
It's okay. The only shiny thing that I like are your mom's tits.
Bro, it's very nice.
I know, right? It's so cruel. It's like cruel and unusual punishment.
It's like your dad's tits are so much better than your mother's. Like, I don't know why. It's just the shape of them or something, you know.
Well, you know what's funny about that is my mom actually doesn't have any tits. Like she's like my sister. Like she's an A cup.
I thought you were gonna say she had the, you know.
Oh no, not like a mastectomy or something like that, where you have to like have your tits removed from like cancer or something like that. No, she just literally is like, you know, negative cup size. Same with like my sister.
How old's your sister?
32. Yeah, she just turned 32.
Getting into a MILF slowly.
Shut the fuck up. Slowly, she has a 7-year-old and a 6-year or an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old.
She's been a MILF for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I just clicked that, whatever that was. An
Yeah,
amethyst ring.
Yeah,
Apparently, it has
garbage.
ancient power in it.
Garbage. Throw it away. Quick, put her on your equip it quick. It'll make you 10 times stronger.
Reduced ignite duration, ignite magnitude, ignites enemies for taking chaos damage, chaos resistance. I don't think so. I think it's beyond incomprehensible that it's about to explode beyond relief whenever it's called into action to be that which can't be upon that.
I'll come and get this waypoint real quick.
You're a waypoint.
I know, right?
Black chambers.
Your mum's black chambers.
Damn, that's graphic.
Go with me, and you'll see a world of pure imagination. I've done the wrong one, so yeah, I don't know. It's early, right?
You fucked up.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet.
Oh my god, toking like in this condition is brutal.
Have another toke.
My nose is.
When you blow your,
Wait,
when
why
you blow
did it
your nose.
reset? What the fuck?
Blow your nose.
Dude, why did it reset?
Because you went into a new instance, man. You need to come to me.
I'm so confused.
Teleport to me. Teleport to me. You know when you go back to this place, you need to hold down the button so you can enter the instance you went to, right? Where you going? Come back, motherfucker.
Dude, I literally entered it and then I came back out and it was a new map. I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't happen.
That's not how the game should be programmed.
A new instance.
But it's like, if I go into a room and then I get the waypoint and I come back out, I should be in the same instance I entered. Why would it...
Not all the time.
Not all the time. I'm pretty sure that's a bug.
No.
Because you have to hold down
Your
control.
Your instance lasts a certain amount of time, I think.
If you hold down control, you'll enter a new instance. Like, it'll give you the option to enter a new instance. But that's the only one I know of. Anyways, you do what you gotta do. I'm gonna take this toke. And then I'm gonna die.
Did you get the heart from the last place? This sacrificial heart?
Yeah, I have the heart.
Alright.
I just haven't done anything with it yet. Doesn't that give you spirit, or what does it give you?
That gives you 2 passive points.
2 passive points? Okay.
No, I'm lying like I did the other day, remember? Yo, you see these little fuckers, right? I fucking love them. These little scorpion things. They stops the enemies from attacking me, man. It's great. And I'm squishy.
And here I was saying I want to be a summoning sorceress, and here you are being a summoning sorceress.
Yeah, but you're not. You ain't got big balls like me.
I know. That's why I'm a femboy.
You have feminine balls on your chest.
It's quite a place to have balls.
Ball and titty. Alright, now use those 2 points, bro.
Bring my DPS up to 1226.
Well, you need a mana. What? Like, you need to go into mana, right? It's no point in getting damage if you need mana.
Well, you said don't do mana.
But if you need mana, then do it. But I meant at the beginning of the game, always go for damage first. So I mean.
Well, shit. We're all out of that.
I got 1012 mana. How much you got?
493.
Yeah, you need a lot more, man.
Well, I do have like
600.
basically no gear on.
Man, you got no gear on.
Because I'm lazy and I haven't found anything.
Yo, you should see endgame, bro. Holy fucking shit, right? The fucking maps, bro. It's just thousands and thousands of enemies, bro. They don't stop. My computer almost froze on me yesterday, bro. It was crazy.
That's epic.
I had about 10 frames, bro. I swear to God. This shit was wild. Alright, you're gonna get a divine from this, right? Open it. Told you.
Yeah, divine luck minus 10.
One divine, bro. I was so fucking excited.
What are you gonna buy with it? Toothpaste?
I'm just gonna keep the divine and then probably exchange it to exalts when everything goes up.
Where are we going?
Well, we've done everything. We can go to the black chambers now.
Oh, okay.
We're going through changes. It's my mum's favorite song, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
I did know that. She just told me multiple times.
She said that's the song you sing when you start changing into a woman.
Yeah.
We're going.
And then when I come out of it, it's Rocket Man.
No, I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool, right?
Rocket
Come
Man?
with me.
By Elton John?
I don't know what that is.
Fuck.
No, you died
I'm a
already,
Rocket
so.
Man.
Don't know about being a Rocket Man.
Sitting out here in space. My tin can.
Yeah, you never play music on your stream. Why don't you ever play music on your stream?
Because it gets muted on the VOD. That's why I don't play music. Jesus, what am I getting you sick through fucking Twitch?
Probably. You fucking have rabies, bro.
sending it through the online sphere. Exalted Orb, Chaos Orb.
Oh,
What?
Death's nice. Come. I need. Oh, you bloody bastard. So good Spark is right, you don't want to use it, I don't know why you don't want to use Spark.
Cause it's so boring! I've used it like 100 times!
Oh, well I haven't, so I'm getting my use out of it.
I used it for like 5 seasons on Witch, like in a row, for like a year. I'm like, I'm fucking done with this spell. Why is it the only good fucking spell besides Righteous Fire?
It's not, there's a new one they've added and it's really fucking good. It's like that teleportation one, you seen it?
No.
I forgot what it's called. It's really powerful, man.
Why aren't you using it then?
Because I like clearing the screen, not fucking play with my fucking food. This
Fair
shit
enough.
does damage, bruh. So I think my Spark's on like level 22 now or something.
Ah! It's a pretty high level.
What's a high level?
22.
What's level 22?
I thought you just said it's your Spark is level 22.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I was like,
I love how this down scaling is fucking me up. So they hit me once and it's like, oh, you want to die today? What the fuck is that shit, bro?
I don't know, but it's scary as fuck.
These abyssal monsters, there's one monster that's way too strong, man.
Oh, nice and exalted. Mine now.
Yeah, it would have been mine, but I don't want to take it.
Sure, I think you were just slow.
No, I've seen it. I could have took it. I know it was my item, but I didn't take it.
Okay. Okay.
I'll take the armor and scrap them. If you got anything you want to sell, like if you want to switch all your rainbow orbs into, how the fuck did you die, bro?
I was looking at my passive tree.
You died to these. You died to like fuck.
You're gonna die.
What the hell? What the fuck is killing me?
Yeah, that pool on the ground. I'm pretty sure that pool on the ground is what killed me.
What the hell?
What button do you press on the controller?
Hold A to revive, and I'm holding A to revive, and it's fucking.
No.
Are you revived yet? Yeah. Okay. Familiar faces. Do you like that song?
Yeah, it's a good song. Worn out places.
Right, whoa, how did I die right there, buddy? La 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 la.
You have like an emo level classic rock.
My maps
engaged level of music. I like it.
Emo.
Yeah.
I've never once listened to fucking what's that song?
Black Parade?
Fuck Linkin Park, bro. I don't listen to that shit, bro. Yeah,
Linkin Park's fucking epic, dude.
I'm lying.
But you listen to MCR.
No.
The Black Parade. I just asked that, and you're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, well, then you listen to then you listen to emo. What are you talking about?
What that?
The Black Parade.
No, I don't know. You sing a song by them?
No, that's the song. It's My Chemical Romance.
Can you sing the song?
No, I can't sing.
Yeah, just say a couple of the lyrics.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band.
listen to like 1950s music, man.
I was gonna say, and then there's a tinge of
You
classic rock.
You ever play Fallout?
Yep.
Yeah, I've never played it. Yeah, I'm joking. Just the Fallout, it's just like the feel of it. It makes me feel, I don't know, cozy, you know.
Yeah, that's what that style of music is. Good jams.
I'd love to have a 1950s housewife, bro.
I would make a wonderful one of those. I was probably one of those in my past life.
Bro, wait for me, motherfucker, you bitch. Wait for me, you piece of shit.
I don't wait for no one, fucker.
You're stealing my loot, bitch. Fuck you, piece of shit.
I do what I want. Fuck.
See this guy? See this guy? He's so overpowered, bro. He's an absolute piece of shit. He does the lightning strikes as well, and they're fucking annoying, man. Oh, I'll take that. Thank you.
He just comes back to life.
I died? What? Why? Bro, I don't even die on my own campaign. I come here and I die, bro. That's fucked up.
It's my luck. Oh, this is so scary, dude.
Yo, there's a build as well where you dash into mobs that you teleport towards them, and you know those infusions, right? You pick up off the floor.
Yeah.
They instantly like explode into the group of like the group of monsters and shit. It looks sick.
Oh my god.
Kill this bitch.
Oh my god, I'm like slowed and shit. This is fucking annoying.
Kill this bitch. Oh, don't die, you'll lose the abyssal. You want to hope to get a green item from one of these. You know, those items that are not in English, and then you gotta take it to the well. That's what you want from these. But
Good luck with that. Ain't gonna get shit. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Right, I'm in this place, I don't know how far we've gone. Where are you, dude?
Dude, I'm hiding, bro. What are you doing?
Dude, riding the waves, man.
I'll do what I gotta do, bro.
That's fucking rad, dude.
Hell yeah.
Did anyone ever say radical, bro? Where you live? That's like totally radical, bro.
No.
That's more
I
of a
don't
Cali
live in a
thing, right?
fancy place where people would be all uppity like that.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Like,
I'd love to go to America, bro. That should be wild.
America's fucked. So is Canada. Like, literally, these provinces want to fucking separate, like Brexit from fucking Canada.
To be honest, instead of going on holiday, I think I'd rather buy the game setup I always wanted. So, I think I'd use that a lot more.
Yeah?
Yeah. Bro, I've always wanted a Scorpion gaming chair, bro. You seen those?
No.
Type in Scorpion gaming chair on Google real quick.
The fuck? Oh, and it has like the monitor kind of built into the chair?
Yeah. It's fucking insane, bro.
Fuck
Expensive, though.
Yeah, $20,000 fucking dollars. $16,000. Expensive is an understatement. It's a fucking mortgage payment.
Oh. Be sick, though.
True.
You're basically lying down when you're playing, so... You know what I mean? It's... Yeah. that sneeze.
Yes!
Sounds like you're saying dick every time you sneeze.
I am. I'm saying
Oh,
take
it's
it out.
okay, though. It's great. So you ain't actually gay, right? You're just wherever you are, right?
Yeah.
I thought you were the battiest boy. Like the only gay in the village type, but you know.
I'm just experimental.
You experiment, right? Things go wrong.
No, and everything goes right.
Oh, no.
In a wrong way.
Yeah, I bought another mystery box yesterday.
What, again?
Yeah, and it gave me a
Fuck.
stupid pair of boots, bro.
They give you
Fucking
the
pair of
goat
boots you can't
boots?
even
I need
see.
the goat boots, then I can be Baphomet.
Bro, a pair of boots I can't even fucking see, bro. Like, it's ridiculous. It really is.
That's what you get for buying a mystery box, bro. You're not gonna get anything good out of it. You know those are rigged, right?
No. Well, I had that roll thing. That's pretty good. Out of 5, I'll take it, man.
A roll
So I'm
animation.
I'm basically running everywhere, so my character just looks like he's glowing, you know? It's cool. I like it.
I'm interested to see what the PoE 1 stuff looks like. When it's available.
You said you spent a lot on PoE 1, right?
A lot.
How knowledgeable are you?
Not at all. Game's changed so much. And it was like 5 years ago last time I played.
Bro, first season, bro, I think I put over like 500 hours into this game, bro.
When PoE 2 first came out?
Yeah, bro, I was addicted, bro.
Yeah, I was playing on a laptop when it first came out in PoE 1 in like 2013 at like 15 frames. Then when Ascendancy came out, the laptop would crash when the lava animations for like the lava pits. So you'd have to like keep resetting until you got one that didn't have lava pits. Because you just like freeze.
So PoE, you had more, if you had different flasks, right?
Yeah, I kind of don't like the fact that you don't have the different flasks. Like, I really like the choices of PoE 1 with flasks.
Yeah, they might do, you know?
Man, I'm getting so many Regal Orbs.
All the loot that drops you can keep, man. I don't want none of it.
Yeah, you're too
Maybe.
high up on the food chain. You're
Maybe
probably getting
the
Exalt level
Exalt.
2s.
No, I'm not actually. I haven't had one yet. I think Exalt, a greater Exalt is worth like 17 Exalts, I think. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I remember these, and that cuts the bodies in half.
First time I seen that, bro, I was so fascinated. I went around looking for them everywhere. Bro.
Yeah, man, it was such a good time. They did such a great job.
Diablo 4 bad.
Yeah, D4 bad.
But I came from D4, so if it wasn't for D4, I would not be playing this game right now. So I gotta give it some due respect.
It's a gateway drug. It's like weed.
It's an easy gateway drug. Damn, what the hell, bro? I run there and I get slapped like that, bro.
Yeah, I got fucked up.
What Negro?
Naherban. He's a Naherban.
I hate Snickers.
Snickers are terrible.
No, I actually love Snickers.
Really? You're a
Yeah.
Snicker.
I know, right? I'm black.
Wait, what?
Is that what you meant?
No.
Oh.
I thought you were brown.
Some people think I'm black. I don't know why.
The voice. It's 100% the voice.
Funny. But bro, how the hell can I be black if I haven't said the N-word one time the whole time you've been speaking?
You've implied that you're trying to.
I'm trying so hard, guys.
Wasn't me who said it.
Rena, who's this Doriani? Doriani sounds like a hot curry, right?
Yeah, 100%. Actually,
This
dude, that sounds like
Doriani.
that. If I had a curry, that's what I would name it. Like my curry should be
Doriani.
called Doriani.
Oh yeah, that's a cool name, right?
It's like I'll have the tikka masala and the Doriani.
Definitely sounds like curry.
Well, here's gonna be coming the second form soon. Mr. I'm too good for you.
Geo power.
Feel my power. Ow, what's hitting me?
Those little red thing, electric thing.
Nice.
Bro's making me sick, man.
I know, right?
The only thing I don't like about his boss is when he does the, he does that fucking
Thing that you can't,
laser.
you just fucking one-shots you.
Yeah, that I fucking hate that shit. Oh yeah, look at that damage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I have no mana.
I'm like, if you had
I
mana,
used all
you'd be
my
dead.
pots. No, I used all my pots before I got here. I got 10 health potion. No, you died. Piece of shit. Shit, I wish I had something to help me, bro. I had to fight this guy like 20 times, but okay.
Yeah, it sucks to be first, doesn't it? You definitely
Right now
didn't.
you're going, I think you're going into Act 4 now, right?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it here.
No, you're not, bro.
What, you gonna help me through Act 4?
I'll help you right now.
I just kind of like, I don't know. Like, I really want to pay attention to the story, right?
Hunting spear.
My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
So you could jump off if you want, but I'm awake now. I can help you if you want.
I suppose I must. It is too late for us here. This era is over.
Yo, just wait until you fight the abyssal squid, bro. That shit's crazy.
Nice. Thanks for the spoiler.
Nah, I'm joking. It's actually a giraffe. Instead of a long neck, you go fucking a short neck.
Oh my god.
You're supposed to read it out to the chat, bro. Come on.
What? He's talking!
Yeah, read out what he's saying.
Why would I read out what someone else is already saying?
Because he sounds shit. You sound better than that guy, right?
Wow, that's pretty powerful statement. So this is Act 4, eh?
No. See, now normally you'd have to go back to the riverbank, right? Oh no, we need to go to Uppsala, right? Or have you already been there?
Now then, it is time we departed.
I don't know.
We will see about it.
Yeah, see, this is where it is. This is where Act 3 ends. The end of the world.
I just crashed, oh yes I did.
Yeah, and this is where you would reset. But now, we have this.
Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Bro, I'm stuck on a fucking loading screen, you piece of shit.
Fucking computers, eh?
I can move around, but I can't see none. Oh no, I'm back. That's cool.
For that to happen, we need the weapon. We must travel to the archipelago.
I was thinking about making a witch as well, but I won't do that yet. I'll do that in a week or so. There's 1,051 left. That's crazy.
He safeguards one piece, but the others are scattered around the Karui archipelago.
Yeah, endgame's pretty fun, man. There's so many monsters, bro. Fuck. So much loot.
Nice.
Well then, how about I take you and your merry friends to Kingsmarch? The port town is within the area of Namakanui. From there, you can charter a ship from my contact and begin your search. We've quite a haul of treasure we've borrowed from Utzal. It will more than cover the charter cost.
You wanna see my new one, bruv?
No, because I'll be jealous.
No, you won't.
Give me your old one.
I think I sold it for like 20 exalts.
Fuck. Such a dick.
It's because you went online, bro. It's your own fault. I got 3 levels to cold spells, 4 levels. Oh, look at this one, right? 72 increased chaos damage, 4 levels to all chaos spell skills. That's crazy. I got this one, but I don't know if it'd be any good. 3 levels to all spells. Gain 20% damage, extra cold damage, 64 increased cold damage. Wait, show me the ones you're using right now.
The wand? It's a piece of shit. It's like 69% and 2 levels of lightning. Instant crit.
That's literally the one I was about to give you. It's crazy.
This is the one you gave me, isn't it? Oh no, this is the one I bought for 5.
Yeah, 69 increased spell, I got 64, 2 levels, yeah, 20. Oh, that's better than the one I got. Look at the one I posted in chat.
Only in 18 spell damage though, 27% cast speed. 4 levels to all lightning spells.
You see that 64 increased spell damage as well, though, right?
Wait, what? Oh, at the bottom there. You didn't combine them.
It does.
I don't know why it didn't.
If you look at it differently, it puts it to. Let's see. Like
84?
Yeah. The 27 cast speed on his own is fucking wild, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
I think I need to go to bed though. My eyes are burning. My throat is burning. My head hurts. My nose is running as fuck. I feel like I need to sneeze every 3 seconds. But hey, thanks for the carry through Doriati.
Sorry.
Oh god, yeah, I don't feel good.
Yeah, try and sleep off, bro.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Sleep with your window open.
Wait, window? What's a window?
From the window to the wall.
The sweat dripping down my balls.
Not sure what they call it in Canada, but...
Oh, you mean opening thingies?
Yeah, that's it, the opening thingies.
Opening thingies.
The thingies, yeah, that's it. I'm quite
Do I put the
sad
wood
you
in before I close the furnace or not?
What? No, you're just supposed to jump out the window. No, you live a happy I'll give you some skill gems if you need them, like support gems. I got a bunch of 5s. Do you want any of them?
Yeah, give me everything you got. I'll take it. I'll take it all. Whatever you can
I'll
spare.
I'll give you 4 of these.
I'll put those to good use at some time, good sir.
I'm gonna play with now, bro.
Oh god, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna throw up or not. I'm gonna go for fucking shower.
I think I'll join the PoE Discord channel and play with random people. I think.
Fuck yeah, man. That's what it's all about. Alright, guys, thanks for hanging around. Thanks for popping by. I feel a little fucking fucked up today, but that's okay. You know, you get sick once in a while, and it is what it is, right? But hey, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, bro. I'll see you on the other side.
Obviously, bro.
You too. Peace. I'm about to end the stream without raiding. That's how fucked up I am. I'm like, get out of here! I'm like, no, I still have something to do. And I hold on till the end. It's the question. Who we raided? Ooh, Rowan. Okay, we're rating Rowan. It's been forever. Alright, you get to meet Rowan. I feel like the raid froze. I have some issues here. Did the raid go through? Yeah, okay, it did.